Very different result.
Yeah, just really looked to lasso that second one. It wasn't just all about the timing, using the pace that Harris Ralph offered. Really looked to get after it. It just meant clever play from the bowler. He ends up the winner.
Two slips in as Nichols is this one through to Rizwan. Well, they'll be encouraged by that, the Pakistan bowlers. They've just struggled really, haven't they? Line's been all over the show, so is length. They've been to the boundary a number of times already this morning. Taylor, 2 careers there. Nichols back in the sides, trying to rekindle his international career, which has been on hiatus. And Reece Mariu fresh in the saddle. It'll be wide again. Extras already starting to climb here. Be a challenge to see as many extras as we saw in Napier 3 days ago, Frank. Goodness me. Ran out of fingers and toes very early. Let's count those.
Yeah, and you'd think that's something that's probably been mentioned on the back of getting that first breakthrough. It's a chance to bring everyone together. There'll be some messages from the skipper around. Let's just find some consistency.
Up on the toes. That's a nice shot. Through point, and that's going to run away. Quick outfield here at Seddon. Nice way to get off the mark for Henry Nichols.
Gorgeous piece of timing to get his innings underway. Just that back of a length. Gets himself nicely in position, right in behind it, just knocks it on its head down into the block here. Hamilton, fair races away. Outfield looks in tremendous nick at the moment.
It's been good intent from the New Zealanders today. You sometimes think in one-day cricket, you're going to get a bit of a period where the batters aren't going to go after you, so you can maybe settle into a bit of rhythm yourself as a bowling team. But the New Zealand openers today, Mariu and Nick Kelly, were very good at jumping onto anything that deserved to go to the boundary. So they haven't really let the Pakistan bowlers have that time just to settle into their work.
Yeah, well, that's key, especially when you look at conditions. There's been swing, there's been seam movement. When the Pakistani bowlers have got it right, it's been really challenging. Been really hard for the New Zealand players. So that just means you have to have that aggressive mindset. As soon as the bowlers are missing, you have to put them to the sword. You have to be able to put that pressure back on them.
Driven beautifully. Gee, that's a shot. Over-pitched again. Pakistan, you cannot err there at Seddon Park. 63 for 1.
Just a long half volley to Henry Nichols. He is too good to let that go by. Pitched up, and it's just pick your spot offside for Nichols. A little bit of frustration, disappointment. Gets the wicket in that over, but goes for 13.
Well, we had a chat to Harris Ralph, and certainly he looked excited about the chance to bowl first on this pitch. You had a chat to him as well. Frank, what was the tenor of your conversation with Harris this morning?
Well, I don't think he was expecting that after 7 overs, New Zealand would be 63 for 1. He was quite happy at the fact that won the toss, having a bowl first, overcast skies, the lights had just come on, green surface underfoot. No. And I thought he was the real standout in Napier. I thought he was excellent, bowled with pace, real control, handful at the back end, picked up a couple of wickets, and he really is the leader of this attack. And so there's a little bit of expectation that goes with that, but I think he was just looking forward to hopefully a good day out.
Well, that's a good day out. School day here in New Zealand, of course, and the classrooms come to Seddon Park. What a good decision from the headmaster or the principal. If indeed they know that the kids are all here. Saw the school groups coming in early this morning, actually, just above the groundskeeper's shed or to the right of the groundskeeper's shed, and Big cohorts of classroom age kids here today, which is wonderful to see. Coming towards the end of the first term here in New Zealand, first school term, so holidays just around the corner. The kids don't want to miss out on a chance to see their heroes out here to watch some one-day cricket. That from Henry Nicholls. He started off, he set a couple of boundaries, and that was the kind of delivery that you'd think when you want to get going, go after that. But it's just showing some respect, building into this work here, Frank.
Yeah, and it's probably what Pakistan need a little bit more of, is just some consistency. Just try and get a little bit of a handle on the match at the moment. For now, it's just been New Zealand making all the pace, all the play of the game.
He's got away with that, hasn't he? 9 wides already in this innings. Just 7.4 overs have been bowled. 21 wides in game 1 for Pakistan. So just need to rein it in a little. It's just inside. Bowler would have been disappointed if that had gone the other way, that decision. And that's a good line there. That's where Fahim needs to be operating.
And this is what the fast start has afforded New Zealand, is the fact that if there are little patches, little clumps of good bowling, they can be really watchful now. They're not having to try and be forceful, be scoring against it. And there's the time and the space to allow some dot balls, leave new player in, get the pace and the bounce and the nature of the surface.
Quite pronounced already, isn't it? The bowler footmarks there. View from the drone, this one is through. Some work to do around the boundary, too much work in fact. Boundary number 3 for Henry Nicholls. He moves to 12 from 8, 68 for 1.
Been a good start for New Zealand. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far, that of Nick Kelly. Scoring at 8.5 runs and over. And so far, just hasn't been that disciplined bowling performance from Pakistan that they've needed. Win the toss, opt to have a bowl first.
On the drive, but can't time it. Smart of you.
And that last over really summed it up. A good patch of bowling. You went through. There'd been 1 run off the first 5 deliveries, a lot of balls in the right area, just nibbling the ball around, and then the last ball, it's just the release ball. Short, wide outside the off stump. And yes, there's a man out at deep point, but with how short the square boundaries are here at Seddon Park, is if you pick your gap well, you're always going to pick up 4 against the pace. And they just haven't been able to build any sustained pressure, Pakistan.
Oh, he went after it too. Hasn't got all of this. Is it going to fall safely? Yes, it is. Tough catch. Always running back on the dive. And this one has gone down. And Amal Haq thought he had it covered. Gave it a good nudge too.
It's a bit of a loose shot, unfortunately, from Mariu. Tracking back, it's just those last couple of steps, just looking up over the shoulder. A big sprawling diving effort, made a lot of ground, but it just almost looked like he just lost the footing a little early.
Tired to hear, in fact, the man. Apologise to Imam Haq. He had nothing to do with that.
And I guess that executes the point a little bit, is if you are the Pakistani bowling lineup and you can live in that area, top of the stumps, you can be making batters play, if you can exert a little bit of pressure, all of a sudden it means a wicket that's doing a little bit, if you want to hit them off that length, it actually takes risk to do so, to get the bowlers away from that danger spot, that spot that's going to be challenging. It can either mean the big expansive drive or looking to go the cross-bat option.
Oh, and this one is through. A bit of indecision from Mariu here. Feels like he's maybe just caught in two minds here, Reece. Mariu understands the importance of getting on with the job and trying to find a way to attack Harris Ralph.
of dot balls. Straight away, it's Henry Nicholls trying to make the play. Moving across, trying to create the ability to work it into the leg side for a single. And I think that just executes the point that we're talking about, is if Pakistan can find a little bit more consistency, string some dot balls together, be attacking the stumps as much as possible, it stacks things all in their favour.
Onto this one, nicely timed, down the grounds. Chase for long on here, and Wasim coming across, helping out. A bit of team fielding on the boundary. Fahim Ashraf involved as well. 79 for 2.
It's a great start for New Zealand. It is absolutely what you want to see from your side. You lose the toss, get put on a pitch where you're expecting some lateral movement, maybe some swing around. To start like that has been very impressive. Just the 2 wickets to fall towards the back end of that first 10 overs. But a couple of big overs dotted in there. And most of that put down to some loose bowling, but there was some excellent batting mixed in there as well.
Point back on the boundary for Mitchell, so is square leg. Fine in leg and third man back as well. It's nicely played out to square. That's just the one.
Pakistan fans will be hoping for some more wickets, hoping to quickly break this partnership between Mitchell and Nicholls before it really gets going. Have a look at this New Zealand middle order. You've got a little bit of inexperience there. Mohammad Abbas just in his second game. Mitch Hay in his 6th. There's a possibility of a little spot of weakness there.
Runs on an outside edge as well, but they'll get the single from it. I agree with you, Frank, and you go through that and you think, no Chapman today, who's been a real partnership player for this New Zealand team in both series. And they will need a partnership here. Daryl Mitchell, you always think is a good man for that job, someone who can build alongside someone else. We've got runs to come from that middle order. Bracewell, Abbas, Hay. Bracewell in his 33rd game today. Nathan Smith, just 10 games to his name. And then you're into the bowlers, so there's got to be a stand of note here.
And of course playing the extra bowler today too.
Well, it wasn't under control from Mitchell, but he gets away with it.
And so of course game 1, Will Young up at the top of the order. Mark Chapman part of the lineup. Reece Mariu, he's come in like for like replacement for Will Young at the top. But Ben Sears, the replacement that's come in for Mark Chapman. So the extra bowling option, the extra pace option. And it means everyone's just shuffled up the order a little. And so there is potentially that little bit of vulnerability there in that New Zealand lineup. A little bit of inexperience. One batter less than Napier. But pick up another wicket or 2 here and all of a sudden Pakistan are ahead in the game.
I think you look through the respective caps of the two sides, Frank. Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan have played more one-day internationals than this entire New Zealand lineup combined. Combined appearances for Azam and Rizwan outnumber combined appearances for New Zealand's 11 today.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it? I mean, you can have 2 players, not just of that experience, but of their calibre as well. Proven performers at this level, got incredible records in one-day cricket.
That's full. Well hit. There's a man back.
And I'm sure those were 2 of the players that were very vocal when those first few overs where Pakistan were going around the park a little bit. You saw the skipper Mohammad Rizwan went all the way down to his bowler, young Akif Javed, just in his second match. It was an arm round the shoulder. No doubt some comforting but calming words, using all that experience. And I'm sure we'll continue to see that throughout this innings, just trying to keep bowlers on task, keep really clear with the plans and what they're trying to do.
High elbows from Mitchell to finish the over, going up in singles that time, 5 from it. 12 overs completed here at Seddon Park, 84 for 2.
Overs gone here in Hamilton. New Zealand going away along at a good clip. Going bang on 7 and over, 84 for 2. The both openers, Mario on debut and Nick Kelly back in the shed. Partnership needed for New Zealand. And Keith back into the attack. He was wayward in his earlier spell. Only lasted 2 overs with the new ball. 4 bowlers used, all the quick so far by Pakistan. In helpful conditions, you have to say. Very good afternoon to Katie Martin. They probably would have wanted another wicket or two, I would have thought, after winning the toss and bowling. It's been enough help. The lights are on here at Seddon Park. So very good bowling conditions, and it's probably fair to say they haven't quite made the most of these conditions so far, Katie.
Afternoon, Mac. Yeah, we didn't see too many. That's a wild overthrow. I feel like it's sort of been an innings of 2 halves. Maybe the first 6 overs, they were a little bit all over the show, and then when Harris Ralph got the ball, you felt he was a little bit more consistent in terms of his lines and length, but they just haven't, whether they're just not used to these conditions in New Zealand in terms of that bowling perspective, and they haven't necessarily hit that good length area that's slightly full to feel like there's anything that's really missed the outside edge or anything that sort of created half opportunities up at the stumps.
Henry Nicol pulled out just at the last minute. Something upset his eyesight. Yeah, I sort of feel that right throughout the tour that the fast bowlers have just been too short. Saw it in the T20 series, allowed the likes of Seifert and Finn Allen to get up and under the ball, hit at 360. In New Zealand, when you've got bounce and a little bit of nibble, you have to be on that fuller side. And I feel that they just haven't quite got that right. And these are as good a bowling conditions as what you'll find. The same happened in Napier as well. When you look at the recent Champions Trophy in Pakistan, where the ball doesn't bounce above knee high, it certainly doesn't seem, there's no lateral movement, no real swing. So I can imagine that they're all lining up for this tour to New Zealand, seeing the conditions that they were likely to get and have got. Haven't quite got it right. Nicely played off his toes by Nichols.
Do you think it's been an issue for Pakistan for quite a period of time? There's a lot of conversations around their batting order and the makeup in terms of Babar Azam and whether he opens the batting, whether he comes through the middle order. But I think for me, the fast bowlers have been a problem for a period of time. They haven't been as economical up the top. They haven't necessarily picked up wickets as well. They've made adjustments throughout in terms of the different bowlers that they've used. And I find it intriguing in terms of Pakistan cricket, sort of where their development in terms of their bowlers have come from. Sort of feel like maybe over the last few years that, I guess when you look back on Pakistan names, you think Shoaib Akhtar, you think Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus as well. Some bowlers that have been around a long period of time.
Well, there goes to their Azhar Mahmood on the right and Aqib Javed, who's on the left, who's the head coach. 2 very fine fast bowlers that played for a number of years for Pakistan. In fact, I was talking to Azhar Mahmood, who I played a lot against over the years, and he said he would have loved to bowl in these conditions, and he would have been a real handful the way he used to set up the seam. He was a very fine bowler. On the pull, we'll get 1, but it's something that needs to be worked on. with that experience. 88 for 2 after 13.
I think you look at the conditions in Pakistan, and they started, especially in Test cricket, creating a lot of wickets that had a lot more green. And then you think about that England series where I think there was a ridiculous amount of runs scored in the first game, and then you saw the heaters come out, they dried out the wicket, and actually Pakistan won those last 2 Test matches on the back of going back to Pakistan wickets that didn't have too much in them. So you sort of felt like they've been trying to adjust the conditions in Pakistan to suit the fast bowlers, and now they're starting to go back into a different perspective of where they're a little bit more slower and lower. But it is different lengths. You bowl a little bit shorter in terms of Pakistan. We're seeing the same approach with the batting. The bounce here as well, they've struggled to make the adjustment and haven't hit in where you would traditionally hit. In Pakistan, you hit in front of the wicket, whereas New Zealand, you can wait and play a little bit more behind.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because a number of the players in this Pakistan side have been on previous tours to New Zealand in recent years, so the conditions shouldn't be that foreign for those players that have been here before. New Zealand have won the last 11 ODIs versus Pakistan and New Zealand, so that's a dominance. And yet when New Zealand have gone to Pakistan, they've beaten Pakistan and Pakistan as well. Yeah, there's 11 players in the Pakistan squad that have played one-day international cricket in New Zealand. So I just think that they've been too slow to adapt to New Zealand conditions and then execute plans. Everyone has bowling plans, and plan A, B, C sometimes. If you get plan A right, you don't have to worry about the others, but I've seen it. New Zealand bowlers have got it right. It's that fullish length, looking to bring the batter on the front foot with a straight bat. That is the difficult thing to do in New Zealand. Oh, that's crunched. Henry Nicholls has done so well there. That nearly took him out, and he knows that it's a wry smile from Mitchell. He nearly took out his partner, and he'll pick up 4 with some serious power.
I think it was a sorry mate as he walked past him. Oh boy. Just that look down to say, oh goodness, I'm so sorry. Henry Nicholls was just kind of wandering through, and the next thing you know, wake up.
Self-preservation there. It's a wry smile saying, sorry, buddy. That was close. Because you get the feeling, Katie, that, you know, the conditions, I think, have been similar to game 1. New Zealand have got the template here. They did it. What they're doing today is exactly what they did in Napier. Pakistan had them 3 for 50 in Napier and then ran out of bowlers. They've brought an extra bowler into their lineup, so they've got 5 frontline bowlers. Haven't got a 6 really. So New Zealand will know that the damage will be done on this ground in the last 15 to 20 overs if they've got wickets in hand and a partnership out in the middle. Oh, that's going to be wide. Good work by the skipper, Rizwan.
That's the other aspect as well, is in one-day international cricket, if you can win the middle overs with the ball, which is what we saw at Champions Trophy as well, if you can pick up wickets through the middle consistently, that's when you get on top of a game. And talk so much about New Zealand's blueprint in terms of the first 30 overs and the last 20 overs. They averaged something like 167 in the last 20 overs out of the last 5 games that they batted first New Zealand. They've won those 4 out of those 5 games as well.
Tell you what, that's a good piece of fielding and wicket. Babar Azam in the action. The Pakistani bowlers would have been having night sweats when they heard that Tim Seifert got called into this New Zealand squad after the damage he did to them in that T20 series. They would have had a wee smile on the face when the coin went up this morning at the toss and Tim Seifert wasn't in the playing 11. In helpful conditions, they've been expensive. He worked off his hit by Daryl Mitchell, who just looks in good touch. 14 overs bowled. New Zealand are 95 for 2. Right, time for a Powerade drinks break here in Hamilton. Time for a refreshment for all the players. See you soon. Welcome back to Hamilton. New Zealand 95 for 2. Players taking a well-earned drink. Sit back and enjoy the highlights from the first 14 overs. It's been a real mixture. New Zealand got off to a flyer, Katie Martin.
Yeah, they did. Pakistan, after winning the toss, they just didn't put the ball in good enough areas. New Zealand were able to punish it. Mostly inexperienced opening lot. That was a shot from Rismariu.
This decision review system really works, Katie. I'm not sure that's anywhere near the bat, to be fair. Shake of the head, and then the finger went up. Ooh. Yeah, it was a quick change.
Maybe he had something in his eye. That was what he was rubbing out the way. Who was that guy in Australia that did he rubbed his nose. It was a blocker, Wilson. He went to give it out and he rubbed his nose and he put his hand back down, and yet they'd all celebrated thinking that it was a wicket. And he was, I was just itching my nose. That's a shocker. It was interesting actually when it went through to Mohammad Rizwan, it was quite slow in terms of the air, which would indicate that it was more off sort of pad or even sort of that pocket, whereas if it was a full nick, it would have actually flown through to him.
There's two players that are having to work pretty hard here, Mitchell and Nicholls, and for me, they're the sort of players you like to have in this situation, Katie. They can graft if they need to. They enjoy the battle, getting in the fight. And I think both these players have had a lot of success over the years when things have just been a little bit tough. Find a way to get through those periods and then come out the other side. So good having the left and right hand combination as well, just to make life a little bit more difficult for the bowlers. Slip still in play for Pakistan. On the pull. Two back, so it will just be one, but got it over the top and controlled it, did Henry Nicholls. End of the 15th, 97 for 2.
Guys, जो कुछ कर रहे हैं जल्दी 15 मिनट नीचे हो गए। जो कुछ कर रहे हैं जल्दी कर रहे हैं, या खड़े नहीं होकर सारे 15 मिनट नीचे हो गए।
New Zealand started strongly, some big Manhattans there. Pakistan have just pulled it back a little bit in the last 4 or 5 overs. Time for a bowling change, actually. Sufyan McKeem, who's coming into the attack, just his second match. I think this is a good change for Pakistan, just to slow things up a little bit. Always difficult when you're facing a left arm wrist spinner. There's just a little bit of uncertainty about what they're offering. They've usually got a good wrong in. So I think this is a good change. This will be interesting.
It's quite a high release for wrist spinners. You typically, I think Yadav from India, he goes more round arm. He's a lot more taller, so it allows him to get a bit of extra drift. He'll get some drift away from Daryl Mitchell. He will get the ball going both ways as well. He's definitely a bowler that gets a bit more drift because of that height release.
Two's the call. Only one. It's a tough ground, actually. It's generally a 1 or 4 ground, isn't it, because of the dimensions. So there's not many 2s, not many 3s at all. Nicely bowled. Oh, Nicholls has to go! Mitchell was coming. Nicholls was ball watching just a little bit, and then he had to go. But in the end, there was no hesitation, and he got through.
Just that drift in. Yeah, he was watching the ball. Maybe a direct hit, could have been very, very tight there.
He's quick. He needed to be.
Do you remember Paul Adams, South Africa?
Played a lot against Paul Adams.
Played his last test match here in Hamilton. Did you play in that game?
Oh, got him! Oh, there he goes. He struck the left arm wristy. What a start. Good stumping from Rizwan. Pakistan have got their third, and it's Mitchell who couldn't resist using his feet, much to his downfall.
Yeah, just stayed 2 leg side. That's the ball that's going away. Lifted his head, tried to put that up and over into the embankment on the offside. No control whatsoever. That is smart bowling, just pushing it slightly wider. He bowled very well in terms of that last T20, and he started beautifully today as well. Daryl Mitchell, he's out for 18, 100 for 3 New Zealand.
New Zealand captain Michael Bracewell comes in at number 5. Really good record. High 30s, 200s. That strike rate's unbelievable, up at 115. He's got a job to do, and he's here because Daryl Mitchell thought he was going to hit one downtown. Got done by the wrong and got nowhere near it. Really good piece of bowling. Nice sharp stumping too. And the spinners made an impact in his first over. Excellent first over. New Zealand 100 for 3.
He picked up 4 wickets in his ODI debut. It was only ODI that he's actually played. It's always that point of difference, isn't it? Talked about Paul Adams. He was very low and weird in terms. There was a lot going on really in terms of his action, but just trying to pick it up, and it's hard to pick it up out of the hand because there's so many subtleties of whether the ball goes away or whether it goes on.
One of the things that's always made Pakistan so dynamic over the years has obviously been their fast bowlers, but they've also always had quality spinners as well. Think of Saqlain Mushtaq Ahmed. There's always been good spinners that have complemented the fast bowlers for Pakistan. That'd be a leg by, I would think. And that's where they've struggled this tour. That they haven't played spinners. But I like what I see with that Sufyan. The way there's a little bit of uncertainty about the left because you just don't see or play many left-arm wrist spinners. They're very rare. That's an excellent start. He looked good in Wellington in that T20 as well. He got a couple of wickets and posed some problems for the New Zealand batters. So a good selection today. It'll be interesting to see him roll through his 10 overs and how he goes. But there's an opportunity now for Pakistan, Katie. They've got to push on here. Last game had New Zealand 50 for 3, couldn't deliver the knockout blow. Now New Zealand 100 for 3 with one less batter in their lineup today. Ben Sears coming in for Mark Chapman. Still plenty of batting. You've got Mohammad Abbas to come next. Mitch Hay at 7. Nathan Smith at 8. So there's still plenty of batting for New Zealand, but there's an opportunity if Pakistan are good enough here.
Well, they sort of turned to Abrar Ahmed, didn't they, in the T20 format. You sort of felt like he bowled. They talk about him being a mystery spinner, but really he does have that Karen ball, which is a flick out. Traditionally a leg spinner, which he's trying to bowl a lot more, but he was bowling what he would in Pakistan. And here in New Zealand, in the T20 format especially, the batters just said, okay, flat wickets, it's not going to do too much off the straight. And so those mystery deliveries weren't so mystery because they didn't do enough. Whereas someone like McKean can actually get that drift with the newer ball as well. The sheen stays on a little bit longer and does bring it both ways.
Oh, just looking to ramp it up and over. Got the length. Couldn't get anything on it. Yeah, it's a good point. And that's the adjustment bowlers have to make from different conditions. I think in New Zealand, you can tend to be a little bit slower in how you bowl. I think of Mahesh Theekshana, who played for Sri Lanka and bowled way too quick. When he slowed it up, he became a real handful. Whereas when you tend to go to Pakistan or India as a spinner, you need to bowl a little bit quicker, take time away from the batter. Oh, that's close. That's close and given. Finger goes up again. What's Nichols going to do? He's going to head down for a chat with his skipper. That looked pretty adjacent. Try his luck and we'll go upstairs.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Yeah, looks like it's beaten the bat. We'll just confirm with Ultra Edge. Coming through. Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. We go to ball tracking when ready. Okay, original decision is out. Impacted in line and it's hitting the wickets. Go back to Wayne on field. It's just stick the original decision out. Signal now.
3 reds, good decision from umpire Wayne Knights. It means that Henry Nichols' stay comes to an end. Gone for 22. New Zealand 102 for 4. Muhammad Abbas in his second match strides out to the crease. You can remember that knock in game 1 in Napier. Comes out in very different circumstances. And he's there because it's an excellent piece of bowling. Just nipped back in. Nice little off cutter from the left arm seamer. Crashing into leg stump. Nichols thought he'd try his luck. Excellent over. All of a sudden, Pakistan have a little bit of momentum. 102 for 4.
Well, look what happens when you go away for an hour, Rick.
I was batting well.
New Zealand going along nicely. First half hour of the day, Nick Kelly and Reece Mariu had them looking very good. 7 overs into the match, going along at 8s, and Pakistan have fought back, and they fought back well here. Sufyan is such a great player to watch, and Keefe's now got in on the fun as well. Wicket shared between 4 of the bowlers. Fahim the only not to take one so far today, and Bracewell and Abbas have a job to do.
Yeah, the left arm wrist spinners, he's just getting it through, isn't he? Attacking the stumps, there's no real turn there. So just happy to just take all the width away for New Zealanders, and got to be careful playing back to that as well.
It's probably not going to go down as one of the great reviews in New Zealand history. And one thing under Michael Bracewell's captaincy, their reviews have been largely spot on. Been a good review team. Henry Nichols, I don't know if he was convinced, whether Bracewell convinced him to have a look, whether he thought maybe with the bounce it might be going over the top. But I think it was halfway through the first replay on the big screen and Henry Nichols was walking off on his own.
I don't know how to deal with that. If you're the non-striker and the batter comes up, he's just been given, I don't know, it'd be difficult to say you're out, go, leave, go.
Who would you burn? There would be some players you'd have.
Oh, there's definitely some people I played with that I would probably say no, I think it's out, and then also give them a send-off. But for the majority, I think I'd find it difficult to say you're out.
Well, I guess you've got to also consider the shoe being on the other foot there. I mean, would you have had players in your generation who may have told you don't bother reviewing that? I mean, it may be missing leg stump by about 6 metres, but don't review it.
Just give me some hope. All you want is some hope. Nothing sadder than a man without hope. 104 for 4.
Keith Javid back from the members' end after taking a wicket of Nichols. It'll be Muhammad Abbas on strike.
This will be fascinating. Young man who announced himself with some pomp in the last game. A completely different situation. Conditions not in his favour. Now having to grovel a little bit. Bat New Zealand out of trouble.
Yeah, well, have a look at Muhammad Abbas's boundary hitting in the first game in a moment. That'll short this time. There's one. Takes it, and that's given wide. Here's Muhammad Abbas, 50 off 24, fastest debut 50 in one-day internationals, and this is a montage of his boundary hitting. That was a great shot.
It was the one there after the one over cover, which, yes, was a great shot, but it was the one after that with even greater in my book, the one where he just hit the composure and the presence of mind to let it come and just ease it down to third man for 4.
Very strong on the leg side, Muhammad Abbas. Oh, and he has to bring the bat in on that one. That is a fine delivery from O'Keefe. Good bounce, good carry through to Rizwan.
He had a little look at it, didn't he, initially? Was that a play and a miss?
Might give the batter a benefit of the doubt there. The other thing for Muhammad Abbas in this situation is there will be comfort knowing that his domestic captain's at the other end. Michael Bracewell's a very calm figure. So some familiarity there for Muhammad Abbas, even if the situation feels a little fraught or tense.
You're right, he is a calming type of influence. Some people have that demeanour, don't they? I love standing next to him at the toss. You're a little bit nervous, they're about to come to you. Red light, the camera's about to go on. He calms you down, standing next to him.
Well, he's just got that way about him. He feels unflappable. He has a very gentle voice. So, a wonderful father.
Right on.
You could ask him to adopt you.
Yeah, well, 13 years since my father passed away. It's probably time, isn't it?
Means you're open.
Up for another.
Yeah.
So many places I could have taken that conversation, Rig, and none of them appropriate for daytime television, so we'll leave it at that.
Lights are on.
It's gloomy enough.
Which I think daylight saving ends soon in New Zealand,
don't
doesn't
tell
it?
me that, really?
Such a depressing moment of the year, isn't it?
Oh. Defender to finish, 106 for 4.
Well, that's changed, hasn't it? Great start by New Zealand. And factor in that start is 2 new players as well, created that start. Pakistan are at 6s and 7s. They've fought back so well, though.
Oh, it's good bowling, this. Good spin bowling. Mohamed Abbas knows he's got his work cut out for him here, Rig.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you get spinners who aren't really turning the ball, and yet they can be just as effective and difficult to get away. It's zipping off the surface. And he's bowling an impeccable length. That real in between length. It's hard often in your mind, you're playing against the bowler, that you see the revolutions on the ball. And your mind's telling you that you've got to play like it's going to spin, and yet it's not.
Well done. Over.
Very good over. Just the one leg by from it. 107 for 4.
जल्दी पहुंचो आप अंदर
आपका रह गया थैंक यू भाई थैंक यू
Hey.
Playing inside the line again. Mohamed Abbas. Haris Ralph brought back into the attack here. I think Pakistan see big opportunities. Sufyan doing a very good job at one end, keeping the pressure on, keeping a lid on the scoring. Back a strike weapon at the other end, just try and nibble out another wicket here. 5 down, Pakistan would be feeling cock-a-hoop after the way they started.
It's a wave. That's what pressure will do. In this situation, you can get a little bit negative in mindset, and this was a ball that Really probably should have been smashed away over point. And he just had a little wave at it.
4 overs these two have now faced at the time at the crease combined, just the 4 runs from the bat. So it is struggle street at the moment for this New Zealand pair. It's amazing, isn't it? Just a couple of wickets and how the game can change and how momentum can shift and how bowlers can readjust. New batter in, a little bit more pressure. No pyrotechnics as it was at the start of the innings. And Pakistan now just settling in here and really keeping the New Zealanders on the back foot.
And New Zealanders will know, though, that it's another 10 overs of working hard here, conserving wickets. No, you can't completely shut up shop. They need to get to 20 overs to go, 15 overs to go. If they've got these two in at a feel for it, then they're in a reasonable position again. And they forgo a few runs in the process of doing that. They'll pick them up at the back end. If Pakistan get another wicket here, and New Zealand is in real trouble.
Mitch Hay already limbering up in the dugout. And again, it's another dot, 5 straight for Harris Ralph. You look at projections as well. Current run rate would net New Zealand 257. That's down 100 runs from where that projection was after 8 overs. They were projected to be at 359 on the run rate at that point in the game. So 100 runs taken out of that projection in the space of the last 12 overs or so, 11 overs or so. Still plenty of potential for a big total, but this partnership feels to me crucial. And that is a nice shot out to point. The man is back. Just 1 run from it for Harris Ralph. Fine bowling. 108 for 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. The way the game is played has changed a lot. And the history has shown us that a fast start is good to have, but it can be hauled in. It's not going to win you a game of cricket. There was that with fielding restrictions up, thought was you're prepared to go after a run rate early on, take some risk, find the boundaries, and maybe you're prepared to lose 3 wickets in the first 15, which was the old fielding restrictions. That's changed now. If you lose 3 wickets in the first 15 going after a fast run rate, it doesn't really matter. You can't really afford to lose another couple of wickets over the next 20, 30 overs. Or 20 overs.
Oh, and he hangs it out just a little wider, slides on this time. Mohammad Abbas was trying to get forward to it. First delivery, flighted up, dipped late. This one, look at that.
Just that little bit of slide and angle. It's different too. There's not too many, although there is one running around in New Zealand as Michael Rapana bowls like this. There's not that many of these bowlers around, so you're never that versed in actually playing them.
Oh, beautiful.
Well, you think internationally, Brad Hogg was one, very successful. Kuldeep Yadav has taken the most wickets of any.
Yeah, he's a great bowler.
Dam Risti. Tabraiz Shamsi. Bevan.
Yeah, part-timer, but bowled a bit and played for a long time. So I would say that those wickets for him were generated over a long period of time.
Paul Adams. Did you play against Paul Adams, South Africa?
No.
What was his nickname? A little midgie?
Just, yeah, arms and legs everywhere, wasn't it? Crazy action.
But watching his first test live, actually, at St George's Park, England touring South Africa at the time. He had one of the more unique styles in the history of bowling. That's another fine over, another one with just the single from it, 109 for 4. ease down to third man this time. Harris Ralph continues into his 6th over now.
Yeah, not many runs. 9 runs off the last 6 overs, something like that. Be 10 runs now. These two probably just need to find a way of rotating strike a little bit, trying to get the good ball away for a single. New Zealand's not in a position that they can't post a decent total from.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tough period though, isn't it, Rick? Because you're in wicket conservation mode, but you also probably feel like you've been jammed back into first gear here, and you can't do both. If you're trying to make sure that your wickets are intact, you can't accelerate too quickly.
This is where the real skill is. This is the sort of thing that the ICC are trying to rid from the game of 50 over cricket because they think it's boring. This is fascinating, and this is where the real skill lies. Is how can you tick it over, score 5 runs and over without looking like you're going to get out?
Oh! That's really nipped up. And Mohammad Abbas took some evasive action late.
Rip of this. Leg buys. I thought it might have been off the shoulder of the bat. Let's have a look at this. Oh, off the shoulder. Dropped the hands well, though. Yeah, not playing a shot, but you can take the run because it's deemed as evasive action. We'll take the leg by.
No!
Yeah, the ability to rotate strike, push the ball around, and just pick up a runner ball in singles through the middle of a one-day game with the utmost of efficiency is an amazing skill, and not many have that. Well, I think it is a really underrated skill.
So it allows Pakistan to be a little bit more attacking in terms of how they're setting their field here as well. It's been 7 overs now since New Zealand have scored a boundary. They've scored one now. That is beautiful from Bracewell. He just leaned back and he has sent that over mid-wicket.
Where did this come from? It's just instinct. He saw he had just enough leverage to do it. He would have enjoyed that. Gee, that came from right down deep inside. And just came out with instinct.
Looking for a way, he was looking for a way out. Looking for a way to put some pressure back on Harris Ralph, and all of a sudden 9 runs off this over. That would have felt very good for the Kiwi captain. Oh, and he's had a flutter at that to finish. Good response from Ralph. 118 for 4.
Well, that was one for the KFC 6 and shout. You download the app. You had that mid-wicket area. You might be in with some free KFC.
Sufyan back in. That's a toe end from Mohammad Abbas. He's having a real battle out here with Mukeeb.
Tell you what, how's the difference between the 5th bowler for the last game?
Rizwan just had to hold back his enthusiasm there. He has got it on a string. Sufyan, look at this delivery. Look at the rotation. So tough to pick.
Well, he's nearly bowled 5 overs. He's bowled 4 points through. In the last game, the 5th bowler, who was Salman Ali Agha, gone for about 60 by now. He's gone for 6.
Yeah, I think a combination of
खुद ले लो शाबाश
5th
शाबाश
and 6th
शाबाश
bowling their 10 overs. I think 118 runs from them. I mean, that just shows the difference, doesn't it? Sufyan is no part-timer, I'll tell you that. 4 for on debut against South Africa late last year.
What's the control for a wrist spinner? That's the impressive thing.
Bust this time, gets deep in the crease. Just works it away on the leg side for 1. Strike rate of 20. What a contrast. Debut 3 days ago. Fastest half century in the history of one-day international cricket for a debutant. This time, a strike rate of 20. But this is all great learning for a man who's still got so much time in his cricket career. Cut away by Bracewell. End of another very fine over. Just 2 runs from it, 120 for 4. Bracewell goes again. Doesn't get hold of this the way he would have liked, but he'll get a couple. Just starting to show signs of wanting to hit outs, Bracewell.
It's probably a good area to attack. It was just on him a little bit faster, was high on the bat. Pretty safe, though. Cleared the circle with no time in, but cleared the circle fine.
Harris Ralph being used in short spurts, similarly to the way he was used in Napier. Sufyan, star of the show, 1 for 8 from 5. Nice seam. Bracewell tickles this round the corner. Sufyan today, Rig, and he's found a spot, hasn't he? That was the wicket of Mitchell. It's a fine piece of work behind the stumps, but there's just no strain. It's a relentless length from Sufyan, and then he has the variations. Ball that slides past the left hand, the ball that comes back in, the flight, the dip. Gee, it's good areas that. Abbas looks a little bit more comfortable against pace. Well, question for you, Rick. I mean, how do you as a batter go about getting out of the hole here, getting out of the box that you've been put in by a bowler like Sufyan McKee?
Well, personally, I don't know, because I never batted my way out of a hole. I dug plenty. I can tell you that. And it's probably for these two, just moving around in the crease. Coming down the wicket every, so it doesn't mean you come down for a big swing, but and often it's just a mindset shift. Okay, all right, we've gone through. Here's the variations as well. So the one's out the front. It's one that just slides across, and you can see the other one there is more of a top spinner. The one on the left, more of a top spinner, and the one on the right out the front. So that'll sort of more float, drift, and skid. Yeah, we're on to you.
Yeah, he's seen himself in split screen.
Yeah, often it's just for these guys, they have the game, it's there. It has to happen on an intuitive way. So they've done it many times before. Well, Mohammed Abbas has at the domestic level, and Bracewell's done it many times at domestic and international. And it'll be it's more of just of a mind shift. We've done some hard work now. Now we need to lift it, and it should just happen. once you're doing things at this level, a conscious level, you're always a little bit behind, really.
Sure. Top ball to finish the over, 3 straight in fact, and 4 runs from it. 1, 2, 4 for 4.
It's been a good wee period here for Pakistan. Just pulling things back nicely. So interesting, Frankie Mackay. Mohamed Abbas, so good in game 1, came out, whacked it, showed the power game. Different situation today. There's a bit of batsmanship that needs to be shown. Developing a partnership and getting to a point. Still 25 overs left in this innings, only at the halfway stage. A lot of batting left for this New Zealand lineup. But it just shows when you bat in that middle order, the different situations that you have to be ready for. Every game's different. You've got to make that adjustment. When you bat in the top 3 or 4, generally there's a consistency to the situations you find yourself in. But in the middle order, it can chop and change. It's nicely played too. There's a decent gap at cover. Should come back for 2.
Yeah, you're spot on, Mac. It's the hardest place to bat in a one-day international. I think, yes, there's going to be times when you're in that top 3, you turn up to a spicy wicket and you've got to work really hard for your runs. But the added benefit, only 2 fielders out to start. So a little bit like what we saw in this game is that, yes, there were definitely deliveries that were challenging. It was difficult. You wear a couple, got to be prepared to work hard. But if they do miss early with a brand new ball, it goes the distance. And with only those 2 fielders out, you can score freely.
Well, he wanted to hit that hard to Michael Bracewell. Just giving himself a little bit of room to try and carve it through the offside. Disappointed he missed out on that. It was there to hit through that cover region. Sufyan doing a good job here, it really is. Fielding's improved too over the last wee while. 26 gone, 130 for 4. Partnership 28 from 55. Both players have had to work hard. Bowling's been good in the last wee while. Wants 2. He's going to come back for 2. Excellent running from Michael Bracewell. Straight away, he knew the placement and the weight of the shot was perfect. Ran that first one hard, came back for 2. Excellent from the New Zealand captain.
Yeah, that's those little 1%ers, isn't it? Straight away, off the bat, the call was for 2. Pushes hard the whole way, puts the fielder under some pressure and comfortably home. That's a good way to be scoring if you do feel like you're under a little bit of pressure. Runs aren't as easy to come by as you would have thought. You should be hoping. Those 2s can be so valuable.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss, is it? Shake of the head this time. Mohamed Wasim, the bowler, he thinks it's a noise. Mohamed Rizwan's going to need a little bit of talking and convincing. Let's see what happens here. Oh, he's left it too late. Was there a noise? Was there just a little tickle? The bowler thought so.
Well, bowler was up immediately, and so was mid-off, extra cover. They were really animated, but you see there, Mohammad Rizwan, nothing at all. Not an appeal. Just a little sound off that back hip once again. So, great decision from Wayne Knight.
Good decision from Mohammad Rizwan. Two good decisions there. Keeper got it right. That's why you don't listen to your fast bowler. That one might be out. That one is out. There it is, a little tickle on outside edge, and this time there's no review. Bracewell's walking, Pakistan have 5. And Mohammad Wasim, excellent piece of bowling.
Now the effort ball, just a shade quicker, getting through at 143 kilometres an hour. The angle in, just dicks away. Michael Bracewell looking to drive on the up. Straight through to Mohammad Rizwan. It's celebrations all around this time. Thought he had him the ball before, made sure of it this time around. Michael Bracewell, the New Zealand skipper, gone for 17. New Zealand now 132 for 5.
Mitchell Hay comes in at number 7 for New Zealand. Just starting out his international career. Those numbers will continue to improve. He's a talented young wicketkeeper bat. And he's here because it was a bit of a loose one from Michael Bracewell. Wasn't full enough to drive. Went at it hard. And nice thin edge that went through to Rizwan. Just decked away enough. Just enough seam movement to find that outside edge. Pakistan have 5 now. New Zealand under the pump a little bit here.
That's the key there, isn't it? The length. Full enough that it encourages the drive. Gets Michael Bracewell on the front foot attacking, but short enough that can bring about the edge.
No run!
And he'll be tested here, Mitch Hay. As you mentioned, early in his career, spent a lot of time batting in the middle order. These are testing conditions to get started in. You see throughout that New Zealand lineup so far, it's players getting themselves in. And even when you face 25, 30 deliveries, there's still a mistake that can come from a good piece of bowling. Often at this stage, especially one-day international cricket, you see pitches flattened out, ball softened a little bit, there's not that same spice around. There still could be one that's got your name on it here.
Well, the other thing too, Frankie, the lights are on. I always think the ball does more when the lights are on. I have no scientific evidence to back that statement up, but from what I've seen, what I've watched, what I've been a part of, that when the lights are on, the ball tends to move laterally. There's just more movement. Not only in white ball cricket, but you also see it in test match cricket at times as well. So the lights have been on from the start of the day's play, which has encouraged and helped the Pakistan bowlers as well.
Waiting!
It's nicely played. It's an excellent over from Mohammad Wasim. 132 for 5. Pakistan coming into this match with just the 5 bowlers. That's all that's been needed so far. I've done a good job. New Zealand 132 for 5. Really is Mohammad Wasim Sufian, who's done a good job. The other two that have really pulled things back, 3 wickets between them. Stopped the momentum that New Zealand had early on. 2 slips in play. Here we go. He's got the wrong and going well, and saw a graphic before, didn't we? The consistency of length, which for a spinner is so important, especially when you have the ability to bowl a wrong in and spin it both ways. If you can control that length, it makes it very difficult from a batting point of view. 2 slips in play, that's a rarity.
One. Emil! Bowler.
Bit of fielding too, kept it to 1.
That becomes the fielder that you lose. And you opt to have those 2 slips. You can't have that short mid-wicket. So you end up with 3 boundary fielders on the leg side. And immediately you see a change. Mitch Hay, the new player.
I don't mind it though, leaving that gap at mid-wicket, because then your wrong one comes into play and leading edge can be popped up to cover. Also those slips that were in play. Feel like they need that mid-wicket option for Mitch Hay, who sweeps well. It'll be interesting to see whether he does sweep early, whether he's going to look to hit down the ground with a straight bat.
Oh yes, buddy. Shabash.
It's a good opportunity for Pakistan just to get through some cheap overs here. New Zealand's run rate was high early on. It's down to 4.8 now. There's the wrong in there. That has spun a long way from outside leg. It was slower and it really bounced and turned.
Yeah, that's some real bite. Pitching outside the leg stump, turn, bounce. And the facial from Mitch Hay shows the rather impressive indeed.
Unplayable. What a beauty that was. And again, hasn't picked it. Has not picked those last 2 deliveries. Excellent over, just 1 from it. 133 for 5. That'll be wide down the leg side. Great work by Mohammad Rizwan. Diving away to his left. That's the most wayward delivery we've seen from Mohammad Wasim, who's been very good. At full stretch was the keeper. Did a good job.
Yeah, that's the little hand up as a bowler to your wicket keeper. It's a sorry and a thank you all mixed in one.
I'm going to have to go. Oh, he got it, but couldn't release it. Mitch Hay might have been struggling a touch. It was good work from the bowler, keeping that pressure on. He just couldn't release the ball at the stumps.
Yeah, he was off the mark quick. Mohammad Wasim goes with the left hand and just can't transfer it over to the right. Got to it quick though. Got it in that left hand fast.
Hay wasn't in the picture. If he could have released and hit, I think Hay would have been out by 1.5 meters. Quite often when you've lost some wickets and everything gets a bit nervous, then you can see it in the running between the wickets as well. Pakistan right on top here. It's nicely played off his pads. Whenever you're in a partnership or you lose a few wickets, got to be thinking of a total. What is the total we can get to? What are you thinking from this point on, Frankie, that New Zealand will have their mind on if they play well and develop a couple of partnerships in this lower order?
Well, I think before they turned up today, you think of playing in Hamilton, you always think 300's a chance. Then you probably looked at the surface and thought, okay, 270. Now I think you're probably thinking 250.
Well, the past score here over the last few years is 255, which seems on the low side when you think of the ground dimensions and generally the pitch that you get here. So that's in the ballpark.
And that's the key, isn't it? And that's where having some calm heads in your middle order becomes really important, because you have to be able to adjust. Got off to an absolute flyer, which wasn't necessarily probably a tale of how the rest of the day was going to go, because as soon as Pakistan got the bowling right, that run rate has dramatically dropped. It's really challenging. And so it's the ability to still keep adjusting on the fly as to what you need when you need it.
It's another one down the leg side that will be called wide. Yeah, well, the highest partnership of the day was for the first wicket between Nick Kelly and Reece Murray, who put on 54 in just 6.2 overs. So it was a flyer. That was down to perhaps some of the bowling from the new ball bowlers. They couldn't find their line or length, and there were some good shots played by the openers as well. Pakistan have pulled it back nicely. Need to continue to do so. Only one wicket away from the New Zealand bowlers. Oh, that's nipped back in. Maybe an inside edge. Still appreciable movement for the right armour here. Leg by it is, no inside edge. That movement just keeping everyone interested.
And that will be the key for this New Zealand pair, is how you form that partnership, because it's still tough going. That is seeming a long way in the 29th over. And so the ability to pinch ones, chop and change, build your partnership like that, important. Because you've got two players out in the middle, slightly different in the way they go about their cricket. Yes, both right-handed players, but slightly different strengths that they can actually make a really effective partnership together. And so the ability to have some of that, some time down the non-striker's end when it is really hard. You know that there's going to be moments where you're going to have to scamper through as the non-striker, help your mate out down the other end. Doesn't necessarily need to be boundaries, heavy scoring. It's just progressing the game on.
Down the leg side will be another wide. That's the 14th today for Pakistan. They had 21 in game one. And you'd probably say there's just been a little bit lack of discipline. But you'd also say that in conditions that are helpful and when the ball is moving and seaming, there is probably going to be more extras and certainly more wides in those conditions. He's still trying to keep things nice and disciplined. On the drive, gonna go, he has to go. There was a quick run. Mid-off had a chance, sorry, mid-on had a chance if he could have picked it up. He couldn't. Akif, he's disappointed. 141 for 5.
Oh, this is where you can see there is a little bit of pressure out there. That's just come out of the middle of the bat and it's going. Middled one, so straight away taking off. You have to feel if it was picked up cleanly, Keith was in a position, he had 3 stumps to aim at, and you'd have to think again could have been curtains.
Well, it got to him so quickly. Those little bits of fielding, a run out here or there can make a huge difference. Muhammad Abbas backing his speed there. Still 5 bowlers have been used for Pakistan.
I would have gone one more with Sufyan Mukim here. He's got through 7 overs, 1 for 15, but with Mitch Hay still new at the crease, not picking him.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mitch Hay looked all at sea, really, didn't he, the last over, not picking the wrong in. Just playing out in front, not really sure. You had to go one more. If they pick up one more and get into the bowlers, then they'll be thinking they can bowl New Zealand for something out under 200.
And then you've got your bowler spinning it both ways. Your wicket keeper in the New Zealand team's not even picking him. Can you then put faith in your bowlers to walk out and pick him straight away? You're coming out under gloomy skies, lights are on. You pick up a wicket, then you've got a chance for your mystery spinner to have a go at your tail enders.
White.
And yes, it might have meant that he bowls his 8th over and he doesn't pick up a wicket, but it just felt like that was the moment where it's a small roll of the dice to give him one more over than you probably had planned on, in the hope that you pick up a wicket. You've got Mohammad Abbas. He's faced 41 balls now, but strike rate only 36. You've got Mitch Hay, very new to the crease, showed in the last over that he bowled, not picking him at all, looked in some real difficulty. Just felt that was the opportunity to just put the foot down a little for Pakistan.
Yeah, I guess as a captain, as you know, Frankie, captained a lot of sides domestically, it's just a gut feel, isn't it? It's just a gut feel. There's no right or wrong. Something that you can talk about at the end of the day, but at that specific moment, it's just a gut feel.
Oh, for sure. You'd like to think your spinner, you're struggling to get the ball out of his hands. He's got the ball talking. He's going at just over 2 and over. You'd think he would have looked at you with that absolute look of disappointment at being taken off.
It's gone very fine. Very fine, but get picked up by Harris Ralph, and they'll come back for 2 leg byes.
And I think the danger is that, yes, it's looked a real challenge when the fast men have got it right, but when they haven't, that's when scoring has looked really free and easy. And you run the risk that if you're going to go seam at both ends, we just saw a little bit of a loose over from Mohammad Wasim Jr. in his last over, so maybe he's getting near the end of his spell. All it takes is for a bowler to come on and it's another few loose overs and that score starts to blow out once again. It just felt the spinner was offering both control and a genuine opportunity to pick up a wicket or 2.
It's been overcast conditions right from the start of the day. That cloud still hanging around with the lights on. It's nicely played by Hay. It's a deep square for 1. Just 4 from the over. 30 gone. It's 145 for 5. And time for a Powerade drinks break here at Seddon Park in Hamilton. Players will have a quick drink. We'll see you soon. Drinks being taken here in Hamilton. 30 overs bowled. Let's have a look at the wickets that have fallen today. First to go was Nick Kelly. He's looking to slash hard. Got a little bit of whip through the offside. And then a leading edge from Reece Murray on debut. Good catch by Bubba Azam at cover. Daryl Mitchell went downtown, but it was the wrong and nice piece of bowling from the left arm spinner. Henry Nichols missed one that just nipped back into his front pad and was gone LBW. And the last one to fall, the New Zealand captain, Michael Bracewell, going for an expansive drive. Edge through to Mohamed Rizwan. That's where New Zealand find themselves. 5 down for 145. Still a fair bit of work to do in this final 20 overs. Extras up at 21. Current partnership's 13 from 21. It's this pair here, Mohamed Abbas and Mitch Hay, have got some work to do. The bowlers have done a good job, just 5 used. A wicket apiece for Akeef and Harris Ralph. But the two that have stood out have been Mohamed Wazim and Sufyan, who's 1 for 15, the left arm wrist spinner from his 7 overs have been exceptional. Interesting poise this game right at the moment. 20 overs left. Saw what happened in Napier in game 1 where the match went into overdrive in those final 20 overs for New Zealand, but they had 2 players in and a partnership. I would be surprised if New Zealand get to something starting with a 3 in front of it today, but I wouldn't bet against it, Frankie, after what I saw in Napier, but it's going to take some serious work and some serious hitting to get up around that. Anything around that 250 to 260 mark, I think, is much more manageable. The average pass score here is 255, so that puts you in the game for sure.
It's going to sound a slightly silly comment to make, but you really feel like the next 10 overs is going to set up the game. If these 2 players can still be in 10 overs time, all of a sudden you do have a launching pad that you could maybe have a dip at 300 in that last 10 overs.
Still seam movement. That one's nipped back in. Mohamed Wazim, when the ball's new, tends to swing it away from the right-hander, and now it's seaming back in.
Yeah, and if New Zealand end up finding themselves 7 down, 8 down within the next 6 or 7 overs, all of a sudden it's just a limp to however many you can get. But if these 2 are able to get through this patch, start again after the drinks break, build the partnership, bat for the best part of 10 overs, all of a sudden again the game looks completely different.
Oh, that's good pace. And it did hay for pace. He nearly chopped it onto his stumps because he was late on the shot. Nice piece of bowling with some extra bounce from Wazim.
Yeah, still doing more than enough. Hurried up for pace. Just that nip back in. Still seam movement into the 31st over. Ball looks nice and loose. Still, seam looks pronounced, looks in good shape.
Waiting.
And yes, there is a used wicket block. You can see the pitches that have been used all through the summer. Really browned off, which is going to be that abrasive surface that I thought might chew the ball up a little, might soften it up a little, but of course it's April now. You're coming into, it's autumn. The outfield is that soft, lush feel to it. There's a lot of dew in the mornings. So the surrounds are lush and keep the ball in good order.
Waiting.
It's just a tough wee period, isn't it, where ball's hitting in the middle of the bat, but it's finding fielders. Which has 2 from 14, so struggling to rotate at the moment. The ball still is in very good nick. You can still see the writing on the ball after, well, 15 overs effectively, isn't it, when you're using 2 balls? See, still in very good nick. A surface that's just offered enough to make it challenging for the batters. It's nicely played. Down to 3rd for 1.
And it'll just be this partnership between these 2, just reassuring each other that they're doing the right thing. They're able to work together, that yes, there's going to be some tough patches, but whether they're the kind of pair that set little targets, little goals along the way, whether that's let's get through the next 10 balls, 2 overs, whether it's a runs target, there'll be something they're working towards.
on the drive, beats cover. Nice placement from Muhammad Abbas. And he will jog back for 2. Placement excellent. Good over again from Wasim. 31 gone, 148 for 5.
Lovely day to be on the bank here at Seddon Park, and New Zealand, for their part, and they're doing it tough. Muhammad Abbas in game number 2, 18 from 45. Mitch Hay, 3 from 15. Ashraf Fahim steams in once more. Pakistan have done a great job after it was a torrid start for the bowlers, with Kelly and Reece Mariu getting off to a flyer. Since then, though, they've found their groove, and life for New Zealand has not been easy. 50 balls since the last boundary here. Mardo, she's hard yakka.
Yeah, it is tough. See, the ball sort of looks like it's tailing back in from a number of these bowlers, especially Wasim as well. There's still enough.
3/4 seam, and Hay just falls over as he plays the shot. Yeah, it's a test character here. Test of resilience for New Zealand. They would have had a target in mind today. They certainly had good intent opening, trying to take advantage of Pakistan, who were, I think in fairness, and would consider themselves fairly erratic. The opening bowlers, Fahim, Akif and Ralph. Wasim has looked good though. 7 overs, 2 for 29, and Sufyan has been very tough to play. Here's Reece Mariu on your screen on debut today. Nice moment for him. And he battled away to 18. Slower delivery this time.
Yeah, McKeeb has been obviously the standout bowler. He's been able to hold up one end and then have the seamers just attack. There's been a clear adjustment in terms of their lengths, probably from the 15th over onwards. And the thing that Pakistan have probably lacked is the ability to pick up wickets through the middle, and we've definitely seen that change. Quite often you don't see necessarily the bowler that's bowling the best pick up wickets in terms of McKean, but Wasim's been doing a great job at the other end.
You talk about the pitch and how excited Pakistan were to win the toss and to bowl, but it's actually been the more subtle variations that have really worked for them since that opening power play. Just that little bit of nip off the seam, nothing too extravagant. Trying to extract all the swing and movement early doors was almost their undoing from a bowling point of view. But once they just realised that it's the nuances of this pitch that can really do the damage, they've been fantastic to watch. Abbas strong through the leg side, but it's just the single.
I think this is a really good test for Mitch Hay as the 150 comes up for New Zealand. It's a good opportunity to bat a period of time. He's 4 off 19. He's not striking at the way you would like. He is someone that does catch up in terms of his strike rate, but it gives him a really good opportunity to bat for an extended period of time. I guess when you sort of look at the wicket keepers, he's at second in this ODI squad to Tom Latham. Obviously, Devon Conway's been around and been taking the gloves a little bit. This is a great opportunity for him to put a score on the board.
Yeah, it's a position of genuine competition, and there is the boundary. It's a long overdue one at that. It's been a long time between finding the rope for New Zealand. 154 for 5. Well, Mitch Haight, yeah, I feel good about that. Just got up on the toes. Just a touch short on that occasion. Mitch Haight punches that through cover for 4. A much needed boundary for New Zealand. Keith Javed back into the attack, and Sabas just rides this one down to third man.
It's something that left-handers do quite a lot in terms of pace bowlers coming around the wicket, and we've seen Wazim get that ball just to tail back in, which means coming back into the right-handers. Keith has that slower deliveries where he does roll his fingers slightly over the ball, but he can get the ball coming back in, but it also go away from the bat as well.
Yeah.
And left-hand pace bowlers, and Mitch Stark's probably the best one at this, is by coming around the wicket and just having those subtle adjustments of whether their wrist is sort of pointing to fine leg, it allows the ball to come back in, or the subtle adjustment of it pointing to third. So well, people sometimes think it's quite a defensive option. It's actually quite attacking because it attacks both edges of the bat. They can get the ball moving both ways, and then they can actually roll their fingers over it as well. So it is an attacking method of coming around the wicket and having the ball move both ways.
Mason got that ability to slide it past the right-hander. And this one is going to run away for 4 runs, and they are leg byes. Just dug it in slightly, Akif.
Into the wicket. I wonder if this has hit him in the helmet. Yeah, maybe just that shoulder side of the helmet. Lucky they've got those protective guards now. That's actually become mandatory as part of New Zealand cricket's policy, is that players now have to have those guards. That's right off the back of the helmet. Just shows how short the boundaries are as well for it to fly away for 4. He has been troubled a couple of times. He's been hit on the shoulder and the head as well. Love cricket, isn't it? One day you can have an absolute blinder and the next day you have to graft it out. And I heard Macca and Frank talk about the challenges of batting through the middle overs. The other part of that is when you actually have to face spin early on. That can be the biggest part of through the middle, is actually having to face spin when you've got the circle field, the field is in, and you feel like when you're in trouble, maybe 4 down, you go, okay, well, I'm going to have to pull back a little bit here.
Bus looks like he's under control, as he's seen to after being hit in the helmets. It's 4 leg byes to the total for New Zealand, 160 on the board. And you can have a look at the seam movement today, and it hasn't been easy to pick for the New Zealand batters. There's been a fair bit of it, especially those deliveries. I think the ones that nip back in, they have been the more challenging deliveries, and very similar to what we saw in Napier. Maybe just for not for the extended period of time that we saw in Napier. The ball was still hooping about 21, 22 overs into the match there. It's another one that just snips back, as Katie Martin has mentioned.
There's definitely enough off the wicket there coming back into Mohammad Abbas. I think Pakistan would have had the conversations to him say, okay, let's just try and tuck him in a little bit, because he's so good at moving back and across and so good at moving to leg side as well. How do they restrict that swinging arc? And they've done that very well. It's the angle of the left armour coming into the right-hand batter.
Oh, there's a swing at this, and that flies away, but there is protection back. It's a tough assignment out there at the moment for both Abbas and Haight.
There was just a stat come through that this is the fewest runs that Pakistan have conceded from overs 11 to 30 in their last 29 bowling innings. And I think it's a lot of that is on the back of the way that McKeem's bowled, but also the fact that they've been able to make the adjustments through the middle, and picking up those wickets have meant that New Zealand haven't been able to have that free scoring. It hasn't been as easy starting here as well.
8 runs off the over, 162 for 5. Fahim, only one not to take a wicket today. He's got through 6 overs into his 7th here, none for 36. And from the city ends, that is stump stuff that.
Mohammad Rizwan, what thoughts be going through his head? Is the game dragging at the moment? And as a captain, those are the decisions you have to make. Is the game dragging, so therefore do I need to make a change? We haven't seen McKee maybe for 4 or 5 overs or so, and this is really the key partnership for New Zealand. I think next batter in is Nathan Smith, who's a bowling all-rounder. You've got Jacob Duffy, Sears and O'Rourke as well. And this is the partnership. If they can break this partnership and go bang-bang, which we've seen throughout New Zealand's innings so far.
Oh, goodness, that's off a big, thick inside edge, and luckily onto the pad, not the stumps. I wonder if Rizwan's thinking, Cody, a wicket here, and then Sufyan back into the attack. McKee against the new batter. He's got 3 overs up his sleeve. I wonder if he's just waiting for maybe one of his quicks to make the breakthrough, and then McKee just to make life very, very tough for the next batter in.
Well, Gary said actually went and sat down beside Nathan Smith about 3 overs ago just to have that conversation on what has suggested it was. There's still plenty of time in terms of the game. How deep do they want to take it? I find it intriguing, that perspective, and there's no reason why he couldn't go bang bang, New Zealand is 7 down, and then the game's New Zealand are in a lot of strife. It'll have to restrict their ability to go hard at the end. I think probably what he's seeing, and especially standing behind the stumps, that there's still enough seam movement out there, and that's probably why he's still got his seam bowlers bowling. I think if these two bat for another 10 overs they're in, then it means that McKeem isn't actually as effective.
Yeah, hear that. Shots have been warming up, so I think it'll be sooner rather than later, regardless of success or otherwise. The paceman here. But Wasim's also had a good day, 2 for 29 today. I thought he became a tone setter after that power play, Mardo. I think he was right onto a good length. He's just a bit more in control of things after Fahim, O'Keefe and Ralph had to go with their opening spells. Babar just checking in on the running repairs, fingers taped up.
Yeah, Wasim's junior's sort of been around for a little while. He's still 23 years old, I think, but he missed 6 months of cricket from April to December with a back injury, so he hasn't had that chance to be able to, I guess, have an extended run. Bowled really well at the World Cup, the ODI World Cup in India, behind Shaheen and Harris Ralph as well. He's only played 1 List A game in 16 months.
What about the Buffon? Just clamping down on this, but a man there at a wide short third, and there's no way past. The run's still proving hard to come by. 34 overs completed here, 164 for 5. Keith again from the members end. Harris Ralph going through his warm-up as well. Sufyan kept on ice for the time being, but strike rates of Abbas at 39 and Hay 42 just means the game is meandering. New Zealand's just battling to put a score together here. Current projection 240. Whether that would be a little under par on this pitch, but hard to judge before both teams have batted on it, of course. Ralph is getting through his stretch. A couple of 2 over spells left for him, one imagines. Make his complement of 10.
I think I'm looking at the position that New Zealand are in at the moment. Both of these players are striking, well, Abbas 38 and Mitch Hay 42. It's at this point in time you want to have some intent to score. So whether it is just making an adjustment across the wicket, whether it's using your feet, just being a little proactive in terms of the way that you're going about it. I think in the back of their mind they're saying 5 down. There's still, I guess it's the bowling all-rounders that have come to bat. So this is a key partnership. So it might be the fact that they look to try and get to that 40th over, maybe 42, and then reassess in terms of being a bit more proactive.
It's gone past Rizwan, no chance there. That's the way to the boundary for 4.
You sort of feel at the moment it's just waiting for these types of deliveries that are coming from the Pakistan players. Just that one angle down leg side, just kept going with the arm as well. So they've maybe the conversations between both of these are we don't have to do too much because we feel like there's enough going on there. But it's how they can just have that intent to score off each and every delivery. Is it soft hands into the circle? Was it trying to get inside the line and then know that Abbas and Mitch Hay both have the strength to go hard at the end?
And I think it was the ball before that too. Mohamed Abbas just happy to duck under a short one, and you'd sort of think, geez, last week you might have had a crack at that, even though he's got a field set for that delivery. Fine leg and square leg back on the boundary. It was just an indication maybe of how tough Abbas is finding it, not wanting to take too many risks, not wanting to be trapped by that delivery.
Even look at that last delivery where he's just opened his hands on the ball, so he's purposely just looked to have that intent to score, and then that allows you to create a little bit of rhythm in terms of your batting, so that when you decide to go a little bit harder, you know you've got the feeling out in the middle.
Just wafts at this one. Mitch Hay, it's non-committal. Yeah, that's what they want. They want to just start to create some momentum, get through the slog, start to work their way through the gears if they can. It's not going to happen with 1 or 2 big shots, just a gradual increase in pace and scoring opportunities. 5 off this over. Take another run here. It's a runner ball off the over, and you could probably just feel a little bit more in control. Or you can get whacked with one. And a short one that he misses here, Mitch Hay. And they'll probably come and have a look here as well. 169 for 5.
It's this end, isn't it? Bowling from this end, we've seen quite a few actually take off. We saw Abbas hitting the shoulder and also the head, and now we've seen Mitch Hay as well. Maybe there's just a little bit extra. That is a very uncomfortable area, just right in the side of the temple. Oof. You can see the importance of how much that pushed back into the side of his head. That's what really hurts there, right into the side of the temple. Just wonder if there's a little bit within that wicket. There is still those sort of strips of green slightly that if they do hit those, they do take off a little bit.
I've seen a lot of cricket here over the last 5 years. I think it's a thing here at Sydney Park, and I do think it's that end. I do think there's just a wee demon that end of the block, because it does feel like bowlers bowling from this, the members' ends, just have to extract something just a little extra. Could all be imagined, of course, but let's have a look at the bowlers still to come here. 3 overs left in Fahim's allotment, 2 for Akif. Ralph has 4. Seem Junior 3 to come, and Sufyan with 3 to come as well. Economy rate outstanding, 2.14. Left arm spinner.
Yeah, we expect Harris Ralph to bowl the majority of the death overs. He does that anyway. No Naseem Shah bowls a good chunk of his overs in the death as well. So it looks like they're just trying to get rid of O'Keefe's overs and go, okay, we've got Ralph to go, Wazem and McKeem as well. And a continuous pace at the moment. Just rely on that experience to close out the overs.
Last day of the home summer, coming at you on Saturday, live here on TVNZ Duke and TVNZ Plus and around the world, of course, wherever you're watching. Third and final one-day international. It's been a long home summer. Strange home summer at that. Big break in the middle. This is going to take a quick single, has to hustle, and does well. Those are the runs that are going to start to count here.
Yeah, that's really good batting. Just to allow the ball to come, the soft hands, and so we're talking about around being able to create those scoring opportunities. Bowling very much wicket to wicket here, into the wicket, Pakistan. Their drives up, so New Zealand are expecting there to be a mix of length in terms of the short pitch deliveries with those two out at square and fine. And then just attacking the stump, saying if you want to try and go up and over the top at our heavy length, that is very, very challenging as a batter. You have to do something different.
Waiting.
Looking for that access area too, and Pakistan have been good in that area of the field. Short third and third man, they've been busy because they know that that is where New Zealand's trying to release a lot of pressure. He's gone to that shot a lot. Mixed fortunes, and it's not a boundary option.
Just get a sense that both batters don't look comfortable. Whether that they don't feel necessarily in because maybe there's a little bit more in the wicket in terms of inconsistency, in terms of pace.
Yep. Oh, that's nice though. It's just the one. It just feels like they've had trouble really getting on the front foot today. I think Pakistan may have just pulled that length back a little, Katie. New Zealand have just been a little crease bound today and therefore a little tentative. And knowing that the ball's doing a bit, it's quite hard to make that commitment, isn't it?
I think they're 10 centimetres shorter than what we saw early on. The difference really has actually been how more tighter the lines have been.
It doesn't sound a lot, does it, when you think of the length of a pitch, but 10 centimetres can be the difference between the ball that beats the bat and the ball you crash through the covers for four.
Well, it's not a drivable length, is it? So it's sort of that 8 metres that you feel is probably the right length in terms of through the middle, hitting the wicket hard and not allowing any sort of elevation underneath the ball. And at the moment, Pakistan have just been able to bowl to the field they've got. New Zealand aren't taking any risk whatsoever. Just looking to try and use their hands, trying to work it around and then rely on those deliveries. But we've seen one short one hit perfectly to the field on the boundary. So they're bowling to their plans.
Worked off the hip. Just a single again. 36 overs completed here, 173 for 5.
Baba.
जल्दी 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 4 ओवर नीचे 4 ओवर
Harris Ralph comes back, and I think this will be a pretty short spell. They'll save him for a couple end of the innings. Harris Ralph is there. Try and eke out another wicket here. And he goes close. First ball. Hay has another mad swipe at it.
He's very, very good on the pull shot. Mitch Hay, not much foot movement in terms of getting into the ball, but fast hands as well. You sort of feel like both of these players just sweating on that delivery that's a little bit short like that, to be able to free their hands and be able to use it. We haven't seen from memory any big expansive drives down the ground, up and over the top, which would indicate the lengths that Pakistan are bowling are spot on at the moment.
And again, Ralph just inviting Hay to have a crack outside off, and Hay can't catch up with another. Yeah, I think maybe Nick Kelly early doors with a couple of nice drives, but that sort of Daryl Mitchell zone, it's been hard to access today, hasn't it? Straight down in the V.
Just sense a little bit of frustration from Mitch Hay now. He's just stood across to the side of the pitch. He had his hands on his hips. Mohamed Abbas was going down to talk to him. He sort of just looked at him and said, I've got this, I'm under control.
No doubt this is a stern test of the fortitude of these two men out there in the black shirts at the moment. Ralph right in the channel there.
He's probably one of the most expressive Pakistan bowlers going around. He's a guy that makes something happen. Just the way that he comes in, the way that he hustles in, gets the ball moving.
Oh, and he connects with this one. Still just the one run. Yeah, he is expressive, isn't he, as you mentioned, but he brings a lot of energy. Each time he's got the ball in his hand, you can see he's chatty. He likes to have a chat to the batters. He's talking with Rizwan. He shows his frustration, he shows his joy, so you just know where you stand with him.
He's a very popular figure at the Melbourne Stars and the BBL over in Australia. The fans loved him, the teammates loved him. Just him at the MCG running in with the crowd behind him. He loved his experience there.
Oh, now there's an opportunity, but that's going to fall safely. No control on the shot from Abbas there. Harris Ralph, well, he's come back to create something, and this has been a fine over so far.
He's always going to bowl that wobble seam. Just threw the shot a little early there, Mohamed Abbas. That's where I wonder if maybe it's just doing a little bit more than we're seeing up here. Just for the fact that a lot of players haven't really been able to time from that end.
Well, that's straight down the ground, and that's the shot you've called for, Katie Martin. Mitch Hay delivers. That is authoritative to finish the over. 179 for 5.
I think this is a shot of relief from Mitch Hay. Beautiful technique. Just got up and underneath the ball, punched through it, and he sort of let out an expression with his mouth. He just sort of, yep, here we go. I've got one finally out the middle. Maybe a slight shift there. Saw the ball up, went up and over the top. Not an easy shot when the ball is seaming a little bit at the moment.
Boundary off the last ball of the over. New Zealand's run rate climbing towards 5, and with Ralph now tried looking for that wicket, they'll bring back the spinner Sufyan. Just starting to think that maybe Hay is going to start teeing off here, at least trying to hit his way out of trouble, so to speak. He's on 19. Mohamed Abbas. This has been a great battle between these two. Sufyan would feel like he's had the better of it. Backward point on the boundary, and now we'll have a chase on his hands. That's good running.
Well, they actually made a change to that field, so the deep point was a lot squarer, a lot further in front of the wicket. They moved him slightly finer. What he's wanting to do is get the ball to go across Mohamed Abbas. And let's not forget the Daryl Mitchell stumping that went across him. So I'm just wondering if he's just trying to get the ball going away from him, drifting past the outside edge. Doesn't mind using his feet, Mohamed Abbas, to Makeem. 50 partnership comes up between these two. It has been hard graft for both of them.
नहीं नहीं शाबाश तगड़े बोल कर दूर कोई बात नहीं शाबाश
Interesting signs here, aren't we, with Hay? Just starting to just play more positively, more scoring shots, strike rate starting to climb. It's a positive sign. They've weathered the storm, these two.
They've left that mid-off up just to dangle the carrot to say, okay, there's an opportunity to go up and over if you want.
That is a cracking shot and even better fielding. That is fantastic work, really is. That was hit so hard, and Taya has been in the fielding this series. That was a solid for the bowler. Pulls this time into the gap and 4 runs. Mohamed Abbas says, Mitch Hay, I see your boundary and I raise you another.
Good intent. Just a bit short here, McKeeb. Just I'm going to angle that across again. Quick feet as well. Very, very quick to be able to get on top of that one. Saw it short early. More importantly, hit the gap as well.
Good effort from Imam ul Haq on the boundary. That's the first boundary that Sufyan has conceded today. Might not be the last if Mohamed Abbas has anything to say about it. Back-to-back boundaries. Wow, the foot has gone straight down. 191 for 5.
Partnership developed here for New Zealand. Mitch Hay, Mohamed Abbas doing a good job. That was a big over, that last one. You just feel that momentum has shifted back to New Zealand. Pakistan trying to wrestle it. The easiest way to do that, Mark Richardson's pick up a wicket, get one of the bowlers in, get into that New Zealand lower order.
Yeah, you're right. Well, the New Zealand bowlers actually are quite tidy with the bat. Although 12 overs to bat, you never want to leave your tail, no matter how good they are, to do too much work.
That's why this partnership's been so good. 60 from 70 now. Oh, there's an inside edge that's going to go in the gap. Just one. But again, Mohamed Abbas has been impressive. We saw on debut how powerful he was, the poise he showed, but today's been about batsmanship and adapting to the situation of the match.
Well, imagine the pressure on the young man when he's, what was it, 9 off about 30 balls, and he hasn't done anything dumb. You haven't seen him lash out in desperation, and he's starting to, strike rate is 62.5 now.
Oh, that's up. That's up. How high is that? That's going back all the way. Wow, off the bat, I didn't think it was going to be 6, but Mitch Hay's strong enough to hit it for 6.
And it was a slower delivery. So, and no real pace from the ball. This had to be timing everything. An off spinner. That must have come right out of the middle of the bat. Just launched it. I thought his only chance there was that it was going to fall into open spaces and they might get 2. Cleared the boundary quite comfortably.
It's only a 64-metre boundary, but another good start to the over here for New Zealand. Oh, this one's pulled away. This will be all the way for 6 more. Oh, that's authoritative. That's impressive from Hay. Touch short from Harris Ralph. And this is another big over. New Zealand putting the foot down.
Yeah, well, the first one was more of a full swing with a lob wedge, wasn't it, Mac? This one's a bit of a punch with a 9-iron. This is very commanding.
Yeah, that's a beauty. That is a beauty.
Worth thinking about.
Yep, stay away from that length. This over's gone for 14 already. And New Zealand up above 200 now. There, that's a delivery. There's still something in the surface. When you hit the right length, there is still something that's testing the batters here.
Good seam presentation, right on the right length. Tell you what, they're a long way behind in their overs again, aren't they?
It's like an action replay of game one, Rick.
So, in which case, the penalties don't matter. Because if the penalties stung, they would have actually maybe tried to get through a bit quicker.
Well, they got fined for game one for being 2 overs behind. So, was it 10% or 20% of their match fee? End of the 39th, 206 for 5. So they lost, I think, 20% of their match fee from the previous game because they were 2 overs behind. But it felt like they were a lot further behind than that, and same today. Still 11 overs to go. What if they got about 40 minutes to bowl those overs?
I think they've got to look at the penalties again for slow over rates, because they changed them to, you get a fine. Okay, players don't seem to care. So you lose a fielder, you bring a fielder in, they don't seem to care.
What about adding runs? So if you're 3 overs behind and at the end of the innings your run rate, say, was 5 and over, you got 250, you get another 15 runs. 5 runs per over that you were behind, so you add another 15 runs to the total. What about something like that? So there's actually effect that could cost you the game because of those 15 runs. That's something like that. Use of the feet. Can he find the gap? Good piece of fielding. Excellent. Really good. Keeps it to 1. That's excellent. Something like that where you're right, fines don't work, losing players doesn't work. But when you add runs onto a total, that's a big difference that could cost you the winning or losing of the match.
No. Well, most players, they have some sort of contract, don't they? And match fees are just supplementary to that. I'm not privy to financial workings, but yeah, I mean, finding them 10%, 20%. But at the moment, the fielding thing is like, well, they're whacking out anyway. They're clearing guys. It probably doesn't make much difference. Because at that stage, the batters don't really care where the fielders are. They're just looking for clean striking.
Yeah, which is why I would put a run penalty on things. I think that would make a big difference, as opposed to having an extra fielder up inside the circle that...
And the captain can't play the next game.
I've tried that. Oh, bang! Oh, he's got it. No, he's picked out the fielder. He's picked out the fielder, got it well. Probably the biggest side on the ground. Pakistan have picked up a key wicket at a key time. And it's the talented youngster, Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, really good wicket. Just didn't get this. It's strange. It fell a long way in. I thought he hit it well enough. Came down the wicket. Just didn't time it. And a simple catch at the end. And that is a really important wicket, because they know how dangerous and devastating this lad can be when he starts hitting. But he worked hard for that 41, and I'd say it's a good 41 in the circumstances. 209 for 6.
Handy with the bat, Nathan Smith comes in at number 8. He's got a job to do here. Still just over 10 overs for New Zealand to bat. Just lost Mohammad Abbas. Sufjan's doing a good job. He's got 2 for 30, the left arm wrist spinner.
Too early to have a hit out.
Too early. Yep. Nicely played, off the mark. Successful over for Pakistan. 40 overs done, 10 to go, 210 for 6. Yeah, I think he's always got more time than you think, Regan. I think because they were already 5 down, had to bat another 4 overs before they went ultra aggressive. He took on the fielder and lost out. We've seen throughout the series the power the players have, where they generally back themselves to get it over the fielder, but it didn't happen that time. What it means is there's 10 overs left in this New Zealand innings, and the bowlers are going to have to do a job here with Mitch Hay.
Well, it's genuine bowlers to come, isn't it? Duffy says and O'Rourke. With all due respect to Duffy, he's not an all-rounder.
Keith Jarvid back into the attack. Into his 9th over, 1 for 40. Was a little bit wayward early on, but it's come back well the later spells. 10 overs batting, if you generally you go at 7 or 8 over those last 10 overs. If New Zealand had wickets in hand, they could still get 300. But now you're sort of trying to work out what could they get. If they lose another one, then they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. They want something above 260, I believe. Nathan Smith's more than handy with the bat.
Yeah, both these players in here are good hitters. Good hitters of a cricket ball. But over 10 overs, trying to go at, let's say, 8s, you're going to spend a penny or two, aren't you? You're going to lose one of them. Just when you have a look at the risk profile. Now these two, and you can see when the way that Smith just let that one go, that he knows, I've got to go sort of 5 overs here. Sensible batting. I don't want to be sensible. I want to come in with 3 overs to go.
Oh, that's into the stomach. Yeah, just hurt a little bit. The other thing, look, that seam back in, Rick, that's still a reasonable amount of seam movement. New Zealand bowlers will enjoy the surface, I think. So whatever New Zealand put on the board, they are going to challenge the Pakistan batters. I think as long as they get anything above 250, they're in this game. And they'll feel confident that they can defend that. That'll be wide down the leg side. Well, the left arm wrist spinner Sufjan's done a good job for me today, Rig. 2 for 31. He came on and brought some momentum back to Pakistan. He's hard to pick. Look at his variations. The leg spinner, the first one, and then the wrong un. And look how much the wrong un turned. Not easy to pick when you're looking down the surface, especially when you can't see the hand or the wrist. Near impossible.
Probably need a better helmet than that too. The visibility was awful.
Yeah. Where did he bowl it from? But he's done a good job because it's been very one-dimensional in terms of the Pakistan attack with the 4 fast bowlers.
It was his length though. His length was just impeccable.
Key is having that good wrong un. That creates confusion for especially a right-hander. It really does create that confusion. Offers wicket-taking options as well. You saw it go. Daryl Mitchell gets stumped with that wrong un going past the outside edge. He's done a good job for Pakistan today. Run the first one hard. And they're going to keep it to 1.
Not the greatest throws, was it? Well, I don't think Rizwan appreciated that so much. Had to get it in the air, though. He did really well there, actually. There wasn't. wasn't the worst. The game's changed. You'd throw a throw like that, and Wiki would sort of carry on like a pork chop and get the throws up so I don't have been down and I can look really good and tidy. But just get it in the air.
Oh, there's an no inside edge back through between bat and pad. End of the over. 41 gone. 2:13 for 6. What wicket keepers are you talking about, Mark?
Oh, all the ones I played with. But the point is, the job is for the outfielder to get the ball from ground to air as fast as they can, and then the keeper cleans it up, tidies it up.
Correct. Speed to the ball, quick release, get the ball in the air, create confusion. 9 overs left. There's going to be a little bit of 9 overs left here for Pakistan to get through. There's going to be a little bit of work for Mohammad Rizwan to work his bowlers around. Everyone's got a mixture of overs left. Sufyan is going to finish things off. This is his 10th over.
Gosh, he's brought in a specialist fifth bowler, and it's really paid dividends in this game.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job. Previous game, remember that fifth bowler went for 118 of his 10 overs. That was Salman Inafan.
Oh, it's frustrating. You got one fielder there in front in the circle. There's an easy single either side, and you just pick them out.
Good piece of fielding too. Pakistan throwing themselves around the field today. 3 dots to start the over, his final over. Well, that's flicked fine. Protection back there. It's going to be the last 4 or 5 overs that are going to be the most important, Rig. That's when New Zealand will look to up the ante.
2 to go from left arm wrist, but you just play him out, don't you?
No, it's not the way the modern player thinks, Rig. That's how you probably thought during your days. If it's there to hit, you hit it.
Oh, yeah, no, if he bowls a rubbish ball, he's got one to go. If he bowls a good ball, you just play it out and move on.
Yeah, maybe with respect, you take your single, whatever, move on to the next bowler, because he's done a good job. Nicely played by Nathan Smith, just like that. Just 2 singles from the over. Excellent 10-over spell from Sufyan. 2 for 33. He's done a good job. 215 for 6. Down to third. Goes quickly to that region of the field.
Looking at the pitch conditions, Mac, New Zealand have a whole swag of seamers. No, it's not under lights, but it sort of is to a certain extent. It's not a night game, but it is under lights.
Well, it's pulled away. Protection back there on the leg side.
Pakistan side, who have had issues with the ball moving around. What score would New Zealand be in front with?
Well, this pitch hasn't flattened out at all, I don't think, Rig. And I think you look at O'Rourke, Sears, Duffy and Smith, what they offer you is pace. And that can be dangerous because that ball can fly. So they're going to have to find a line in length. But the Pakistan batting in conditions that have helped the bowlers hasn't been that flash. Has it throughout the T20 series. There's a misfield. Won't come back. Oh, there's a wild throw too. Oh, that was messy. Who's that? Is that Mohammed Wazim down there? So I think 250 plus, Rick. I think in these conditions, 250 plus is probably just above par.
Well, the bloke backing up got sold a dummy too.
Emmanuel Haq nearly wore it in the head from a rogue bounce, one of those other surfaces on the block. So I reckon that the batters in the middle were saying, right, 250 is our minimum. How do we get to that? Anything on top of that, we base as cream. That's a bonus, and we can perhaps do that in the last 2 overs, but we have to get 250, and then we back our bowlers to be able to pick up early wickets and put Pakistan on the back foot.
Yeah, 260. I think a run a ball, get New Zealand up to about 260, which is very doable with 4 in hand over the last 8.
Up and over, just short of mid-off. Not the contact that Mitch Hay was looking for, but he got away with it. He's going to be the key, Rick. Mitch Hay has to be the one that has to bat through. And he's got to get some help, but he's got to be selective about who he goes after and what shots he's going to play to get that total of 250, 260.
He's a key too. And chasing 260, Babar Azam. That middle order, so crucial for Pakistan.
Nice soft hands from Smith. Excellent. Good running.
Well, you got Babar Azam coming in, 43 gone now, by the way, 220 for 6. So you got Babar Azam coming in at 3, Rizwan and Salman Ali Agar. I think the openers have to realise the situation for Pakistan and head down, get through that initial shiny hard ball.
Yep. And they've brought Emmanuel Haq back in at the top of the order, the left-hander, who's got quite a bit of experience. So that's perhaps a good selection. It's the top 5 for Pakistan, isn't it? They're going to have to do the work. Fahim Ashraf comes in as the all-rounder at number 7. But it's really that top 5 that are going to have to do a lot of the donkey work for Pakistan in the chase. But the great thing about set and part, Rig, is that when you're chasing, because of the dimensions and the way the ball flies, here's Fahim Ashraf back into the attack. Because of the way the ball flies, you're never out of a match. There's times when you're chasing, you think, gee, we're 2 or 3 overs behind here. But it is a ground where you can have a big over and you can score quickly, so you're never out of the game. But you need that platform at the top, like you say. You need to set things up at the top. If you do that, then you're a good chance. Pakistan haven't beaten New Zealand in New Zealand for some time in ODI cricket. New Zealand have won 11 in a row. So Pakistan have almost lost the ability to win in these conditions, New Zealand conditions, in 50-over cricket. So that's something they're going to have to get over as well. The likes of Mohammed Rizwan and Babar Azam have played in probably all 11 of those matches on various tours to New Zealand. So it's going to rely on one of those two, I reckon, that going to have to produce a special innings.
Be interesting to see how a lot of those games are played out. I'd suggest that, yeah, okay, you're batting the top, you worry about it. But I'd suggest that the tail, the early tail probably has fallen away as well. And those sort of lower middle players maybe haven't got Pakistan across the line. Because there's one thing, the batter's not been overly equipped for the bounce in New Zealand, maybe the sideways movement. But then those who aren't actually in the team to bat, it's doubly bad for them.
Even harder. Slow ball. Quick between the wickets. They might get an overthrow. No. Great work from Mohammed Rizwan. He saw where the throw was going and he put his skates on. That's excellent from the skipper. 27 extras, which has been another issue for Pakistan today.
Mate, do you reckon that the builders at your house at the moment have got the telly on? Because if they have, they might be able to hear us, and I want to make them aware that you've got the security camera on and you are monitoring every single move that's going on at your house right now. So if you are one of the workers working at the McMillan household, come outside and give us a wave.
Right, they're behind as they are, so that I do not want them coming off work, off the job and waving. Thank you.
I am never, ever going to work for you, knowing what you're like now.
Just keeping an eye on things, Rick. Because the timeline has been on the slow side, so, shall we say. Trust me, I would never have you building for me. You'd be the last person on site. Even with your building experience on the block. That's a good over. Just 2 from it. 2-2-2 for 6. Key time, 6 overs left here for New Zealand. Trying to push something above 250, around that 260 mark if they can. It's been hard work, especially through those middle overs. Mitch Hayes doing a good job, 41 from 58. Mohammad Wasim's been excellent with the ball, 2 for 29 from his 7 overs, about to start his 8th. Up and over, and that will run away for 4. Little bit of width, and he hit it with power. That's good from Hay.
Yeah, this stage might be the wrong length on that line. You get that away over backward point, there's always a gap out there. You'll have a third man, you'll have a deep in front of point most likely. That is a 4 scoring area.
Too wide, it's a free hit. Throw the hands at it. Let it slice away for 4 over point. Straighter that time. Looking for 2. Should get 2. Placement's excellent. Good running between Smith and Hay. That's good. 6 from the first 2 balls. Good start to the over.
Really good contribution by Hay now. He's been looking to, I mean, you know that he's a good batter. He can bat. And he hasn't really taken the opportunities with the bat for New Zealand just yet. And there he is in a difficult situation, doing a great job. So it's an important innings for him.
Oh, bang! Up and away. What a way to bring up your first ODI 50. Done in some style. That ball was out of here. Across the road. Number 1 for Mitch Hayes. Done it in style. He's had to graft at times, but it's an excellent knock. Raise your bat, young man. That's the first of many.
Boy, just looked good. The elevation launched it. Absolutely launched it. Wasn't out the ground, it was first bounce out the ground. It's down the road though.
Yeah, you're not finding it. It's out the ground. Doesn't matter whether it's on the bounce or on the full.
No, it's got to be on the full to call it out the ground, don't you?
Well, no, where is the ball right now? Is it in the ground or out the ground?
Well, it's out the ground.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
But it first bounced in the ground.
It's where it ends up, Rick. It is out of the ground. Chris Brown was coming out with an extra ball, but I think it's been found. Some of the kids got to be careful going across that road. Cars coming down, but looks like it's back in play. It's probably got a few dents in it. I think Harris Ralph's just gone off the field. Irfan Khan has come on for him to field. It's been a good start to this over too. New Zealand putting the foot down here. It's nicely played. That's smart cricket from Mitch Hay.
It's 13 runs from 4 balls, and it's amazing just as you head towards 50 what one big over will do. It changes the complexion altogether. I mean, now you're starting to look at 270, 280 at least.
Partnership's 26 from 29. Nathan Smith has done his job. He's 7 from 14, but he's done his job. Keep ticking the scoreboard over here. It's nicely played. Again, no dot balls. Keep rotating. Just a little bit of seam back in. There's going to be something on the surface all day long just because of the cloud. Cloud overhead, the lights are on. It's just got that feel rig, so I think if New Zealand can get 260 plus, they'll think, yep, that's pretty good in the conditions. We're comfortable with that. Good over for New Zealand, 14 from it, 236 for 6.
Five overs to go here in Hamilton. Current partnership sitting 27 off the 31 deliveries. New Zealand with a chance here to push up to a really good total. And on cue, that'll put a little dent in that one.
Welcome to the commentary, Frankie Mackay. Wow. Straight away, Nathan Smith looking to get on with it. Maybe just slightly held on the wicket from Fahim. All the bowlers have now got on the board with the wicket. Wider, slower, held, come back in. Nathan Smith threw the shot way too early. One of the easiest takes for Simon Alagi. Smith out for 8, 236 for 7 New Zealand.
Might well be nosebleed territory here for Ben Sears, coming in at number 9 for New Zealand. Yet to score a run in his one-day international career. And he's tasked with forming a partnership here with Mitch Hay. Maybe the little promotion to try and pick up some boundaries might well be party time for Ben Sears. Straight past the outside edge.
Showing a bit of respect, I think, for him, Frankie. They've got long on still out, which is interesting. This is a look back at the wicket. Just into the wicket. Nathan Smith looking to get through it. Just the fact that it's held slightly and come back in. There's been something in this wicket throughout the whole innings for New Zealand. Pakistan bowlers have exploited them so much better, probably from that 15-20 over mark onwards.
And he's off the mark, Ben Sears. First run for him, one-day international cricket.
I guess the key part here for New Zealand is how many balls that Mitch Hay can face up in the last 24 balls. 27 really. If he can face a number of deliveries, when you're in this position, you're in 50, you can hit boundaries with lower risk options. And so the job for Ben Sears here is just to watch the number of balls, just try and stay in as long as he can and say, Mitch, hey, you face the majority of these for New Zealand to get probably the 260 score that they would have been looking for.
Yeah, perfect world, he's probably facing 20 plus of the remaining deliveries in this innings. But it does add a slightly different complexion to things. He's had first Muhammad Abbas, then Nathan Smith, both very capable batters alongside him. So been very even partnerships, able to have the ebbs and flows that the game brings about, whereas now the responsibility really is on Mitch Hay. He'll be having discussions with Ben Sears around how he can best work with him, stick in there for him. But a lot of the run scoring, a lot of the deliveries that need to be faced, it now falls to Mitch Hay.
So just look through the number of games so these players have played. Mitch Hay into his 6th game. Because he's played so much T20 cricket, you feel like he's been around probably longer than he has. Again, a little bit out of the wicket here, enough just to seam away from the bat. This is probably an innings that I think will give him so much confidence in the black shirt. He's a long-term prospect for New Zealand behind the stumps, and I've got no doubt as a wicketkeeper, when you bat well in the first innings, it really flows into your wicket-keeping and your movements.
Great over from Fahim. Just the 2 runs and the wickets, 238 for 7.
Quite intriguing, Frankie. I said at the start, 260 for New Zealand plus would have been a score they would have been looking at. I think Pakistan, after the start, New Zealand 54 lost their first wicket in the 7th over. I think Pakistan at that point would have said, okay, if New Zealand 260 or less, and it's a great score for them, but New Zealand 260 plus, they would have said, okay, that gives us a chance with our bowling side. Whether they can get 20-odd runs in these last couple of overs, 30-odd runs in these last couple of overs, wait and see. There's still plenty of experience in terms of Ralph and Wazim to bowl in the death. I think 260, they would have said it gives their bowlers something to bowl at.
Yeah, it is that interesting one where the game still feels very delicately poised. And I completely agree with what you're saying. I think when you first turn up here to Seddon Park, you probably as a batter have thoughts that you're hoping it's going to be a belter. It's going to be one of those days where you turn up and you see a great wicket in front of you and 300s on the board. Then I think when players would have had first look at it, there would have been some very happy bowlers and some slightly hesitant batters. But then, as you're saying, like New Zealand get off to a start of put 54 on the board before they lose their first wicket in the 7th over. Oh, that's sprayed Harris Ralph down the leg side. And from that stage, you probably are thinking, well, 300 is on. It is the day. You score a lot of runs. But then the game just continued to change. Bowlers definitely had the way of it through the middle of the innings. And there was probably a point, New Zealand were 5 for 132 in the 27th, that Pakistan were probably thinking, well, we can bowl them out for 230, maybe under 230 at that stage. A big partnership pushed them out already into the 240s and getting to that stage where 260 is well on the cards.
Look back on that Napier game in terms of the balance of this Pakistan side, which has been talked about quite a lot. 5th bowler went for 125, I think 120 with the use of 2 bowlers, whereas McKeem's gone for 2 for 33. So quite a massive difference straight away. That has been the big difference in terms of this bowling side. But you always wonder, the first game in an ODI series to not necessarily get the balance of the team right is very surprising for me. To then learn and understand that for the second game. I almost wonder if Pakistan looked at Napier and said, oh, historically it's quite short square, obviously, but they're probably dimension-wise isn't too dissimilar to this. Would have been, what, 58 maybe for the square boundaries. And so they would have seen it and said, oh, we best not get a spinner into our attack because that actually might be a better option. Let's use the pace bowlers and say, okay, we want to try and get hit down the ground. But It's not too dissimilar in terms of, I guess, the shortness of the square wickets here either.
And maybe just that slight over-enthusiasm. You turn up to a surface, and McLean Park is known for its pace and bounce. Had that nice green tinge to it. Perhaps Pakistan just got a little enthusiastic, thinking that, well, we've got great seamers, and the seamers will run through and be able to cause some real havoc, and we can get away with having that fifth bowler as the part-timers making up that last set of 5. But you just feel the balance today looks much better. Well, that is wayward. That is wild from up. And the skipper's not too amused with that one. He's done fantastically well down the leg side, diving away.
4 wides already in this over, 20 wides in this game. I think it's something like 75 extras have been conceded in this series so far. So nearly 100 overs. Nearly bowled an extra in every single over at this rate, and that is a frustration from the captain. You're moving it from a 50-over game at the moment into a 53-over game. 32 extras already today, 12 leg bides, but the 20 wides, which that is the problem.
Yeah, well, it's extra runs, for one, but then it's also the extra delivery that comes with it. You can see what he's trying to do. That last delivery, that is perfectly executed. Hoping for the angled in straight Yorker. Takes away a lot of scoring opportunities. He'd back himself as well against Ben Sears with one of those straight angled in, drifting in Yorkers that he'll be able to sneak one through Sears. Does mean your margin for error is small. Oh, goes to the short ball. Roughs up fellow fast bowler.
Talk about the extra runs off the extra deliveries, but you don't really count that as a... Teams don't necessarily always measure that. You know what it's like, Frank, you go, oh, how many wides have we bowled in a game? Can we keep them under 10 wides and over in a game? Especially in a one-day international, but it's not something necessarily teams measure as those extra runs. But it's a good point that, especially with no balls as well, that's when you sort of associate it.
Well, great piece of fielding. There's a shy at the stumps. It's brilliant in there, Imam Haq. Disappointed in himself he didn't hit the stumps.
Oh, that must have been close. Just that one pick-up, still on his knees to be able to get that power as well. Put some good energy into the team. He'll be important at the top, set the tone as well with the bat. Someone that is more the aggressor in that opening pair.
Straight down the ground, hammered from Mitch A, and he will pick up the boundary. It'll bring up the 250 for New Zealand. 3 overs to go. It's 250 for 7.
Well, there's the impact of that extra few balls from this over. 4 runs off the last ball. It's good timing, actually, just to be able to hit that low full toss down the ground. Again, just looking for that Yorker that just angles in from Harris Ralph. New Zealand 250 has come up as well. 3 overs to go. No chance of that 270 score potentially here. Now they're going to have Harris Ralph and Wazim to bowl these last 3 overs, so they know what they're going to get. Wazim will just change his fingers over the ball, roll his fingers over the ball. He's got a good Yorker as well. We've seen him have enough tail back into the stumps.
It's actually really good, clear thinking from Mitch Hay. Last ball of the over, he gets the low full toss. Often in that situation, you'll have a player, the set batter, who's just thinking, get one. I've just got to farm the strike, get down the other end. And sometimes, because of that, you can miss out on a genuine scoring opportunity. That shows to me Mitch Hay is, he's dialed in, he's in the moment, reacting to what he sees. He got a loosener from Ralph, and he's able to pick up the boundary. Ooh, a little knock on that occasion. Can't quite get off strike here. Ben says he's 3 off 10. It might have maybe been the opportunity to sneak through off the misfield.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't look at this, just because of the fact that it's been a couple of dot balls to start the over. Still 3 wickets in hand as well. We know that Will O'Rourke can hold an end up as well. And Jacob Duffy, he can bat, he can swing the willow as well.
Oh, excellent piece of bowling. Pace, bounce, past the outside edge.
These are discussions as well as a batting Mitch Hay at the other end. Okay, do I actually start to look to run on the ball going through to the keeper? 3 dot balls. This is what happens when you do have, or you can't get that in batter on strike, that you can build some dots on a player. Remember, he also gets 2 bounces and over as well, so that sometimes against the tail ender can be 2 dot balls.
There you go. That's that short ball on demand, Katie Martin. He manages to get it away. Ben Sears get down the non-striker's end. And you wonder how long that trying to get a single plan will continue for Sears, or whether at some point Mitch Hay just says, well, you go boundary hunting too. And if you hole out in the deep, that's actually okay. In this situation, it's now got to the point where just the 14 balls remaining in the innings, that it's potentially both players can be going. 4 fielders out, leg side for Mitch Hay. And he goes powerfully straight down the ground. He has got all of that. Mitch Hay hit flat, hit hard, hit all the way for 6.
Wow, you could hear the effort in the stump mic as well. It was a grunt as he hit through the ball here. That is great effort. And that is why it's important to try and get him on strike, to be able to pick up boundaries like that. This is a great innings from Mitch Hay. He's absorbed the pressure throughout the middle. He's built partnerships. It's been challenging, and now he's really being able to make the most of these last couple of overs.
Does he go boundary hunting again, or does he try and take one here? Goes boundary hunting, goes bang! Puts it up into the stands. Back-to-back 6s to finish the over off. 2 overs to go here. It's 263 for 7.
He's just looking to hit that Yorker to close out the over, was him. Just ended up being full toss, not even a low one. Easy pickings, just be able to get underneath it. Not a long boundary out there whatsoever. Security guard was saying, I'm having absolutely nothing of that. I think you're spot on here, Frankie. Ben Sears can go here. 2 overs to go, 3 wickets. And they're going to they have to bring another fielder up in the circle. Pakistan behind, so they've had to bring a fielder up inside the circle. It means there's only 3 fielders outside now.
That's not really what you want at any stage, but if you're Harris Ralph, you've got figures 1 for 68 off 9 overs. You're going at 7.5 and over, and you've got to bring a fielder up.
Yeah.
Oh, well done, Ben Sears. Gets a little tickle on it. I think they'll just be happy with the single there. Done his job perfectly this time around. Now he says, over to you, Mitch Hay.
Harris Ralph's enthusiasm still goes to a bowler as well. Just saying, okay, mate, you wait till you have a turn out. Ben Sears says, I can bowl as quick as you.
Offside, all up now for Hay. Oh, and well bowled. Takes all the pace off that delivery. It's down at 118 kilometres an hour. Ball before 141.
He bowls that off-cutter so well because he really rips down the delivery. Sort of not just rolls his fingers, but he actually rips down, so it means that it sits in the wicket. Because of his action, sometimes it can be quite hard to be able to pick up.
Gets a big, thick outside edge, and that'll run away. Couple of bounces for 4. Everything going New Zealand's way at the moment.
Harris Ralph has put his hands in his head. He's on his haunches as well, saying, oh, I'm bowling some decent deliveries. It was the kitchen sink from Mitch Hay. When you're on 70 odd, it doesn't really matter, does it? But Poor old Harris Ruff is saying, what can I do here? Last ball went straight past him. This time he's got a thick edge and gone for 4. And his figures have gone up for 1 for 73.
It's excellent bowling. There's the opportunity to push hard, come back for the second note. Well fielded, keeps it to 1. Well, this is what they've been searching for. Pakistani death bowlers, the ability to get that block hole ball in the Yorker full straight. Means Mitch Hay can't get underneath it, can't manufacture anything. But that margin for error is so small. We've already seen a couple of low full tosses. They have been dispatched. And does he go slower ball again, Ben Sears, or is this just try and knock the stumps out of the ground?
Yeah.
And it is paced off once again.
All we'll be thinking here is, can I just get a 1? Harris Ruff, can I try and get Ben Sears on strike? He can sneak a couple of dots early in the last over.
And 1 ball left. Harris Ruff spell today. Offside still all up. And they try and pinch run, and he's bang on the money. Mohammad Rizwan. The idea was right from Ben Sears, trying to keep Mitch Hay on strike. Unfortunately, the direct hit means it'll be the end of the day for Ben Sears, but he's done the right thing for his team there.
Yeah, perfect. It was all about, could Mitch Hay get on strike for the last over? Great awareness from both of these players. Yeah, well out. He's probably walking off saying, oh, I know why you guys say to slide the bat on the actual grass wicket, after seeing it dig in there. And Ben Sears out for 6, 270 for 8 New Zealand.
It'll be Jacob Duffy then at number 10 for New Zealand. Just 1 over left here. Best of 4 not out. He will, however, be at the non-striker's end and probably hoping doesn't have to do too much. Great piece of fielding. Great accuracy from Mohammad Rizwan. Yes, he's got 3 stumps to aim at with the gloves on, but how important will that extra run be in the context of this game? Swung away leg side, pushing hard for 2. And he's comfortably back, Mitch Hay. He is rapid between the sticks.
Yeah, Rizwan's frustrated there. He's saying, I don't want Mitch Hay to be on strike yet. Wasn't able to get round quick enough. Quite fine, actually, in that fine leg position. Now he's stayed a little bit squarer. It is hard work being that far back to be able to actually underarm it and get the power, but also the accuracy. Quite a lot of wicketkeepers actually take that right glove off to be able to try and throw down the stumps. So great work from Rizwan.
Well, that's great bowling. He got the Yorker in the first 2 balls of this over. Very obvious what the plan is at the moment.
He's got that square leg up, so he can't get too middle and leg stump line. What presents opportunities to be able to hit over that square leg fielder. So he's just looking just outside off stump. Off stump is the straightest line, but the length is crucial. He's got to get it full here as well, so he can't get elevation over square leg.
Pace off. He goes after it. Has he got enough on it? Of course he has. Mitch Hay puts it up on the bank.
Slower delivery, rolled his fingers over the ball. Nice and still in terms of his shot. Just see the leverage he's been able to get through the ball and the uncoil back. Unable to be taken from either person in the boundary. Goodness, I'm not sure if that was the most comfortable. 86 is Mitch Hay's highest list day score. be on for 100 here, potentially.
Oh, well, keep striking them like that, and he has every chance. Once again, Mitch Hay goes back-to-back. Crowds in the action. Mitch Hay's into the 90s, and there's 2 balls to go.
Oh, that is such a good shot. Unable to get the length underneath the bat. That's a free hit with a guy that's now moved to 91 with 2 balls to go to have an opportunity to score your maiden 100. He had no chance going for that ball. Got to get this full and underneath the bat.
Oh, through. Gets through. Is there a little touch on that as it's gone by? I think he might be asking. I love that from Michael Goff.
If you're Mitch Hay, what are you saying? I've hit it, I've hit it. You run down and said, I've got a bat on. Oh, massive edge.
Oh, you don't mess with the cricket gods. Honesty above all else. The cricket gods will sort you out otherwise. That's the big, thick edge. It's kept him in the action. There's been 18 runs come off this over. A ball to come. Mitch Hay sitting on 95. Oh, and he hits it flat and hard down the ground. Does he beat the fielder in the deep? It won't be 100 for Mitch Hay, but we might need to have a quick check of that and see if that's gone for 4 as well.
What an innings from Mitch Hay. Oh, that's 4. He's going to finish on 99, not out. Just the foot on the advertising. Just there. Oh, I don't think we're going to get too much clearer than what we've got there. It looks like his hand and that foot is still on the rope. What a knock, Frank, after New Zealand being in a real precarious position. A partnership between Mitch Hay and Muhammad Abbas. While it wasn't in terms of the intent early on, they were able to absorb pressure and take it deep. And in the end, New Zealand have scored, I think, over 90 runs over the last 10 overs. I think they will signal this 4 yet. Michael Goff signals it 4. Mitch Hay will finish on 99, not out, his highest list day score. But it just showed the maturity of that partnership through the middle from Abbas and Mitch Hay, and it gave him a chance to be able to go hard at the end, Mitch Hay.
Balls, but to be honest, Mo was awesome out there, really clear. We had a nice plan, and we thought if we did work hard through that period, we could put a bit of pressure on at the end, which he started against the spin, which was impressive, and then it was nice just to sort of flow on into the death of the innings.
Yeah, I think it was about 50 balls between boundaries for a while there, so it was a long time between finding the rope, but then you started, Mo jumped in on the fun, and it felt like there was a definite acceleration between both of you there.
Yeah, I think our communication throughout was really good. Mo was just like really clear about the overs we wanted to target and the matchups and stuff. So spin was a good matchup for him, probably not so much for me. And then we sort of worked together, so it was really cool.
I know triple figures is always the aim, but 99 not out and a really much needed innings for New Zealand. Someone had to go on with it, and today that was you. So, look, while it might not be that personal statistic, it certainly helped your side to a very competitive total. So, do you feel good about the way you were able to accelerate and finish off that innings? Yeah, definitely. I think the score we've got on the board now is nice and something for our bowlers to bowl at, and I'm excited to see how they go out there because I think, there'll be a bit in it for them. The six hitting was pretty good today too, mate. Only Luke Ronke's hit more sixes in a one-day innings than you as a wicket-keeper, so it was good when you found your range, wasn't it? Yeah, it was nice to get a couple out of the middle. Set park boundaries are generous for batsmen, so it's always nice too. But yeah, no, it was good to get a few out of the middle. Yeah, I thought that one over mid-wicket was going to kill a kid, actually, but he's managed to survive trying to catch that one, Mitch. It was a fantastic innings, one of real grit and determination for you, and may I say, real skill. So a pleasure to watch. Good luck with the defence. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a fabulous innings from Mitch Hay, ending up 99 not out off the 78 deliveries.
It is the innings break here as New Zealand have put 292 on the board. Look at that acceleration, that final 10 overs, 82 runs, 72 runs off the first 10 overs. And it was hard yakka through the middle 30. Mark Richardson joins us for a mid-innings chat, and that was some real graft from the New Zealand batters. They had to dig in today.
Yeah, it was, but it was really good graft and it was sensible stuff. I was really impressed actually with you know, even young Mohamed Abbas, who was under all sorts of pressure there, never gave it away, did a good job. They had to occupy to a certain extent and set up, because you know, you got a few wickets in hand, if you got people in here at this ground, you can score heavily. But they're always slightly behind that curve.
Yeah.
And I think Pakistan will be disappointed that New Zealand ended up getting to 290. That's probably 20 too many as there is concerned. But the way New Zealand went about it, and that hard graft through the middle, was what allowed the hitting towards the end.
Digging in was Hay today, and Mitch Hay with Mohamed Abbas to start with, but then he really got on with things towards the end of that innings, and he was well supported by the tail-enders as well. But his clean striking of the ball, 7 sixes in the innings, that is the second most by a New Zealand wicketkeeper in a one-day international, and it's right up in the pantheon of six hitting here in one-day internationals at Seddon Park. It was clean stuff.
Well, he was dying for an opportunity to contribute too. And he's played a couple of games. He's had a few opportunities with the bat, hasn't taken them. Well, he took this one with both hands. But that's what you can do if you take your time to get in. He is a good hitter, but he needed to go through that difficult period, which he did. He applied himself and he prospered later on. Really, really impressive innings.
Yeah, well, he said his strike rate, he wouldn't want to know about that over the first 20 balls, but it doesn't matter in the end. 99 not out for Mitch Hay. A real shame he couldn't get to triple figures today, but look, he'll be more happy with the fact that he's got his team to a total that is infinitely defendable here at Seddon Park, and I think the New Zealand bowlers will appreciate the conditions as well, just as they did in Napier 3 days ago. Let's go back to McLean Park for highlights of Game 1.
On the drive, through cover. Timing is good too. That's a lovely way for Kelly to get his international career underway with the boundary 4. Edged. Taken. Gone. What a catch that is. Nassim Shah picks up the first.
That one, again, the area of uncertainty. To play, to leave. Can't get the blade out of the way in time. Will Young gone for just the one today. New Zealand 8 for 1.
Oh, Nick Kelly decides to take it on, and that might just be the way they've got to go. Some good footwork on the boundary initially from Muhammad Ali. Bowled him! There it is! Fresh back, Hakeem.
Well, he was impressive in his first spell. He bowled with pace, bounce. This one just goes with the arm, and Nick Kelly on debut goes for 15.
Good width. And it takes full toll here. That should run away to the boundary at will.
Eugene, good catch, no, down. I thought he had that. Goes after it again, gets away with it again, one bounce for 4. Oh, no, no. Why didn't he shelve it? It had 3 goes at playing that hook shot.
This one for Henry Nicholls, it's the Q-ender right off the toe of the bat. And he's gone for just the 11 on his return to the New Zealand side. New Zealand 50 for 3.
Chapman uses the feet again. Square drive 4. Full wide 4. Oh, wow. Gee, that's a good shot. Just stepped into it, Chapman, and punched it down to long on for 4.
Oh, yeah, good shot. That was hit with some good authority. Got onto that quickly. A long way in front of square as well. Down the ground, that's the first real genuine shot down there. Something for the crowd to applaud. There he goes, Mitchell. He loves an opportunity to hit over the top. There was 2 players out there, but the placement was good. In the end, it didn't need to be placed. It was hit that well. Whack. It was short. And it got the full treatment.
Here lies the opportunity for New Zealand.
And again, dropped it short again, and again, it got the same treatment. This one went even further, I think. Yeah, it's up into the stands. Get a chance to have a freebie, and he does not miss out. Boy, this is a big over now. Pulling again, and this is a good pull shot.
Well, he does, and that's the result. You can't bowl there to that man. That is 6, and that is as straight as you like. What a connection that is. Oh, that is whipped off the pads. That's a fine shot. Chapman is starting to go here. He's into the 90s. Mitchell this time wants to get in on the fun, and he's found the gap. That's 4 more. Chapman down the ground, gets enough of that, brings up 100. Fist pump and a cuddle with Mitchell. That is a fantastic innings. Real grit, real determination, and some power hitting to boot. Oh, gave himself room, Mitchell. Gets 1, comes back for 2, and that's going to be 50 for Daryl Mitchell. Some icing on the cake, and cheapers, I thought there was going to be trouble with the hoardings there for Taib Tahir. Well, Mitchell gets it over the top.
Oh, bang. He's a heavy hitter. Has he got enough? He has. Of course he has. Biggest part of the ground here at McLean Park, but not big enough for Daryl Mitchell. New Zealand have targeted him. There is 6 more. Back to back, touch short. And the day is going from bad to worse for the off spinner. Well, now they're facing, he's teed off. Big appeal. No.
Get one through.
Good stuff from Pakistan. They get one right. Irfan Khan's picked up his first ODI wicket. Terrific innings from Daryl Mitchell comes to an end. Oh, bang down the ground. Has he got enough? He has. He's got power. Oh, he's putting on a display here in Napier. And that's his 5th 6. This is impressive stuff from the left-hander. Oh, up into the stand, up into the Harris stand, long way back. Missed the cops, and it's gone under the stairwell. Oh, this time he's gone up and over. Come on, 1 bounce 4. Doesn't matter where he bowls at Solomon here, he's going the distance. And that's going to be 4 more. Just whipped off his hip. Oh, that's it flat and hard. What a catch. Oh, that's a super catch. Really was. Terrific knock, and there'll be plenty of applause as he walks off McLean Park. Oh, bang! Bracewell's underway. What a way to get off the mark. Just a touch short, put up into the stands. That's good from the New Zealand skipper. Oh, straight up. Who wants it? Straight up. Coming underneath it. Puts it down. Pace off straight up. Should be out. Keeper underneath it. Rizwan takes the catch. Good from Harris Ralph.
Slow off ball, so nice piece of bowling, enough movement. They just flicked at it. Just sort of flicked at it. It's just trying to help it. Just 9 for Bracewell. 299 for 6.
Edged and gone. Good catch. Good piece of bowling.
Throw it up there. Just reaching for it. Just one of those ones. You've got to play it. for Pakistan. Mache goes for a duck, 299 for 7.
Oh, swung away by Abbas. Does he pick the gap he has? He'll get 4. Oh, that sounded good. No, it's not. He's out.
It was right in the slot, right where you want it. It just he hasn't got it anywhere near the middle. He's got it high on the bat. Nathan Smith gone for 2, 306 for 8.
Oh, that's a shot. That is a shot. Has that gone all the way for 6? Wow, up into the stand. That is class from the youngster on debut. Up and over cover. Oh, that's well bowled. Picks the gap, will get 4. Pace off, swung away, that'll be 6 more. Oh, this is a big over. And the youngster is exactly showing why he has been picked. He's got power, he's got a bit of poise about him too. Pace off, it's flowing out of here, it's gone. It's miles back. Oh, this is so impressive from the youngster. What a debut this is. He picked the slow ball and he sent it into orbit. Oh, that's well bowled. There should be 2. Down and up, there will be 2. It's 50 on debut for the 21-year-old. He has announced himself to the world stage. It's been some knock. Raise your bat, young fella. Appreciated by his teammates and the crowd here in Napier.
Well, it's not just 50. It's exactly what New Zealand needed. Look at the strike rate.
Can he put the icing on the cake? No, he can't. He holds out. Oh, what a knock. It finishes on the final ball. Babar Azam takes the catch.
Oh, Duffy, plenty of movement, and that flies past the slip cordon for 4. Oh, comes forward, and this will go over the top of the circle. In fact, a lot longer than that. Oh, it's top edge, and that'll fly away. 1 bounce 4.
But I tell you what, Abdullah can play.
Oh, has a big old go at that. That is a lovely shot. Shot of the day. On the charge. And he has got all of that. 6 runs, Usman.
Swung away, leg side. Couple of bounces and away for 4. Oh, there's another one. Up and over the offside, and that's gone all the way. That's not half bad either. Tries to go over the top and puts it down. There's a piece of it. Gets that front leg out of the way and hits it a mile in front of square. That went well in front of square too. Abdullah this time. Oh, swings hard at that. Has he got enough on it? It'll be Jacob Duffy settling underneath that, and the great catch.
It's that extra bounce that made it difficult. He got a good piece of it. Did Usman Khan. It's in the deepest part of the ground. Usman Khan goes for a well-made 39 from just 33.
And Abdullah is gone. Taken by Mitchell.
Well, he wanted to take the off-spinner on. You can understand that, chasing a big total. That's a nice piece of bowling. There was some loop there. Just didn't get anywhere near it. Complete mistiming and a goober of a catch. Who had a decent start. It's got to go for 36. Abdullah Shafiq, 88 for 2.
Just a little slower, and that one is driven. Oh, goodness me, that's gone over the top.
Oh, that's swung away. That's gone all the way for 6. What a shot that is. Just a touch full from Michael Bracewell. Oh, right on cue, Grant Elliott. That's up into the stand. Graham Lowe, stand halfway up. Good work from Rizwan. Up, straight down the ground, all the way for 6. That's a great cricket shot. Good use of the feet from Bubba Azam. Goes short, up, what a catch, Mitch Hayne, it's a beauty.
Brilliant with the bat, comes in, bumps it in short. Rizwan opens the face, and what a catch from Mitch Hay.
Nicely timed in the gap, split the 2 out on the fence and gets through, gets past. Handy boundary. Right there, that's where you struggle to pick it up. High in the air, high in the air. Back goes out here, shock, and he can't go back far enough. Good Yorker in the air, but wow, that's it. I thought it was a Yorker, but he had just enough. Placement, play. Oh, 3 out there and split the gap. How good's that?
Nathan Smith with his 7th over, and that has gone a mile. Is it on the roof? I'm not sure. I think this has gone all the way.
Selman now. And that is flicked away through mid-wicket for 4 more. Tries the short ball, and that is hooked away for 6. That is a brilliant over of batting from these two. And that is a shot. Stand and deliver. Stuff and gone. Mitchell tiptoes on the boundary rope. He gives it out. Bubba's not going to move until review, I'm sure.
Well, that's a tough sight for Pakistan to see Babar Azam go.
This one hurries on. Duffy with a shy of the stumps. The arms are up from Nick Kelly. Has he got his man? We'll have a look. And that is 2 quick breakthroughs for the Black Caps. That's chopped on. 2 in a row.
It's 3/4 seam, maybe a little bit of nip. And Mohammed Irfan Khan leaves the field for naught. It's 253 for 6.
Oh, that's crunched up and over for 4. It's been some innings here from Salman. Oh, that's nicely played. Using the pace, will run away for 4. Oh, he goes out. Straight to mid-off. Good catch. Bracewell takes it.
Just hanging back, expecting it to be short and fizzing through. It wasn't. Gone for a blob.
Oh, swung away. Swung away. And, oh, put it down. Oh, spotted. Straight up. Who wants it? Henry Nichols takes the catch. Reverse cup.
Very, very hopeful. His best chance there was to get an edge and go over the keeper. Harris Ralph gone for 1, 269 for 8.
Down the ground. Out. Has he taken it? Yes, he has.
Yeah, running around, I think he thought it was Karen, and then all of a sudden, when he realised he had to go forward, there was just a little slip.
Oh, that's a good swing of the bat. Has he got enough? He's got height. Has he got length? No, he hasn't. Willow Rook takes the catch to finish things off for New Zealand. They win the first match here in Napier. Nathan Smith picks up his 4th. Good performance with the ball. Good catch, too, from Willow Rook. And in the end, an entertaining day's cricket. New Zealand win by 73 runs. And terrific performance all around.
Boy, this went really high. Cross seamer. maybe just held up a little bit. Bowling tail enter, he has launched that into the stratosphere, and the big blue under lights. That's a good catch. Didn't get it perfectly, but he got the fingertips around it after it just rebounded a little bit out off the palms. You always felt a little bit, didn't you, that once New Zealand could get into that Pakistan tail, which was long, it began at 8, that the game could move very, very quickly in New Zealand's favour, and it did.
So this first one-day international here at McLean Park in Napier, New Zealand 344 for 9 from their 50 overs, thanks to Mark Chapman with a brilliant 132. Irfan Khan got 3 for 51 from his 5-over spell. And Pakistan in chase, 271 all out in the 45th over. And Nathan Smith 4 for 60. Highest scorer for Pakistan was Babar Azam with 78. New Zealand won this first match by 73 runs.
Nice afternoon here in Hamilton. The temperature has stayed warm all day, overcast. So much so that the lights are on. Black Caps getting ready on the side of the field. The youngsters all lined up on the field, cap in hand, ready to have the opportunity to meet their heroes. They've been treated to an excellent innings first up. New Zealand lost the toss, asked to have a bat first. Put 292 for 8 on the board. And the absolute standout in that, Mitch Hay, 99 not out, 7 4s, 7 6s, striking at 127. A really cool opportunity for the youngsters. Reece Maru on debut for the Black Caps. And the youngsters are on their way. And the slightly older, slightly taller versions, they're on their way out to the middle. Pakistani openers. Imam Ul Haq back into the side for Pakistan. Great record in this format. Average getting close to 50, 900s, 20 half centuries in this format, best of 151. They missed him in the first game. Got hit on the foot in training. It meant he was unavailable for the first match of the series. You feel if they are to chase down the 293 needed today, they're going to need a big innings from someone in that top order. And Imam Ul Haq, he's the kind of guy who could deliver. But he's going to have a big job ahead of him. And it'll be tall Will O'Rourke with the ball. Abdullah Shafiq, average just over 32. Good strike rate, healthy average. And it'll be the big fast man for New Zealand. Will O'Rourke, 21 wickets in the 16 matches so far. Best of 4 for 43. And I would imagine Mark Richardson here will be licking his lips at the chance to have a bowl on this surface.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what sort of life the big quick can get out of this.
A little bit of nibble straight away.
Plenty of life. This will be a bit of an interrogation. Sometimes it can have, especially bowling from the members' end here. I suppose because it's the members' grandstand, often there could be some steep bounce.
Loosener down the leg side. You'd have to think that New Zealand with ball in hand would be a little more accurate, a little more consistent in these conditions than what we saw from Pakistan early.
Well, I think these two openers just have to get through this initial phase, these initial overs, see some shine off the ball. Make the middle order feel a little bit more comfortable. It's not a quick wicket, but there's some life in it. There's some movement, nothing much in the air. You just need to see if Duffy can get some swing, because he is a swing bowler. Great presentation seam there from O'Rourke as well. So if it is going to seam, it's got a chance. And both these Pakistan openers have good records. But their job here, I feel, is to set it up for what is a very strong order from 3 through 5.
Yeah, no!
Well, it's a little bit the blueprint New Zealand showed is that, yes, they flew out of the blocks, they put some errant bowling away, got themselves ahead of the game. Then through the middle overs, there was a noticeable slowdown, had to work really hard for their runs. But because of having a set batter in at the end, they could take full toll. Short square boundaries. Ball, especially when the quicks are operating, does tend to fly about. Can be hard to restrict. So you've got to do that hard work early to allow yourself that time at the back. And there just has to be a little bit of a trust that on a ground like this, it can be a real chasing ground. If someone gets in and has their day out, it can be so hard to stop.
And 290 will start to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on. Look at how they were going about the last game. It was I mean, they were chasing a massive total, but they were going all right. Until all of a sudden, they just fell off a cliff.
Well, that is a real climb through from O'Rourke.
No, this is this classic high but slow bounce. It took an eternity to reach Hay.
Good height on that short ball, though. Going through almost nose high. Maybe a little bit lucky to get away with the line of it. Oh, good take. Hay down the leg side. Definitely the hot hand at the moment is Hay.
This one flew a little bit. It was fuller, had a bit more skid to it, a bit more pace. Well watched.
Wicket keepers have been busy today. They have had a lot of work to do. Ahmed Rizwan, the first innings, diving about all over the place for a little while there. One goes past the outside edge. Great start from O'Rourke. Looks challenging. 2 without loss.
No real seam. It was just the bounce that made it uncomfortable there.
.292 New Zealand put on the board, and runs were shared around, everyone getting a little start. The standout, Mitch Hay, 99 not out, and then the same really for the wickets. Everyone picking up at least one. Standout left arm wrist spinner Sufyan Mukim, 2 for 33 in his 10. And now it will be a swing bowler, Jacob Duffy, just in his 13 match. 21 wickets already, best of 3 for 41.
No.
A little bit of shape early for Duffy.
Be hard to find conditions with a new ball in his hand that he wouldn't swing the ball. Duffy really does get that ball to come out on a fantastic axis for bowling away swingers. In swingers to the left-hander. He gets some more. He's a big lad as well, so he gets a bit of bounce with it too. It's quite awkward. I mean, as far as swing bowling goes, the axis that that ball has come out on is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, if you're wanting to know what seam release should look like, it's that. That is perfect from Jacob Duffy. So if it is conditions where the ball will swing, he's the man to find it. Oh, and that's into the middle of the bat. Test out the pace of the outfield. Big chase from Michael Bracewell, and he does well. Gets the big right hand out. Could well have saved a couple of runs there.
Well, I think they took 3. So definitely saved a run. Lovely piece of timing.
Great effort from the skipper. The big man chasing it down.
It's a bad flick though, wasn't it? Didn't know where his backup was.
You're giving him a little points deduction for that one.
Yeah, I can't give him 10 out of 10.
It does everything but sneak through. He's been one of the big improvers this season, I think, Jacob Duffy. Been a little bit of discussion. He's put on a yard of pace, hasn't lost that ability to swing the ball, and he's just become a genuine wicket taker. Feels like every time he plays.
Oh, there's an opportunity there in the test side right now with Tim Southey gone. Swing is so important in that form of the game in New Zealand. Raw put his name down pretty much first in that bowling list at the moment. You get Cole Jamieson in there. There's still room. You got Matt Henry. New Zealand can still go with the 4 quicks if they want. So there's an opportunity, and I like him with the extra pace, gain a yard of pace. Bowls in the high 130s now with swing.
Oh, that's a beauty to finish the over off. 2 gone, 6 without loss. Been a good start for New Zealand's quicks so far, and it's that scrambled seam, and you see catching in the grass on the way through, disturbing it ever so slightly, easily past the outside edge. Two slips in place. Abdullah Shafiq, right-hander. Boundary riders in place. Deep third, deep fine. Whoa. They're not necessarily the conditions as an opening batter that would fill you with joy. Lights on, overcast skies, green surface underfoot. What is the mindset you go out with as an opening batter? Is it looking to survive? Is it looking to try and really take the game on, knowing that you've got to score 293? How do you think this Pakistani pair looks to operate up top?
I look at these conditions, and I don't think that the sort of conditions whereby you go, well, there's one with my number on it. I don't think they're that difficult. Yeah, it's challenging. I think you just have to be positive in your thinking. Is okay, we'll maintain a really good, positive, dominant position at the crease, technically. And if I get an opportunity to score, go hard. But I think you have to get your head around the fact that there's a lot of balls going to hit high on the bat. Not going to feel particularly comfortable, but I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight my way through this. And know that if you're not generating a strike rate straight up, it's not a huge issue. You can pick it up later on.
Yeah, well, that's got to be the feeling, doesn't it? You can really make hay at the back end here in Hamilton. And gone. New Zealand seamers have started well, and it is once again Nick off into the slips. Will O'Rourke the beneficiary this time.
Really nice line and length here. Couldn't really get off the crease. Just maybe did just a touch, just enough to find a nice, easy outside edge. So Shafiq gone for 1 from 11, caught by Mitchell, 6 for 1.
Pakistan's number 3, Babar Azam. An ODI career everyone would like to have. Average of over 55, 1900s, 36 50s. He is the cornerstone of this Pakistani lineup and the rock star to go with it.
Probably could have let that go if you're looking to defend. Not looking to score off this delivery, a little wide. I mean, the bat ended up in a nice position, but it got there after he'd nicked it. In the process of nicking it, he was just poking it out there.
That's a nice welcome.
Boy, you don't want this first ball. You get a feel for conditions out there, angled in, and then straightening, and he's missed that by 6 inches.
That's when you give the little smile and nod and you just say, well, I'm not ever good enough to hit that. There's no chance of laying bat on that one. Brilliant over from Will O'Rourke comes to an end. 1 wicket, 1 run, 7 for 1. One wicket back in the sheds already for Pakistan. Abdullah Shafiq looking off to first slip for just the 1. And 2 slips in place now for Jacob Duffy. And bang, goes to number 2. The nick-off theme continues, this time from the bowling of Jacob Duffy.
Well, they can't find any friends in New Zealand pitches at the moment, Pakistan. They do not like the way this ball bounces. Just another little poke outside off stump. And it's carried at a comfortable height. Plenty of carry there on this pitch. Babar Azam, a key man for Pakistan, cannot contribute. Gone for 1, 7 for 2.
At number 4, it is the captain himself, Mohammad Rizwan. Another with a really good one-day international career behind him. Best part of 42 as an average, best of 131 not out. And you feel that Pakistan's going to need something like that from him today. They just can't get going.
Really nice delivery. Straight enough that he really needed to be playing it and done that much wrong. But just pushed a little. And as a slipper, you couldn't the last 2 slip catches, you couldn't ask for anything more.
Another one's coming in to join the party. Michael Bracewell himself. 3 slips all lined up. Daryl Mitchell, Henry Nichols, Michael Bracewell. 1, 2, 3. Had one to first, one to second. Here's a Michael Bracewell's time this time around. One apiece. Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam, 2 back in the hut. 7 for 2 Pakistan find themselves. And not the start they would have been searching for in the slightest, needing 293 today. But the nick-offs, they have been the theme of this entire tour for Pakistan. We've seen it throughout the T20 series. It's continued into the one-day series. 39 dismissals so far. 17 of them have been edged. The most noticeable thing is it's outside that 5th stump line. So often we talk about bowling fuller, bowling straighter in New Zealand conditions, but this Pakistani lineup has just not been able to deal with the seam movement, with the extra bounce here in New Zealand. Oh, and that was almost another one past the outside edge from Duffy.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to be nicking balls from out there, you want to be, when they're just pushes, aren't they? It says a lot. They're non-committed shots. It was a good piece of bowling. That was a little bit sorry, but they're just pushing, just not wanting to get in behind or attack the ball.
Now, the bat path certainly not helping. And it is that horrible feeling when you're not used to the bounce and the climb, as the feet don't really go. And so then you're in a position where you want to be feeling for it with your hands. You're not fully in line. Don't feel like you're able to control it. And noticeable with the Pakistani back lifts and then into contact with the ball. There's not a lot of straight lines going on. So combine that lateral movement that New Zealand have been able to find with the bounce. And there have been a lot of outside edges found. And New Zealand's catching behind the wicket's been brilliant. Outstanding from Duffy. Wicket maiden, 7 for 2.
Yeah, I'll stop. What's the middle one there?
286 more needed for Pakistan. And a partnership is what they really need. Imam ul Haq, 3 not out. He's only faced 5 deliveries so far, been stuck down the non-striker's end for a large part of it. Now, with the way New Zealand are bowling these 2 openers, non-striker's end is probably the best place to be. It just feels like these 2 at the moment have got it on a string. They make a really effective pair. O'Rourke with that pace and bounce, angling the ball primarily into the right-hander, away from the left hand.
They've just got to get through these guys. These are the 2 that will get the steeper bounce. Sears can be quick, and he's quite a tall lad, but he's more of a skiddy
skiddy quick. Smith, fast medium, and more of a sort of skid bowler as well. You know, not along the wicket sort of bowlers, you know, good bowlers, but they're not. These are the two that are really going to, the bounce that these two extract will make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, these are the two causing some real problems at the moment. Pace and bounce. Pakistani batters sparring at the ball outside off stump, which has been their downfall across both T20 series and one-day series. That one called and signalled wide over the head of Imam Ul Haq. That'll also be one of the short balls for the over. A steep climb. Have to feel that Nathan Smith will be itching to have a bowl on this surface. He's the kind of bowler that really could have a field day, that nagging length, nibbling the ball around. One of those days, I think, for the seamers that are very keen to get in the captain's eye line. Very keen to start the warm-up early. And just a little change in the field happening now for New Zealand. Once again, it's another catcher coming in place. 3 slips once again. You like to see it from New Zealand. They've had it all their own way so far with ball in hand. And you don't often see it one-day cricket anymore. The opportunity to have 3 catches in place. And this time it is the 3 slips. Mitchell, Nichols, and it looks like Nick Kelly now in the 3rd slip. Just content at the moment, Imam Ul Haq. Let the ball go outside the off stump. There's a lot of space, a lot of open space in front of him. Very content, just let it go through.
Yeah, there's a real element of survival at the moment, isn't there? Real feeling that they're just, right, we've lost 2. We've got to rebuild. Can't take any real risks. Just got to see some shine off the ball. See some other bowlers.
Round the wicket now. Oh, and he has a little flirt at that outside the off stump. Doesn't lay bat on it. 5 gone, it's 8 for 2. Could not get a more different start between the two teams. New Zealand absolutely flew out of the blocks. Still lost the 2 wickets in that opening power play, but in comparison, Pakistan, they're on the crawl. Run rate just 1.6. 2 wickets down. Have not been able to get going whatsoever, and it feels like just survival mode now. Still 285 needed, but 2 back in the sheds early. It means there's a period of survival they're going to need to get through to be able to match New Zealand at the back end of their innings. Oh, and just falls short. So close to being wicket number 3. Another chance for the cordon.
Maybe just soft enough with the hands, just soft enough. And that it didn't fly away. Great line and length.
Oh, off the outside edge on this occasion. Yeah, he is one that defends with really low hands, Mohammad Rizwan. Allows him to play the ball nice and late. just skewing away off the outside edge. The edge that didn't carry hit really high on the blade. That's because he is someone who does like to keep those hands nice and low when defending. Can cause a little bit of problems in conditions like this where the ball is always on the climb. It's the one slip now. Imam Haq on strike. And that's exactly where it goes. Straight to the hands of Daryl Mitchell. Another one for the Cordon today, and Pakistan in some real trouble.
Oh, genuine frustration this for Imam Haq, because he had been letting the ball go. Quite content to let it go, but that patience didn't last. Drawn into a cover drive to a ball that wasn't the right length. It was more of a slash. The edge was high on the bat. And it flew, but it flew to a good height for Mitchell, who's got a really good set of hands. And Pakistan, once again, in all sorts of trouble. Imam Haq gone for 3, 9 for 3.
Salman Aliaga now out to the middle. Best of 134, just ticked over the 1,000-run mark. Had a chat with him this morning. Feels he's in good form, but he just keeps saying, I want to win a game for my side. I want a match-winning performance. Well, today would be a great day to do it for his side. Oh, and that has shaved the outside edge. Could not get closer from Jacob Duffy.
Oh, it's the swing as well. Even from a shorter length, there's some arc to that, isn't it? And it's the initial line that's just drawing the batters in to want to play. And then it just straightens and off it goes. And it's going past it chest height.
Well, he's been one of the few that it's felt like he's been able to come to terms with conditions here.
No!
It's been some real struggles for some of the players across the entire tour, T20s and one-day internationals included, but he's been a player who looks to have come to terms with it, looks to have a plan. And couple that with being in good form means he's in a position to be successful.
It's cross seamer too, that one, wasn't it? Designed to angle across. You love that. Bowler will be thinking, haha. Got him with the one that ran across. It was designed for an edge and it got an edge.
Oh, and that's almost challenged the front pad. Off the inside edge this time. Salman's off the mark. It's 10 for 3.
Pakistan have lost 3 early wickets. New Zealand on top. Oh, that's a beauty from O'Rourke. Salman squared up, inside out. I was lucky not to get an edge. Testing stuff from New Zealand.
The last couple of games have really seen Will O'Rourke have that ball angled back in, but it's also gone away. Remember how much prodigious in-swing that he gets in late as well, but at the moment he's just the angle in and then going away as well. Presents opportunity with both edges at the moment.
Yeah, both edges are in trouble, aren't they, Caddy? That's why he's a real handful. It's the extra bounce too. What is he, 6'7", 6'6"? It's that extra bounce that makes him so difficult. We thought the New Zealand bowlers would enjoy the surface. We thought there'd be something in it all day long. Quite remarkable for New Zealand's ability, their batting performance to get 292 after getting 344 in the first game in trying conditions. To get 292 today as well, I think it's a big tick for that New Zealand batting lineup. And the fast bowlers are just showing how it should be done. Past the outside edge again. Indecision. Let's have a look at the wickets that have fallen so far for Pakistan. The first was a nice piece of bowling, defending a little bit wide. Nice comfortable catch to first slip, and then Babar Azam got squared up. Nice healthy edge to Henry Nicholls at second. And Iman ul Haq slashed at one. When things aren't going your way, that goes to slip rather than flying away for 4. It's going to run away for 4-leg byes, I think. Yeah, it is. Signalled by umpire Wayne Knight.
I look back in Sri Lanka, that was here last year as well, Mac, back end of the year. Very similar Pakistan as well in terms of those modes of dismissals. A lot of caught behind, a lot of square up. We've talked about this off air quite a lot around how batting's a side-on game, and a lot of that's driven from your hips, which indicate where your shoulders go as well. At the moment, because with Pakistan players, they in conditions that are at home where it doesn't bounce as much, your footwork doesn't get compromised as much. So you can sort of plant your front foot across. Salman here just shuffling across, planting his front foot. And the hitting areas are very much in front of the wickets, whereas you just watch that front foot plant across. Now it's just a length that's probably not going to get him in trouble in terms of LBW. But you very much, when you're in New Zealand, it's around playing the ball later and square it, whereas in Pakistan and subcontinent, you can plant your front foot and then use that power of loading that back up and hit in front of the wicket.
Because there's no movement. Ball doesn't deviate, so you can trust it. Here in New Zealand, your technique gets examined off the front foot, the back foot. It's another wide down the leg side. Your technique, the ability to defend a good ball on a good length, the ability to leave on length, all these things get tested. That said, Katie, I still think the surface has done too much today for a one-day international. I like a contest between bat and ball. I think T20 cricket at times has become too much in favour of the batters. Test cricket, to me, the bowlers should have a fair bit of help over the 5 days, but I just think they haven't quite got it right with these surfaces. But then the argument is New Zealand scored 292 after batting first, 15 for 3 after 7. Well, that's showing what a tremendous venue Hamilton is for New Zealand. Trying to record their 10th successive win here at Seddon Park. Look at those numbers. 78% here in Hamilton. 25 wins from 35 matches. Behind Cape Town, St Vincent in terms of a win percentage. Might well jump up to second if New Zealand can win today. But very impressive numbers. Nicely played off his hip by Rizwan. Timing's really good. Really good. Oh, what a piece of fielding that is from the big fast bowler. That is outstanding from Will O'Rourke. It's saved his side 1 run. And he's just finished an over. And look at the energy and the ability to throw himself around the field as well.
I know as a coach, Macca, you'll be writing this in your book and saying that's a massive tick. just to show the attitude of the side, to be able to run down anything and to save any run. You say, sometimes you measure that rather than necessarily someone picking up 4 wickets.
So important, Katie. Saved the side 1 run, which doesn't seem massive, but over 50 overs it can be huge. And New Zealand have Pakistan 18 for 3, but that will go for 4 and make it 22 for 3. That is a lovely cover drive from Salman. We just saw a little bit of his potential in Napier. He's a dangerous player. First boundary for some time.
Well, his strength is so much through the offside. Very much an offside play. Excellent through the covers. For me, he's been the standout batter in this series for Pakistan, both T20s, but also so far in the one-day internationals as well. Very much likes to say leg side of the ball. Might have hurt Nathan Smith a little bit there, but very strong through the offside.
A little bit of trouble here for Nathan Smith, diving away. Oh, he's got it on the end of the index finger on the right hand. That can hurt. Yeah, that right hand, that has started to swell already. That is not ideal. Some work to do. Maybe a bit of ice might just calm it down, but not ideal. He's a tough character, Smith, so he would not want to be leaving the field. You can see a look of disdain on his face. Eddie Ashok, the reserve fielder for New Zealand in the squad, will come and do some game time while Smith goes off and gets that looked at.
Well, it's his bowling finger, isn't it? So he won't be able to have any sort of bandages or anything when he's actually bowling on top of that finger. So hopefully he can get the swelling down and be able to come back, because it would be quite difficult in terms of being able to grip the ball.
No!
That alters the New Zealand bowling attack as well, doesn't it? Losing Nathan Smith. We'll just see how long he's off the field. But it might mean that someone like, well, Michael Bracewell is going to have to bowl. He's certainly one of the 5 bowlers, but you've also got Daryl Mitchell, who in these conditions could actually get through some overs and do a job, I think, if needed, if Nathan Smith doesn't come back. Taking a couple of good catches in the slips so far has Mitchell.
No!
Good pace. The thing I've noticed about Jacob Duffy in recent times, Katie, is he hits the bat hard. He has gained some pace. He's up at 138, around that 140 mark. A couple of years ago, he was down closer to 130 than 140. I think he's become a lot more dangerous with that extra 7 or 8K that he's got. And now the ball actually hits the bat and hurries the batter up, which is huge. That's slashed away, quickly down to third. We'll go for 4. Abbas got a hand on it. Wasn't a big enough hand, and it will still go for 4. End of the 8th over, 26 for 3. Oh, that's a brute of a delivery. Rizwan did really well to deal with that, but that's hurt. That has really hurt that bottom hand. Let's have a look. It's at the top end. Oh, wow. That's that steep bounce that O'Rourke gets because of that height. Oh, yes. It's that top hand. Rizwan's done really well, but just seen Nathan Smith go off with a finger injury, and now Rizwan's called for the physio to come and inspect and see. What a delivery.
Talk so much about his height. I think the way that he bowls, he uses his height even more so. He's got quite a short delivery stride, so he actually gets up and over that front leg, so it allows him to get an extra bit of height that he's actually got. You know, a lot of fast bowlers can collapse in terms of their action. He's got the same delivery stride than Jacob Duffy, but releases quite a bit higher. Almost got no doubt that there's a few broken fingers already in their Macca being a wicket keeper. You know, when they've got problems with their hands, it is probably some ongoing issue.
part of being a wicketkeeper, isn't it, Katie? There's always a broken, puffed up finger that is an issue. It looks like it's got a little bit of strength there. The exercises that the physio's doing, so it doesn't look too bad, which is encouraging. There'll be a bit of magic spray that goes on just to numb the finger. Probably have to have an x-ray at the end of this match. He's a tough character, though. He is.
She once played with did my finger in warm-up and actually had to get the injection in the side of the finger and the whole ring finger. I didn't feel the whole game, and it was the weirdest feeling because you put the spray on and it sort of just ices it for a little bit of time. But to not feel a finger for the whole game, that is a little bit unique. Have you had anything like that? Any injections before a game or during a game?
Yeah, I did a finger and test in India, actually, and same thing. Had to go to hospital, get an injection put in, and couldn't feel my finger all day. Had to bat with it, which was really weird when you can't feel one, if not two, of your fingers on the bat. It looks like Rizwan's all right, which is good, but I tell you what, this is impressive from O'Rourke. Up at 140 clicks, just that bounce. Testing times here for Pakistan. Required rate up 6.38 right now. 2 slips still in play. Yeah, what about a bat pad? These are the conditions where you probably could have a bat pad for O'Rourke with the bounce he's getting. Does he go fuller now or stick to that length? Oh, it's the in-swinger. What a delivery coming back. Did it do too much? That is some delivery from O'Rourke. Maybe it was swinging too much. Michael Bracewell says, let's go upstairs and have a look.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Regional decision is not out. Check the feet. Fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Oh, it's not outside the line.
No, it looks like it's beaten the bat. Just confirm with Ultra Edge, please. Running through, yeah. Pad first there. You can go to ball tracking when ready.
Might be just outside. Judging by the leg stumpers.
Okay, we have ball tracking now. Regional decision is not out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Go back on field to Wayne. Wayne, stick with the original decision of not out. Signal now.
Good decision by the umpire. And that's the extra bounce for Will O'Rourke. That sometimes works in your favour and other times can work against you. But gee, this ball swung.
And this is a great plan to Mohammad Rizwan. He very much gets across his stumps. You can see his bat late on the ball. It's amazing that extra bounce definitely going over the top, but it's a dismissal he gets out to quite a lot. Bowled in LBW to pace bowlers. Looked full though, didn't it?
Oh, that's a beauty too. That was fuller past the outside edge. This is a clinic from Will O'Rourke. Got a wee smile, a nervous smile from Mohammad Rizwan as well.
He's not a player that necessarily gets too far down the wicket. You can see he's made that adjustment to be a little bit fuller. But at the moment, his feet just aren't going anywhere. This is it. Just watch him get so far across. His head goes outside the line. High hands as well. Absolutely late. What is that? 5th, 6th stump where his head position, his eye line is. So that puts him in trouble.
Oh, tell you what, this is some over. I think this over will be in the highlights. It's been a mixture from O'Rourke. Ball swinging in, the ball bouncing, nipping. Everything going past the outside edge. That one swung in, then just nipped away. And Rizwan all at sea, doing everything he can to get some bat and nick it. Through to Mitch Hay. Impressive stuff. Oh, left alone, but he's tentative. These conditions, it's really hard because you get a couple that bounce into your thigh pad and you play and miss. You do get tentative, Katie. You almost have to decide how you want to play. Do you want to be ultra aggressive and try and hit the bowler off the length? Do you want to move around the crease to try and change their length?
He's a hard guy to use your feet to because of that extra bounce. So you come out and it's actually hitting you a lot higher than you like as well.
Oh, he's had a nibble at that. That's a special over from Will O'Rourke. One that Mohammad Rizwan will want to forget quickly. 26 for 3. Impressive stuff from Will O'Rourke. It has been a testing spell. I wonder if he'll go one more. Whether Michael Bracer will say, I want one more, or whether that's it. 5 overs, 1 for 5. Pakistan on the back foot in big trouble here in Hamilton. 267 more runs required from 41 overs. Two slips in play for Jacob Duffy. The New Zealand fast bowlers are really putting on a clinic here in Hamilton. Helpful conditions, ball movement. They are hitting the right line and length.
I guess the question is here, what do these Pakistan players do? Rizwan and Salman are the experienced players. For me, Salman is someone that sort of feels the anchor in terms of this lineup. He's had a lot more experience in New Zealand in terms of recent times with being the captain of the T20 side. Look at that in terms of his dismissals. A lot of bold and LBWs. Also a nick-out candidate, Rizwan.
Oh, that's a close leave. That's nipped back from Duffy. That's nipped back, and it's a good leave in the end because it's probably on about 4th stump. You've got to be so selective in what balls to play and leave. That's nipped back. I've seen that movement all day, Katie. Again, I'll say, quite remarkable that New Zealand were able to get 292 in their 50 overs. Pakistan won the toss, had the best of the conditions again. New Zealand showing what sort of form they're in at the moment.
No!
If you're unsure of how well and how quickly the New Zealand bowlers are bowling at the moment, you only have to look at Rizwan, the way he's jumping around. He looks like he's out of time. He's rushed at the moment, and that's a horrible feeling as a batter when you feel like the ball's getting onto you a little bit quicker than what it should.
He's not getting outside the stumps whatsoever, outside that crease. A lot of it is just stuck behind the stumps, and then he's getting that bat across the line. It's what length Duffy can bring those stumps into play, LBW.
There's a short ball that Rizwan went after.
You almost go a ball like that. Is that setting him up in terms of the LBW? Going, okay, hang back, and then the ball that comes back up. He's got a very good cross-seam delivery, or that three-quarter seam that comes back in, Jacob Duffy. And that's the joy of ODI cricket, isn't it, Matt? You get time to be able to create a plan on someone. He's got pressure at one end against O'Rourke. Now he's gone, okay, well, I enjoy the fact that the ball's going away against Duffy because it's a nice area, but Duffy has that ball that can come back in. Got the grip at the moment to suspect the ball's going to come back into the pads.
Yeah, in that channel. It's a nice channel Jacob Duffy's operating in here. Pakistan having to graft. It's crazy that at the same time, New Zealand was 72 for 2. Pakistan are 27 for 3. New Zealand got off to a fast start and got pulled back a touch, but there's 45 runs difference between where the sides were. Deep backward square is back on the boundary now for a top edge. And there's Eddie Ashok who's gone back. And it was short, pulled away to that man that was sent back. Just a single to finish the Duffy over. 28 for 3 after 10. It's down the leg side and will be wide. Yep. Will O'Rourke's about to start as well. He's just started his 6th over, so Michael Bracewell said, I'll give you another one. Rizwan's on strike. Let's have a look at the last over, Katie Martin, because it was an over that was pretty special in all aspects.
He roughed him up with a short delivery, and then went a little bit fuller. There was that LBW shout, a little bit wider, so I'm going to target your outside edge. And then he had the ball come back in, and New Zealand said, get him back on strike for the first ball this over, and they did.
Oh, that's a beauty. That has exploded and hit him on the back arm. There'll be some pain there for Rizwan. And the fast bowler's saying, sorry, mate, but not really. Oh, he's getting worked over here as Mohammad Rizwan. Yeah, we have some bruises to show for it too. What a delivery from Will O'Rourke. It just straightened and bounced. Got squared up, didn't he? He got squared up. Oh, this is quality. That is quite steep bounce off a foolish length.
It's one of those moments, Mackie, where you're like, I've missed this and this is going to hurt and I'm going to just have to brace for impact. That is so uncomfortable. He's trying to get forward, isn't he? He's trying to press forward. That's what we're talking about, how it's so challenging to get forward because the ball does get to that length and creates that uncomfortable nature. He's saying, do I have to stay out here? Oh, most players would actually walk off, wouldn't they? We've seen players walk off because it's so uncomfortable.
Tell you what, that spray can's getting well used. Hope there's a couple of those. First on the fingers and now the arm. There's not much the physio can do, to be honest. There it is. You can see seam marks on the bicep. That'll be a decent bruise tonight that he'll be able to show his teammates. I love it. Everyone comes up, says, how you going? Yeah, great, thanks. Have a look at my arm. Loving it. What a testing spell it's been from Will O'Rourke. Gee, it's been impressive.
Do you know what's amazing? We talk so much about rotation of fast bowlers, and he's bowled in the last year or so played more games than any of the fast bowlers. So much players are just allowed to have a rest to be able to extend, and he is just bowled and bowled and bowled. He's got a great record here. I think he averages something like 12. He loves what he can get out of this wicket. That is so uncomfortable for Rizwan.
It's hard to get forward when you do come forward and that ends up happening, isn't it, Katie? So Rizwan is going to be stuck behind the crease. Good day to be a fast bowler. Lucky it's on the fleshy part of the bicep, so yeah, it'll be hurting, but there's no bone there. That's, you know, that's fine.
Said from someone that sounds like they've been doing some bench presses at the gym lately.
No, but trust me, I got hit a lot in my career. A lot. Not that I had big biceps, but if I was going to, when I did get hit, that's not a bad spot. There'll be some pain there, but like I said, he's a tough character, the captain of the side. He's got to lead the way. Selman's at the other end saying, going well, skipper, keep it up.
What's the bit he's yelling out? Well, this is the last ball, mate. Selman's saying, I'm not facing Will O'Rourke.
There's still 5 left in the over. What does O'Rourke go with next, Katie?
Surely it's got to be fast and swinging, whether it's a Yorker or a length delivery, right up there. Front pad, blow it out.
Let's see. Down the channel, left alone. You can see the carry through to Mitch Hay. He's having to reverse cut the ball, which says good pace and bounce in this surface. He's had a good day out, Mitch Hay. 99 not out with the bat. Got ever so close to his first one-day international 100. Really was a terrific innings in difficult conditions and got New Zealand through to that very good score. Oh, there goes the in-swing that's misguided and down the leg side.
Talk about Mitch Hay. I was yarning to you off air about this. I've loved the way his feet work. He's quite old school, sort of a bit more English technique in the way he stands back, but his aim and what he's been doing really well today, his focus is trying to catch the body inside in the middle of his body line, and naturally he'll move as he needs to, but he's moving his feet really well, and sometimes that comes with having some good time out there with the bat, but he moves his head in line, so trying to catch it in the middle of his body.
Oh, there's another one that goes past the outside edge. Rizwan's looking down at the surface saying, what's going on here? Why is the bounce so steep?
And just closing out the Mitch Hay wicket keeping. When the ball does move a little bit, if you're actually trying to get your head somewhat in line of the ball, watch that, just right over the top of the ball as well, just half a foot in. That's his focus, just trying to catch the ball on the middle of his body, just that head over top of the ball. So when it does swing or when it does do some stuff, you can then just slightly open your hip either way, or reverse cup, just open it up either way to allow to react to the ball that goes a little bit further after the bat.
Down the leg side again, that's a good piece of work from Mitch Hay. That ball was doing a lot, Katie. It was doing a lot.
Got a question for you.
Love your questions.
If you're a batter, a Pakistan batter, and you're sitting on the sideline, are you counting how many overs that Will O'Rourke's bowled?
I'm probably back in the shed, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about it.
Ice on the bicep.
How many times has he gone past the outside edge? At least half a dozen times now. Rizwan's trying to get forward, but he just can't, because he doesn't trust the bounce at the moment, and that's really difficult. Let's have a look at the O'Rourke pitch mat. He has really hammered that 6 to 8 metre length, 56%. And that's a length with the bounce of O'Rourke. It's really hard to get forward to, Katie.
You want to in your mind, but physically your feet go nowhere, and that's why the bat is just playing at the ball at the moment. Interesting. I just noticed before Macca that Rizwan, he screamed after missing that delivery. Just that frustration is starting to show through. You got pain in your bicep. You're probably feeling the pulsation of that at the moment, and he's actually doing quite well to sort of somewhat keep his composure and not having a shot where it's a pull across the line to get out of it. He's just battling through it at the moment.
Left alone, watches it go through to Mitch Hay. 31 for 3.
So many players in this situation, don't they? They give it away so easily, and he's just working hard. He's working hard. Obviously, there's a lot of frustration, as there would be, because the ball's doing enough. You just want to get bat on ball and feel off the middle of the bat. He's doing well not to give it away at the moment, Rizwan. 5 of 26 deliveries.
Nathan Smith looks like he's back on. Got any tape on that finger? He won't be able to have any tape on that right index finger when he's bowling, but when he's fielding he can probably have something on there. Ben Sears into the attack, first time today. Still looking for his first one-day international wicket, his third match. He's hunting for that first wicket, and would suggest he won't get better conditions than this to tick off number 1. Oh, crunch down! Got him! Smith in the action! Testing that finger out. Sears has got his first one-day international wicket, and it's all happened in a hurry. New Zealand have got their 4th.
Oh, there's his first delivery. First wicket for Ben Sears. The extra bit of pace coming through. Salman has watched all of it at the other end. He got an opportunity. He thought, I'm going to go for this. His strength is over the offside, and a loose shot in terms of where Pakistan are at the moment. Congratulations, Ben Sears, your first one. Salman gone for 9, 31 for 4.
Pakistan in a hole here in Hamilton. Tayyab Tahir just new to his international career. He's going to be tested by Ben Sears. And he's here because someone decided to go after Sears' first ball, flashed at it, and it went down to third when Nathan Smith has just come back on the field and was trying to hide with that finger injury. But the ball followed him down there. It was a good catch, nice comfortable catch, even with a sore finger. And Ben Sears has his first one-day international wicket.
I'm interested in Mohammad Rizwan's reaction to that at the other end after working so hard against Will O'Rourke, and then the first ball in the bowling change for New Zealand and someone plays a shot like that.
Well, that's the thing. How do you get New Zealand away from this length that's been so difficult? Sometimes you have to take a calculated risk, which is using your feet. Sometimes it doesn't come off like that and can look a bit ugly, but 31 for 4 or 31 for 3 when Salman tried that shot, you've got to throw some punches at New Zealand. Otherwise, this game is going nowhere and it's going to be over rather quickly. Nicely worked off his pads down to O'Rourke.
I almost think that they've probably struggled more against the spin of Michael Bracewell through the middle. Has been very economical. And so Sears, with that extra bit of pace, doesn't do too much off the wicket, doesn't get too much swing, so those feel like it's more up and down. So you can use that pace, and Solomon, his strength is hitting up and over through that offside or along the ground as well. He felt it straight away, put the pressure back on the bowler, but it's just two different ends really, isn't it?
2 slips still in play for Ben Sears. Just to see what sorts of pace he gets up to. Oh, swung it high. It's got snow on it. Mitchell, it's yours. Got the gloves on. Taken. Clever catch. A bit of relief. It was up in the air for a long time. Sears has gone from 0 to 2 wickets in his first over. New Zealand right on top here at Seddon Park.
Oh, this catch is so much harder than what he's made it look, Mitchell. Cross-seam delivery, maybe just skipped off the surface, heading across the leg side. Rizwan, he's just committed maybe a little too much there and gone, I had to go slightly back. Relief from Hitch, hey. 2 now for Ben Sears. Well, after all that hard work, Rizwan is out for 5. 32 for 5, Pakistan in trouble.
And it looks like it's time for a Powerade drinks break. Everyone out in the middle having a quick drink. We'll take a break here at Seddon Park. Back soon.
New Zealand right on top here, 32 for 5, Pakistan, and it started pretty early to fall of wickets. It's catch city here, as it has been throughout this tour. Frankie Mackay just too good, use of the bounce, good pace, just a great knowledge of the conditions. Some of the shot making leaving a bit to be desired.
Oh, the opening 2 for New Zealand. just almost impeccable. And then Ben Sears brought on first change immediately into the attack, picked up his first one-day international wicket. And then that's one that Mohammad Rizwan won't look on too favourably. Smart catch from Mitch Hay.
So Shafiq, Ul Haq Azam, Rizwan, Aga, all back in the dugouts. New Zealand making it through to 292 for 8. It wasn't without its challenges. 72 after the first 10 overs, 82 off the last 10 overs, and that middle 30 was fairly hard yakka indeed. But Pakistan, well, if New Zealand made it look hard during the middle overs, Pakistan have looked at and made it look nigh on impossible in the opening 12. And some work to be done now for Tayyab and Fahim, who's on strike. Ben Sears with his first 2 wickets in international cricket. He's got 2 for 1.
Well, he would have been rearing to go, Ben Sears. He would have been camped out in the outfield watching O'Rourke and Duffy swing the ball around, seam the ball, that extra bounce. We've seen the batters out there hopping around. He would have been a man just ready to go, ready to be cut loose. Have his opportunity here today.
3/4 seam, again, it's great shape. Just coming back into the left-hander. That's the end of a fabulous over for Ben Sears. His first 2 wickets from it, 32 for 5. Well, it just continues, doesn't it? Smith into the attack from the members' ends. Blueprint's been pretty well laid out now. 1 for 8 O'Rourke, Duffy 2 for 18 off his 5 overs, 2 for 1 Sears, and Smith says, all right, if that's what works here, I'll just pick up where the rest of you left off. A little too wide this time, too full as well, and that got the treatment. There's a lovely shot through the covers. Tayyab with his first boundary of the day. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, just hoping to pitch the ball up and swing it. Ends up long half volley. Easy pickings for Tayyab. Still some shape there. Smith.
That's a nice delivery. Better. Just the tighter line from Smith. That's the line that's working. Last delivery was just too full and wide. This one back on track.
A beautiful seam presentation. Smith is getting the ball to deck away.
There's so much time left in this game. Pakistan just need a couple of batters to stay at it. Oh, Tayyab guides it down to third. Just takes the single, gets himself off strike for the last ball of the over. 2 balls to come in third.
Staying over. Middle one there. 3-1.
Still the 2 catches in for New Zealand. 2 behind the wicket once again.
Oh, there's a big slash of that one. Another great bit of work on the boundary. This time Ben says, I tell you what, New Zealand's big men in the outfield have been sensational. during this series. Not just this series, but the T20 series as well. That's a lot of body to throw around on the boundary, Frank, but every time they do it, body on the line, good technique, doing their best for the team and for their fellow bowlers.
Well, it's a long way down, but they cover some ground. Long limbs unfurled.
Yeah, Nick Kelly showing his appreciation. Oh, and again, this one bounce down to Sears once more. It's not a lot of control on the shot. Single off the last ball of the over. Smith's first goes for 8. It's 40 for 5. Smith just walking back and he's still just investigating the hands there. Sears again getting one just to nip back a touch. Just enough. Causing some problems here. Physio out. Doesn't look comfortable, does it? He's got some ice tucked in there, has he, in the towel, or is he just giving it a wipe?
Just be a little cut that he's just trying to stem the bleeding with the towel.
It's on top of the bounce this time, guides it down to Will O'Rourke.
Of course, being his bowling hand, can't have any tape, bandage, plasters, anything on the bowling hand when he is bowling. So just has to be able to persevere through that, Nathan Smith, but very uncomfortable on the bowling hand. Ball's still reasonably new, so it'll be a proud seam on it. Very uncomfortable to hold with that top joint.
It's a great spell from Sears, really is. Just see the way he's using the seam, the way he's able to extract that bounce. It's leaping off the Seddon Park pitch. Here's one for the Nuffies out there, Frank. Only the second time in one-day internationals that Pakistan's top 5 batters have each scored between 1 and 9 with no ducks and no scores in double figures. The only other time, 1978. It's not been a great return from the top order today for Pakistan.
No, it did have a little bit of that vibe that after New Zealand had struggled in patches, the ball going round, even late into New Zealand's innings with the bat. Ball was still seaming, still moving. It just had the feel that you go out there, you start batting under lights, chasing a big score. Always had that feel of possibly could be a 50 for 5 day.
It's nicely played through, and his chase is on here. Nadia does well, sliding down.
And as it turns out, 50 for 5 was a little bit generous. 32 for 5 instead. But it just has that feel. The wicket, even the innings break, you go out and have the feel of it. Still cold to touch. Still that real coolness to it, suggesting there's still that moisture. Of course, it's not a day here really where it's going to burn off and a lot of moisture is going to be lost from the wicket.
Oh, backward point passed, and that's gone away for 4. See, that's a nice shot, using the pace this time. Available width, 48 for 5. Some serious movement here, Nathan Smith. Still got plenty in it, doesn't it, Frank?
Yeah, still got plenty of life to it. Paul is really talking. We've seen swing, we've seen seam. We've seen that climb, that steep bounce. Everyone early in their innings has just looked uncomfortable.
Right again. Tie up. Oh, he's got to work through this. Yeah, we saw a similar situation with Mo Abbas and Mitch Hay, tied down. Very much on the back foot, both metaphorically and physically. Just got to work it out. Mitch Hay ends up on 99 not out in an anchoring innings for New Zealand after having a strike rate of around 40 after 25 deliveries. Career best figures in Napier on Wednesday. Nathan Smith came back, took 4 poles. Still working, bringing down that average, fresh in his career, but good reward for toiling away. And he made his test debut last year. Still working hard to cement his place in the system and the team. He's a hard worker, Nathan Smith. Good contributor, brings good energy.
It just always felt like conditions that would suit. Not necessarily someone who's going to swing the ball around corners, but very accurate, nibbles the ball around, always a challenge.
Oh, and that's come back a long way. Fahim this time, under the microscope.
That's just what I think of with Nathan Smith. Always asking questions, always there or thereabouts. Done it for pace there. A little bit too far in. No wonder there's a big smile on the face. He's got the ball talking out there at the moment, does Smith.
He's got a gully in place too, that one that just goes away. Slide one past, find the edge. That'll be his mark. 49 for 5. Fast start, fast finish from a New Zealand point of view. The Pakistan worm is lagging here. A clump of wickets inside the power play. 2 and 1 over, the first for Ben Sears. It's the 12th over today. 15 overs now complete. Now first taste of spin bowling from a New Zealand point of view. We saw how good Sufyan Mukim was. Different kind of bowler, Bracewell. A job to do here.
Yeah, intrigued as to the decision to bring spin on now. Just the 2 overs, Ben Sears. So whether that's going to be a change of ends, perhaps. Sears to swing around and bowl from the members' end, perhaps. Or whether there's something he's seen in the way that these two are playing as the 50 comes up. That I think spin. Spin is the chink in the armour.
Oh, so good.
The Sears are quite light bowling from members' end. I am convinced that there's just something in it for the bowlers from the members' end for the quicks. Maybe just an extra bit of bounce.
Catch it. Stay.
Perhaps it's just a little effort here to race through some overs so they get to 20 overs done. Perhaps a little worry on weather.
Oh, down. No, that's a good call too, Frank. There's been the threat of rain today around the Hamilton region. The forecast originally not so great for the day. And the arrival of rain now picked for a little bit later this evening, but it has been a gloomy old day here.
Oh, basically. Sorry,
See racing through overs, but Michael Bracewell does pose a challenge regardless of why. 51 for 5. You're onto something here, Frank, because Nathan Smith wasted no time getting the ball and getting back to the top of his mark. There is a sense of urgency. Oh, that's close. That is really close. Better than that, it's gone. They're going to tee it up, but what a shape that delivery was. Perfect stuff from Nathan Smith.
Review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please. Well, that's very close to the bat. No need ultra edge when ready. Okay, running through. Keep going past the bat. Yep. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready. Go ball tracking now. Original decisions out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. I'll go back on field. Why don't get your change decision from out to not out. Signal now.
Well, height the issue. Missing the stumps according to the DRS. And Hawkeye, Nathan Smith misses out. Everything but. Nothing wrong with the delivery. Had Fahim completely bamboozled. Encouragement here for Nathan Smith.
It's a great review. That is an excellent review from Fahim. Didn't go down and talk to his non-striker at all. As soon as it was given, he was straight onto the review. He just felt, brushed that front pad on the way through to thudding into the back leg. It's too much bounce. That is the one thing often you see here at Seddon Park, that extra bounce.
Oh, tries again, that one sliding down. Can't blame Smith for being up and about here. He has that ball dancing about the place.
Yeah, and it always feels like one of the grounds when you play here that to get people out bowled in LBW, you actually need to be really full. Awkwardly full length at times. You feel like you have to be prepared to bowl. And what New Zealand's done so well is they've controlled a good length area. They had the ball climbing through. Downside is those balls carrying over top of the stumps.
Oh, this time. Again, it's that shape, and that shape's been troubling everyone today. And one that just jags back off the pitch. Pakistan bowled it well. Buss struggled with it. Henry Nichols struggled with it earlier. Just that shape, just a slight bit of in-swing. Off the seam into the pads.
Seam is always the harder to face of the two. Swing, it's not that easy, but if you have to pick between swing and seam.
A single here, but that'll be all.
hard thing is now Pakistan, they find themselves 5 down, 17th over. And you often, when you get into these conditions, you want to counter-attack. You want to be able to throw a punch back, try and knock sides off the length that they're bowling. But already being 5 down, it feels a big risk to try and do that.
Oh, that's popped up. And just out of reach of Nathan Smith, and Bracewell coming forward. Taib lids to see another day. Just the one off the over, 52 for 5.
Well, there's just no easy ones out there in the middle. A big leading edge. It just holds for an age. Somehow finds empty space, examines the edge, checks it out. Oh. Bracewell here is eager to get things going. It is a real push to try and speed through.
Oh! What a ball. What a ball. Bracewell. Just enough. Little turn, little bounce. Fahim completely playing inside the line of that. Trying to hit out here. And that's a rare mistake on the boundary for New Zealand. And a boundary for Fahim. Just talking about how well the big fellas have been at protecting their boundary area.
I really think the reason for the game going into what feels like hyperdrive here, even Michael Bracewell, a gentle little trot back, just feel they want to get through the 20 overs. Of course, one-day international cricket, you have to have 20 overs completed to constitute a game. If there was to be rain at this stage, players had to leave the field and couldn't get back on. Even with Pakistan being 57 for 5, it would be match abandoned. It would be a no result. As soon as you get to that 20 over mark, that's when your DRS calculations come into play. 18 gone, 57 for 5. Smith to continue. And that is real climb once again. His pace and his bounce just looks so difficult to deal with out in the middle.
It's good effort, isn't it? Perfect height, really, from Nathan Smith. Well, Frank, you've sent me outside to check if the rain has actually started. It has not, I can confirm with you. But there are rain clouds around the outskirts of Hamilton, and I'm sure Michael Bracewell and the keepers have been here often enough to know that it is on the horizon. Pesky rain clouds.
Yeah, talking to KJ, head groundsman here, I was just a little concerned about when that rain might arrive. So it had just been skirting the ground the majority of the day. Breeze was keeping it away.
Couldn't quite get onto that one, Abbas. Yeah, it has been apocalyptically gloomy today, I would say, at this time of year. Lights went on straight away before the start of play, so we've had lights on all day in this day game. And that'll be a no ball.
They're charging in, Nathan Smith, and Just a little front foot no ball on this occasion. A little too enthusiastic, overstriding. Welcome reprieve for Pakistan. You get a free hit delivery.
Field spreads here. Oh, goodness me. That's one way to do it. Saw him wanting to back away, and he was able just to follow him out, Nathan Smith. Gee, that's smart bowling.
That's an effort ball, that. That's up at 140 from Nathan Smith. Normally see him in the early 130s, but this is the real effort ball. Zings through, jags back off the surface.
Yeah, Taib appreciated that. Appreciated getting out of the way of it too.
I think he might have been looking on a little hopefully that maybe that was just down the leg side. It was a good height. He looked to get inside the line of it. Use that pace and bounce to his advantage, and he was just giving the hopeful glance that maybe could be a leg side wide, and he'd get a second dip at the free hit.
It's another very good over this. Nathan Smith is charging in. He's still got one ball to come, courtesy of that no ball. He's bowling with some real heat, and he's doing it with spectre of pain as well. You can see him there checking that bowling hand. Great finish. Just the one run from the over, that coming from the no ball. The rest the dots. 59 for 5 after 19.
It's just one more over needed for New Zealand to make sure that it goes down as a completed game. They are well ahead at this stage in comparison. New Zealand were 106 for 4. Pakistan find themselves 59 for 5. Still needing 234 more.
No!
Just trying to speed through here, Michael Bracewell. He started well. There's been a little hint of turn for him.
Oh!
Oh, just over the top this time. Nathan Smith, he's busy, he's in the game. Take a couple.
It's nice to see that pitch conditions have allowed a little bit of assistance for the spinners too. Saw Mukim in the first innings able to spin the ball.
He's been good. His length has been spot on, Michael Bracewell, and he's doing this all while trying to hurry through as quickly as possible.
And just the little subtle changes up and down. Barely missed the mark at all with Bracewell.
Tries to go after that one and just cloths it out to long on.
And that's where the spinners have got such an important role to play. Saw it the first innings of this game, seeing it again now with Michael Bracewell. The control they can offer here just allows the fast men to operate at the other end, be attacking.
Yeah, he's rushed through another, and we officially have a match here at Seddon Park. 63 for 5, New Zealand.
little bit. It just calms down a bit, but you've got to navigate that. Pakistan, once again, I think, have just been outplayed by the pitch, and I think their attitude towards these conditions.
I think there's been a lack of ability in terms of adapting to New Zealand conditions, Rig. I think also the same mistakes are being made now that were made earlier in the tour. And there's no doubt that these conditions, New Zealand batters found these conditions difficult as well at times. But they found a way to get a total on the board. Pakistan, right throughout this tour, so I'm talking about the T20 series as well, barring one match at Eden Park, have just not been able to find a way.
Gosh, they were good in that match though, weren't they? But it was different. All of a sudden the dew came in, and definitely there was more of a skid bounce than a holding bounce.
That's one game out of 7. You've got to be more consistent than that. When you're ranked in the top 4 in terms of the one-day international rankings, you've got to be more consistent when you're away from home.
There's a real art to it as well. You can, I don't know, if you're a Pakistani batsman, you probably don't go, yeah, I'm going to New Zealand. You might worry about it. It's a challenge. But the bowlers must be wringing their hands going, yeah, all right. Yeah, it's all of a sudden some bounce and seam and some grass to bowl on. But they've got to get it right too.
And they haven't either, which has compounded the problem really for Pakistan throughout the series, hasn't it?
This could be out. This is out. Swiveled and couldn't have picked Sears out any better. As if he was hitting catching practice to the outer.
There's another example, not dealing with the bounce on the surface. Dug in short by Nathan Smith. It got up. It's a top edge. He was only ever going up. Needed to get a little bit more bat on it because it's not a big boundary. Nice comfortable catch for Ben Sears. Nathan Smith picks up his first. And Tayyab Tahir goes for 13. Pakistan 65 for 6.
Mohammed Wassim Jr. just averaging 11.
Some work to do for the Pakistan coaches. Across the board with the batters and the bowlers. That's another soft dismissal. Good piece of bowling from Nathan Smith. Yeah, if you're going to hit it up, you better hit it for 6. Get more bat on it. So throughout this tour, Rig, Pakistan's scores in the T20 series were 91, 135, 207, the one game they've won, 105, 128. Not great in the T20 series, got beaten 4-1. And then they scored 271 the other day, chasing 340 in Napier. And today they're 66 for 6. So you say the batting has been an issue in terms of the ability to deal with the bounce and some lateral movement as well, which is not easy. They have not got better as the tour's gone on.
Another one in the air, but this is all the way. That was the full swing. That's what you need to do. Have that one, the kitchen sink. 72 for 6.
Good shot from Fahim Ashraf. He went after it. That's what you have to do on New Zealand grounds. It will fly. You get any sort of bat on it, it will fly. It's not a big boundary down that way. A little bit of aggression in the shot. Impressive.
Well, I look at that first game down in Napier, and you'd say, all right, they made 277. I think in both these games that, you know, obviously we look at the Pakistan batting and say it struggled with the bounce, but the bowling has had New Zealand in trouble in both games.
That's out. Yeah, that just sounded like a nick, didn't it? Big swing. Health. Well, he wasn't overly interested in getting behind it. Dealt with it quite well, though. Just a swing and an edge, really. There's no other way to describe that. The bowling, I mean, twice now. Well, one today, just won the toss, bowling first, bowled all over the show. Managed to get out of it, got New Zealand in trouble, and then let New Zealand off the hook. Got hit at the death. Got New Zealand in trouble in the first game, and somehow New Zealand got a big total.
Yeah, they've certainly had the best of the conditions in these two one-day internationals, winning the toss and bowling first. Just haven't made the most of them. And so while you can be critical of the batting and the totals that have been put up, I think you can be just as critical of the bowlers. Because at various times they actually have had New Zealand in a little bit of trouble. During the T20 series, Seifert and Finn Allen really took them to town and really just bashed them off a length. But in these two one-day internationals, there have been times when they've been on top with the ball, haven't been able to finish things off, to put a real dent in that New Zealand batting order. And credit to New Zealand too, because they've found a way to fight back from those situations. But it would be a concern for me when I look at the fast bowlers that Pakistan have, Rick, and the conditions they've had to bowl in, that those performances haven't been better. Because we've seen it from the New Zealand fast bowlers in the same conditions, the difference between the two attacks. The likes of Harris Ralph has been around a long time too. He has gone the distance. So they just have not adjusted at any stage throughout this tour. And New Zealand have made it look rather easy.
Oh, there it was.
Love it. Fast bowler to fast bowler. Just a wee softening up. Harris Ralph's not shy of a bouncer. Sears is thinking, right, you're going to get a little bit of your own back. See what your pull shot's like if you want to take me on.
Oh, it's an important part of bowling to the tail enders, isn't it? Make them feel as uncomfortable as you can, and makes them an easier wicket. No, good control there. Keep it out. 22 gone, 74 for 7. French can't. He didn't know where that had gone. Got enough on it, though. This is Mitch Hay, 99 not out. It was an extraordinary innings. Really had to work hard early on in the innings because it was all about the pressure New Zealand was under. Were they going to post something around about 250 that we thought then would be what they'd need to be at least competitive? He took them up to 290 with some brilliant hitting at the end of his innings. Oh, nicely controlled, just one.
Yeah, both games for New Zealand have superseded probably what we thought they could get to. It just showed the value of partnerships and someone batting right to the end of the innings. We saw it likes of Mitchell and Chapman and Napier, and then Mohamed Abbas put the finishing touches on. And today, he took the responsibility to bat right through and get New Zealand that total. Yeah, super stuff. Really was an impressive innings.
No!
So the New Zealand selectors have done a good job too. Ben Sears brought into the side today. I wasn't sure whether they might play the extra batter again, a Tim Seifert who came into the squad, or even the leg spinner, Adi Ashok. I thought probably want to see him at some stage in the series, but these pitches are making it difficult to fit him into that New Zealand side. Brought Sears in and he's done a good job with the ball. That's where I think it's been an impressive season for the Black Caps from start to finish in terms of the new players, the younger players they've brought into the setup rig. Straight away they're performing. And that's not easy to do when you go from domestic to international cricket. There's quite a jump. But I think it says a lot about the setup and the way Gary Stead is running things in terms of the culture of the Black Caps. They come in and they perform.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's a really nice shot, that. Back foot straight drive. That's not easy to play. 81 for 7. That's Fahim's average. It's quite low, isn't it? This is not the shot of a player who has a low batting average. There's some talent in that. Trouble for him now. No, it's not trouble. It's trouble for someone in the crowd.
That's a good shot. It's gone all the way. Again, it's another illustration of how you have to go after the short ball here on this ground. Boundaries aren't huge. It's gone 73 metres, long way over that boundary. You have to be aggressive and you have to go after it. Can't be half-hearted. And that's good from Fahim Ashraf.
There you go. I mean, he is better than that.
He's batting at 7, so he's almost playing as an all-rounder. You've got to average more than 12 as an all-rounder.
But that technique, and he doesn't look overly troubled at the moment. He is way better. He's been putting in some work in the nets.
Certainly, showing some talent and a skill set that, yeah, playing the hook shot to Ben Sears, who's clicking it through at 140. But what those numbers say, that probably over a period of time he's been in and out of the side, hasn't been consistently picked, and that's probably an issue you've got with a number of the Pakistani players, that there's no consistency with selection. That makes it difficult from a playing point of view. They've gone through a number of coaches over the last 18 months, haven't they? It really is a difficult job. Had the likes of Gary Kirsten, Jason Gillespie, who came and went, didn't last that long because of the politics that goes on behind the scenes. Keith Jarvid is now in the hot seat. He's got some great Pakistani players around him, the likes of Azam Mahmood and Muhammad Yusuf.
4, nicely controlled. He's playing some really nice shots. You'd go all right over there, Mac, I reckon. You deal with the political environment very well, wouldn't you? A little bit edgy, but well controlled. Just use the pace.
You get full value here at Seddon Park. Sears can't believe it. I wonder if there could be another slip. New Zealand have got them. Pakistan only 1 for 7. How about a second slip? Mitchell's gone to a wide 4th slip now. There's a big gap between keeper and slip. I'd love to see a second catcher in there, Rick. You could take mid-wicket out, throw a second slip in there. You've got them 7 down. Let's finish the job as quickly as we can. I always think that when you have a 4th slip, you're just guessing. You're just guessing and hoping that the nick's thick and it goes quite square, like where Daryl Mitchell is.
Wrong line, picked off fine. Oh, got around there quickly. Smith, he's a good athlete. 92 for 7. Right, O'Rourke, 6 overs, 1 for 8. And a real handful in those 6 overs. It's just the timing and the time that Fahim seems to have. Lets the ball come. He seems to be pretty selective about what he's doing.
Just had an interesting stat come through about Pakistan batting the series. Of the 56 dismissals so far on this tour, so the T20 series plus these 2 ODI matches, 50 players have been caught. 50. 3 bowled, 2 run out, 1 stumped. No LBWs. So that just said 50. That is quite a phenomenal number when you look at the other dismissals. It just says that Pakistan batters haven't dealt with the bounce, the extra bounce in New Zealand conditions. Maybe they've been surprised. Maybe they didn't think that New Zealand pitches had as much bounce in them as what they've seen. But a number of these players have toured New Zealand before, so they should have been aware of the conditions and what they were likely to face. 50 dismissals have been caught throughout this tour. Quite remarkable.
Harris Ralph seems pretty keen on becoming catch 51. Shots like that.
O'Rourke's figure is quite remarkable, Rick. 1 for 9 into his 7th over. It's been a bit of a clinic, hasn't it, in terms of fast bowling with extra bounce. What we've seen from O'Rourke today.
Well, followed him, fended it off. And that's not nice. I think he didn't fend it off. I think that got him.
That is a brute of a delivery from O'Rourke.
It's hurt. It has hurt. It's hit that sort of side back of the helmet where, yeah, there's protection, but I tell you what, it's not that much protection. That'll hurt.
Perfect bouncer. Right on target. Right on target from O'Rourke. How impressive is this?
A little bit of glove might have taken a bit of steam off it. Not much.
Yeah, the usual questions will come out. What day is it? What city are you in?
I'm 1 from 2. It's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, we do a test on rigor every morning, which generally fails, to be fair.
What's the day of the week that I struggle with? They all just roll into one.
This is some delivery, it really is, just because of the way it's jagged back. And there would have been a lot of other batters a bit higher in the order that would have struggled to deal with that. Hope Harris Ralph's all right. You can see the mark on the back of the helmet. That's where it got him. But the impressive thing from a New Zealand point of view, Rick, is the intimidation factor here. These fast bowlers are intimidating the opposition and saying, we might have you 93 for 7, but we're going to continue to make you feel uncomfortable. That helmet will have to be changed, I would think. This has seriously been some spell from O'Rourke.
It's the discipline and the accuracy that he shows as well. It's been a factor of when he burst onto the scene in Test cricket as well. He's not brilliantly happy here. He's taking his time, and he has made life really difficult. This is Mohammad Rizwan, who is a world-class batter, trying to deal with it. Just but forced back. That one didn't keep low. It's just he was forced back by how uncomfortable he was, and that one, oh, that hurt. Getting lift, awkward lift off a length.
It's just the extra height that he operates from.
But he uses his height too.
He doesn't collapse on delivery, does he? So stands up nice and tall. I wonder if Harris Ralph's thinking, gee, what am I doing? Maybe I should go and have a wee seat, or is anyone going to bring a helmet out for me? And they're saying,
Tell you what, their physio's come out and asked the questions. If he asks me any questions, I'm saying, yes, sir. Whatever you want.
Well, it hasn't really been close when you look at those numbers. New Zealand 292 for 8, thanks to Mitch Hayes scoring his highest ODI score. 99 not out. Got so close. 4 off the final ball of the innings to get to 99. Needed to hit it for 6. It's just some innings. Mohammad Abbas again, 41 from 66. Was a totally different innings for Mohammad Abbas today, and he showed he's got the ability, the batsmanship and the ability to adapt to conditions, which is always great to see in a young player. And then the Pakistan batting has never got going. Lost their first 5 wickets for 32. And now they find themselves 93 for 7. These are the wickets as they fell. It's catching practice in the slips as the Pakistan batters weren't sure whether to defend or play. They got squared up. New Zealand made inroads very early. When they did try and attack and go after one, it still went catching height to the slips, and then they decided to try and be aggressive, and that didn't work. Didn't matter what they tried, just didn't come off today.
Yeah, they went through this little period here where they were a few down. They just started slogging, which was a bit strange. That was a good catch, that from Mache. And that was just needed to give it the kitchen sink. A top edge would have gone the whole way. Well, I think we're waiting for the helmet. So I think Harrisrath wants to bat on, but he wants the right gear. So they're going to swap out the helmet, which is sensible because they can structurally take some issues.
Well, generally the manager's got a case that they carry around that's got, I'm going to say, 7 or 8 different helmets in it. Just replacements, different makes, models, sizes, because helmets do get chopped and changed a lot. Harris Ralph looks like he's done. He is walking off. He's obviously not passed the concussion test, maybe, or the test that he needed to continue batting. So he's going to come off. I'll tell you what, the next bloke that's coming in won't be overly enthused about that.
You do hear those stories where players have gone out and they've taken strike and there's a pool of blood on the pitch in the crease. It can't be flash. Well, lucky Jarvis. Not much to read about there, but just 2 matches.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mismatch coming to face O'Rourke, who's got his tail up. 1 for 9 into his 7th over. It's been damaging. It's been aggressive. It's been some spell. What's he going to start off with here?
Oh, airily, he's going to cop up 4. Was that a slow ball? Is that the old slow ball bluff?
2 full from O'Rourke. Got to continue the nasty stuff. You've got to go short. That's what he wanted. He can just throw the bat at it.
Well, he's got his highest score too. First ball with 1 shot. He might have gone to knock him over there and just got the radar wrong. The good length delivery and over the top of off stump. Keith wasn't overly behind it. 97 for 7.
So retirement now to add to Pakistan's woes, and Ben Sayers still charging in from the city end as we welcome Frankie Mackay back to commentary. New Zealand owning the show out here today. The bowlers have just been too good. Not over yet, of course, but technically speaking now just 2 wickets away. 97 for 7. Wickets in hand, the key here, because the run rate these days is a little less relevant than it once was. But, gee, it has been a feisty old spell of pace bowling today from this New Zealand cohort, and Bracewell's 3 overs to get through quickly. And I can tell you, light drizzle has begun to fall in Hamilton as well. New Zealand will be very keen to take these last couple of wickets.
Yeah, they'll be very eager to get things wrapped up. It's been excellent so far. 5 bowlers used by Michael Bracewell. All brought something slightly different to the attack. All bowled with some real venom about them.
And slides past the edge. It's just been hard for Pakistan to get a foothold here today. Sears has been deadly, 3 for 22. Hadn't taken a one-day wicket before today. He's got his first 3 now. Jacob Duffy, 2 for 18 off 5 overs. Will O'Rourke, 1 for 13 off 7. O'Rourke has been largely unplayable out here. No one would have enjoyed watching Tayyab having to leave the field. No one in cricket wants to see that happen. Workplace has it, unfortunately.
He should have been walking off. Cursing the lack of the fast bowlers union anymore. Never used to happen. Quicks were all in a gang together, looked after one another.
Oh, that swung away. Chance in the deep. And one bounce and lands safely in the end in front of Henry Nicholls. I think that union you speak of is, well, might be verbal, but it's certainly not written down in contract form.
No, well, it hasn't been the happiest milestone match for Haris Ralph. 50th one-day international today. Went round the park a little bit with the ball. Did pick up a wicket, but leaked 75 runs. Went out there and battled away. Wore one on the helmet. Not necessarily a game to remember.
No, it hasn't been. There's Haris Ralph, and who's had to leave the game. Fahim and Akif in the middle. Fahim on 45. It's 98 for 7. Will O'Rourke back in. This one off an inside edge onto the pad, and so we can say officially that Haris Ralph has failed a concussion test. Given the protocols, Frank, I'm assuming that means that will be that for this series for Haris Ralph.
Yeah, I would think so, unfortunately. It's a huge blow for Pakistan. This match looking a little bit out of reach, but loved what he's brought to the series so far.
Yeah, we mentioned before, he's such an engaging player to be around. Katie mentioned how much they enjoyed his company in the BBL in Melbourne. But wherever he goes, he carries a lot of respect with him. You can sense that he enjoys the camaraderie of the game as much as anything else. He's competitive, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, so that's a real shame, and hopefully it is on the minor side. Recovers well and quickly.
Still on the short game here, but that'll be wide down the leg side this time. O'Rourke just losing the laser a little bit.
And I guess that's where the concussion protocols and those coming into cricket have been really good to see. So often, historically, you'd see people take some pretty hefty blows on the helmet, and it was just the old, well, are you okay? Yeah, you're still standing, off you go, continue on. So good that player welfare and player safety is at the forefront at the moment.
Yeah, well, so it should be. And I certainly can't fault the sports rule makers and lawmakers for making sure that that's part and parcel now of the game, and it's good to see a concussion check taken seriously and a player pulled from the match who hasn't quite passed muster. In 9 out of 10, probably 19 out of 20 of those cases, Frank, you would pass the concussion check, and it is perfunctory. cut evidence there that it works, and it's obviously found someone who wasn't quite responding in the way they should have.
100 comes up for Pakistan. 27th over.
Just clarifying those rules around substitutions in the case of a concussion withdrawal, Frank. So Pakistan can have a substitute batter?
Yeah, so with him failing his head injury assessment, his concussion test, that means that he will be afforded a concussion substitute, so a like-for-like replacement in the 11.
Oh, goodness. Well, that's another one. And you could see O'Keefe just back away. I'm sure that's hit him in the helmet. Big Cliffy's out there again. It's a busy day for the physio. Yep, right on the badge.
Yeah, that's another mark to the helmet. It's just absolutely zinging through. Didn't have too much of an idea about that one. Some of the Pakistani players might be having a polite word to Will O'Rourke. Could you just pitch it up? But yeah, so concussion substitute has to be like for like. So Harris Ralph effectively comes out of the 11 and cannot be replaced by a batter. So he will be replaced like for like. So it'll be one of the seam bowlers who are not playing today will be his very likely replacement. No word as of yet who that will be, but they get the joy of coming out and having a bat today.
Well, whoever that is, I think they'll be hoping that Will O'Rourke's done by the time they have to come out. I don't think Will O'Rourke will be making too many friends in Pakistan with the way he's decided to bowl today, but he's just making the best of conditions.
Well, even his team have left him alone at the moment. He is the lone man standing down towards the members' end.
So is Will O'Rourke's at the top of his mark, and the rest of the Kiwis are having a corridor down the other end. Oh, well, it is an official drinks break, and suddenly Will O'Rourke's figured that out. He was waiting for play to start again.
It's the slow walk in now for Will O'Rourke. He was rearing and ready to go, and instead a drinks break.
Powerade drinks break time here at Seddon Park. Drinks ongoing at Seddon Park, and it has been the New Zealand bowlers who have been in complete control today. Ben Sears getting his first, second and third wickets. His first just guided down to third man. Nathan Smith gladly accepting the catch. Same over, and this one skied up. Mitch Hay did a good job here. Amazingly, he warms up this way too, Frank. Hit goes up, he spins around once, and then he's got to go and track it down, and there's the third simple catch this time for Mitch Hay. Ben Sears. Oh, it's full this time. Beautifully played through the covers, and that'll be four. Gee, did well to get the bat down there, O'Keefe. It was beautifully timed. 1 overall, deciding to go a bit fuller, but it was too much width. 108 for 7. Fahim Ashraf on strike. He's never scored a one-day international 50. 7 list A 50s to his name, and that's not going to get through. Nick Kelly diving about. Backward point.
Well, he's been the standout, hasn't he? He's been pretty uncomplicated in the way he's gone about things. Good piece of fielding there from Nick Kelly.
6 list A 50s to his name. This will be his 7th if he is to these next 4 runs, and that looks pretty good. That's a great way to bring it up. A maiden one-day international half century. That Toyota's in trouble. That is the shot of the day from a Pakistan point of view. Well done, Fahim Ashraf. 50 up.
Yeah, not a bad way to bring up first one-day international half century. Gets onto the short ball like a flash and puts it out of the ground. Down the road. Chase for some keen young cricketer.
Well, the ball's come back. There's been occasions here in Hamilton where that's not the case. Can't remember what game it was, Frank, but the perpetrator was last seen running down that road in Jandals. It's a slow getaway.
Had some serious pace going for Jandals, though.
He was risking a blowout, I'll give him that much. Oh, not this time. Pace off. It's been a real outlier performance, hasn't it, for Fahim Ashraf today? Ashraf into the side, watching wickets tumble around. He was in a little bit earlier than he would have thought too. It's top 5 for Rod for not many. First 3 wickets lost, and it's 9 runs on the board. They were 5 down for 32. Partnership of 21, which seems positively profitable in the context of the match so far.
Yeah, he's had a good day out, really. Tidy enough with the new ball. Some swing, some shape. Picked up a wicket, and then has been a real standout with the bat in hand.
There's no run there. Oh my goodness. Well, you can't be serious. If this is out, it's a
We have
calamity.
an umpire review for a run out. Need your best angle at the non-striker's end, please. Just rock and rolling that slowly. Looks like it's down. Have you got the other side there for me? Okay. There we go. Bat's down and in the crease. Okay, ready to make my decision.
Well, Keith Jarvis' long limbs have saved him on that occasion. That would have been a very disappointing way to go. Duffy back, and that is a beauty to start. Keith, he just hung the bat out. Slid past the outside edge, straight as a die. It's too good.
Yeah, couldn't get much closer than that.
He's been the great senior operator in this series for the Black Caps, Jacob Duffy. That has gone straight up and gone. Mitchell takes the catch. Duffy gets a third. Just singing his praises, but he's there because of that. Every time he gets an opportunity, he makes it count, Jacob Duffy. He continues in that vein today. Special player at a special time of his career.
Yeah, just taking wickets for fun at the moment, Jacob Duffy. Long may that continue. And an excellent vein of form. Picks up his third for the day. And Keith, well, he fought hard, toiled away, but he's gone for 8. Pakistan now 114 for 8.
Well, here's an assignment. Naseem Shah, the official concussion substitute for Haris Ralph. He's turned up today at the park and he thought, well, I'm not wanted. I'll put the feet up, might run a drink or two. Now he finds himself in the maelstrom. Naseem Shah to face Jacob Duffy. He's got his tail up again. And in the back of his mind, he's thinking, oh, well, O'Rourke's still got 2 overs to bowl. I did not need this on a Wednesday. And that's a welcome.
Yeah, they've been brutal with the short ball, have New Zealand. Will O'Rourke, Ben Sears, Jacob Duffy getting in on the act. That last one up over 140 kilometres now. Smith bent the back on a couple of occasions. They have just been relentless.
It's nicely whipped away off the hip. Could go away for 4 this, and it will. Splits the difference. Neither could get there. That's a nice way to start for Naseem.
Off the mark and a little smile to go along with it. Neatly tucks this one off the hip. It's got to be the worst outcome, though, for Naseem Shah. He's got to come out, face the music, ball still swinging around, and all the short stuff. He doesn't get to bowl a ball as payback.
No, Rod.
141 k's an hour, so he's around that 140 mark here in this over, Jake Duffy. This has been a bully performance from the New Zealand quicks today. And this is a real puff your chest out, you're in our backyard kind of display, and I'm here for it. There's a real hunger in this team to dominate Pakistan, and they're doing that today. They're doing that with the ball. It was a wonderful knock from Mitch Hay just to take the wind out of Pakistan's sails, get New Zealand to a very defendable total, and it has been face the music since. Plenty of runs on the board, won't mind giving up a wide. It's intimidatory.
Quite incredible as well, at the same stage of the innings. The wickets is the big difference, but New Zealand only had 139 runs on the board. And we're watching this thinking that Pakistan's been bullied, beat up on through this innings, but New Zealand weren't that far ahead in terms of runs.
Oh, they were in the mud. There's no doubt about that.
No, like
5 down, 139 at the same time in the game. Frank, you did right. Pakistan have just lost a couple of wickets too many.
It just shows the skill of New Zealand middle order players to put together some partnerships. Mohamed Abbas was great. Even Nathan Smith, that little contribution, allowed Mitch Hay to bat deep into the innings and then really put the hammer down at the end and push that score up to 290, which looked well above par for the conditions that we've seen here today. And then they have just backed that up with the ball. 120 for 8.
Well, Michael Bracewell's got through 3 overs and he's decided he's going to come back for a couple more.
Oh, beastie.
Change of rhythm here for the Pakistanis, but they've been pushed back and pushed around by the paceman here. And they may welcome the change of pace, but Bracewell's a smart bowler. Going after him comes with risks as well. Flight he's used today, and just that slight variation you talked about it, and they're not huge variations, but it tends to fluctuate between the low 90s and the low 80s, but hovers around. And just slightly different trajectories and flights, and then the one that just spins a little bit more.
Yeah, he to me is someone who's got good control and then just has a good feel for the game. I think he just has a good instinct for what's about to happen.
Oh, beastie. Thanks, beast.
And that allows him to use the variations that he does have really effectively, almost like a little bit of a sixth sense. Gets the feel of when batters want to use their feet, so can take pace out of the ball, shift his line slightly. Gets a feel for when people are wanting to attack him.
Good lads. Let's go right up.
And you just wonder how he'll go about this bowling spell, whether he's actually prepared to toss a few up, to really throw the tempter, the carrot.
I was wondering the same thing, Frank. He's brought a drive up now. No, he's decided, no, you stay back. And he'll bring point back inside the circle. But I think he will want to float a couple up. I just want to say, well, away you go. You got a few runs to get here. I've got plenty in the bank to play with. Have a go at me.
Oh.
50 catches already on this tour. New Zealand have taken. It has been the mode of dismissal. 1-2-1 for it.
Over it goes, the bat to the keeper.
thought it was a top edge right over the top. Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Need to get your eyes tested, Mark.
I swear that was a top edge.
I swear it wasn't. Last rights, really, isn't it? New Zealand needing 2 wickets to finish this game off and win the series. A series that they've dominated. Fahim Ashraf, who you talked to a little bit about earlier, he's played well, Rick. 53 from 63. First one-day international 50 for him, and outlying his average of 12, he's shown the prospect that he is.
Well, he's just looked to have solid technique. Hasn't looked flustered in the conditions. Really good innings. Flashing over the top and into the gap. That'll be 4. He's taken control of anything loose as well. He's been very good off the back foot.
He's been selective, which I've liked. When he's got a bad ball, he's put it away. A little bit short and wide, and he's gone after it. But he hasn't done anything half-hearted. That's been the difference. He's actually gone after it. When he's spotted a scoring opportunity, he's given it the kitchen sink.
I think he went for 6.
Cricket has really changed a lot over the years when you think of it. Naseem Shah has not played all day, wasn't part of the playing 11, but gets to have a bat at the end of the day. Crazy.
It's supposed to be great. Oh, wow, it looked like it hit something on the way through. Maybe just an ear pocket, because it flew.
It's an interesting one, though, because if you're a non-player, you can't ease off for the day. You never know when you might get called in.
Well, you know how the non-players always, you just got to go and give throwdowns to the playing group. That'll be fantastic. Now you've got a right to demand some yourself. Keep the strike, 127 for 8.
Yeah, so actually everyone's active in the squad, aren't they? Need a like-for-like replacement, so Harris Ralph's game is over. He's retired hurt.
Oh, okay, so if you lose a bowler to concussion, when they're batting, you've got to replace them with a bowler.
Correct. Like for like. You can't put a top-order batter in because it's part of the batting innings. Unfair advantage.
God, that could get a bit subjective though, wouldn't it?
Yes, there have been some instances in some matches where there's been questions asked about a like-for-like change.
Wow, there you go. There you go. That's brilliant. That's smashed into the sight screen.
Naseem Shah saying, well, thought I was going to have a day off, but I'm out in the middle having a bat. I might as well make the most of it. I'm going to go after the off spin, a good use of the feet. Great place to hit it, straight back down the ground into the sight screen. Yeah, it's a nice strike.
May as well try to have a little bit of fun against the off spinner.
Hasn't been much fun against the New Zealand fast bowlers, has it? So it's probably the best end to stay down and to do a little bit of swinging.
There's a little bit of bounce and turn there for Bracewell.
On a game based.
Oh, that one got away. He's just firing into that leg stump a little bit here because he knows that Nazim wants to take him on. I think flight it up, give him a go.
Throw it up there, get it above the eye line. Tail end is going to go after it.
Doesn't want to let him.
You need 2 wickets.
Different types of spinners, aren't there? There's those spinners who will, you know, they'll sense the situation and they'll just lob it up. They'll try to buy a wicket. Others, oh no, they don't like giving away even a single. Oh. 136 for 8. Well, it's been a few of them. 6s. And if you've downloaded the KFC 6 and Shout app, pick the right spot, and, you're in for a bit of free food. I am getting a little hungry, actually.
Seen Fahim Ashraf play like this, Rick. You think, how was he not selected in game 1? Again, it comes back to that consistency of selection that Pakistan seem to struggle with at times.
That's a shot and a half, that, isn't it? Just let it come, drop the bat on the top of it. Total control.
It's gone so quick off the bat. Like you mentioned, he did just lean on it. Quick hand speed through that shot. That race through point for 4. Nick Kelly had no chance diving away. Partnership's 27 from 25. Naseem Shah's done a good job. Would not have been expecting to have to partake in this match at any stage, but he's got his kit on. Is now 12 from 12, 1-4-1-6, striking at 100. Field comes up now, slip and play. Interesting, after the first match of the series, that Pakistan were ranked 3, New Zealand 4 on the one-day international team rankings. After New Zealand's win in Napier in game 1, both teams flipped their positions. So New Zealand went up to 3 and Pakistan down to 4. Both sides high up in the rankings at the moment. Not that you ever play because of those rankings, but it's always nice to know, isn't it? It's usually a good yardstick that the side's playing well. If you're in the top 4 in the world, things are going pretty well, you'd have to say.
Fended off, didn't know much about that. Now he's going to run himself out. $141 for 8. Well, Nazim's down there now, facing Bracewell. And there's 5 balls left in this over. Surely gives him a carrot. One of these has to. There it is. And he goes after it. Hoiks it into the onside. It's high and it's long and it's 6. Why did he do that? Bracewell thinks to himself.
Go on, do it again. Make it a little bit wider so he's got to drag it onside. It was just in the slot. Did turn, got the inside half of the bat. It's a good bat he's got. Sharp. Got enough on it to get it up on the bank.
Back to tight on the leg side.
Throw it up, just go a little bit wider. Put it a foot outside off stump.
Or go even slower. Really slow. There it is. Fetches that again. He's got it in the gap. He's got it. No, they'll get round and stop it. Oh, no! He's back. He's back. He's back. We'll have a look. And he's back.
Oh, we've gone upstairs for a look. It's close.
TV umpire director, we have a umpire review for a run out. Best side on view, non-strikers in, please. Yeah, bat's grounded. Ready to make my decision.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? The ball there, it was wider, it was slower, harder to hit with any sort of power. And in the end, it was just 1.
Oh, Beastie, great shapes. On the one now. Beastie. Oi! Over. Brilliant toe.
34 gone, 149 for 8. Smith back on. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 28. We haven't seen Mohamed Abbas bowl today. He goes to the stumps and he gets bonked down the ground. Interesting sort of shot, this.
Check drive. Wasn't afraid to hit it in the air, hit it nice and straight. He can bat, Naseem Shah, can't he? Look at that. Nice follow through too. Just rolled his fingers on it, did Nathan Smith. Bunted over mid-on for 4.
No, it's wide.
Partnership's now 40, Rig, 40 from 35, so it's starting to wag and frustrate New Zealand.
No!
Oh, I think perhaps you give it to Mohamed Abbas or Daryl Mitchell. Might be time for a little part-timer just to come on and snaffle a wicket. Quite often batters, bowlers, when they see that part-timer come on, they just relax a little bit.
You'd probably look at Mohamed Abbas as more of a part-timer and genuine all-rounder. I don't think Daryl Mitchell views himself as a part-timer.
He's only used part-time, and I think at times underused Daryl Mitchell. He can be more than useful. I'm sure he would like to bowl a lot more than what he does. He's taken a couple of good catches. Just throw him the ball for an over or two, see what happens. Could be quite useful on this sort of surface, just get one to nip.
gets away and goes for one. That's a good piece of fielding. He's a big unit, isn't he, O'Rourke? But he's pretty good in the field.
He's very good in the field. All the New Zealand fast bowlers have thrown themselves around, been outstanding. Full stretch. Helps when you've got nice long arms that you can get across to that ball. They have done an excellent job in the outfield. All the New Zealand bowlers have done exactly what you would want them to do. Excellent to see.
Clothed it, but there's no one there. There's no one really up saving one on the onside there. So he'll get away with it. Probably the first one of those pull shots that he hasn't hit well.
Yeah, hit really high on the bat, up near the stickers, and there's just no wood in the bat up that high. So no timing at all. 66 from 73. Been excellent innings. What about 24 from 22? Nassim Shah, who was sitting at the back of the changing room reading a book half an hour ago. Now he's out in the middle.
Now, was that lazy? I think he made it, but how lazy was that running? I think we'll find out.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for run out. Need your best sidearm view at the striker's end post. Coming through. Just rock and rolling that slowly, and it's lit up in the bat. Have you got another angle of that at the side? Just to confirm, looks like the bat might be just behind. There we go. One frame back, yeah, and one frame forward. That's it there, one more frame, and one more frame. Yeah, the bat is just behind the line. Then grounded, I'm ready to make my decision.
That's as close as it gets. Yeah, he's just a little lazy in the running. Wasn't really putting the big ones in.
Slowed up a touch, didn't he? That is as close as it gets to being run out.
Oh, I don't know. Benefit of the doubt to the batter. That's the old convention. I think there was doubt there whether it was grounded or not. I think it was simultaneous, making his ground and the ball hitting the stump. So benefit of the doubt to the batter. Sears is back now. Might spice things up a little for Naseem. Feels like a night game when you look out there right now. Lights are on. Lights starting to fade. Well, he's not getting behind it, but he's got a pretty good hand-eye. There you go. It's the best partnership of the innings so far.
By some way.
Was that off the gloves? There was some interest. And it's just
Just one bouncer.
It's another quick bouncer, this time from Sears. New Zealand bouncers have been bang on today. They really have got the direction spot on. Look at that. And that was a clever bouncer because it was outside leg stump. So Sears is thinking Shah's going to give himself room and will probably be outside leg stump. And that's exactly where he was. Yep, there goes the reaction. That wasn't far away and it was quick.
That was a little ugly.
It's good bat speed though. That would have flown. Look at the bounce in the surface.
Where's that going if he hits it?
Over the keeper.
It's going straight up. He hits it in the middle of the bat, it goes straight up.
He's not hitting it in the middle of the bat. It's coming off the outside edge over the keeper's head for 4.
All right, we're going to send another one out there. Just so he knows he's going to get another short one. Or not. Oh. No, he went full and he hits him high. This will be a tough catch. Cover going back, can't get there. That was Abbas.
That's easy.
Got enough bat on it, didn't he, here, Nasim Shah? Went at the stumps. Oh, it's an extravagant shot. Trying to go over mid-off. Just got enough on it to elude Muhammad Abbas. He's doing his best to get there. Disappointment for Sears.
Oh, straight back over the top. This isn't half a chance. This is 6. Wow. Oh, Sears won't like that. He's a bit bemused. 165 for 8. Must be a chase for deep square leg.
Well, this partnership's gone past the niggly stage now. This was the 6 from Nasim Shah. Look at that. Just an extension of forward defence. As good as it gets. Straight down the ground with a high elbow.
Probably should put out a public service warning as Katie Martin's just sat in the producer's seat. We can throw anything at you now.
Well, there'll be a hawk. You know that that's coming.
We're going to have to try to work our way through it and do the analysis.
126 from 82 needed here for Pakistan. Required rates 9.22. Partnership of 53 from 48.
Well, he's starting to talk him up for a win here, Mac. Katie said, be a bit more positive, will you? Slower ball, nicely played away.
Well, neither look like getting out at the moment, Rig, to be fair.
Well, I think Nazim looks a little risque.
He's 33 off 29. He's hit 3 6s. He's having the time of his life. He was left out, would have been disappointed to be left out of the playing 11.
Well, he just needed a bat like this when he was in the playing 11 in the last game, and they might have had a chance.
Seen a lot of pace off from any of the bowlers today. Generally been pace on.
Off the glove, yeah. It looked like it was off something as it went through. No. Shake of the head. I think they're going to review this. They're not.
What?
You have two, don't we?
And Nassim Shah's saying, why is that not a wide? I think he's got a case.
Yeah, it's a fair point, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it is. How far down the leg side was it?
Well, if that was full, if that went past his pads, it's wide.
Getting more and more confident, isn't he, Nassim Shah?
So we're going to miss to finish it. 37 gone, 169 for 8.
Well, they are showing some good determination, these two. Nassim, concussion sub for Haris Ralph and Fahim Ashraf. 55, this partnership. And New Zealand trying to find a way to break it. Sears. There's the edge, and short and wide. It'll just be the one.
I think in a way what this partnership has shown is that crucial first 10 overs, or first 11 overs when Pakistan were 4 for 31, and it was always going to be how could they get through the new ball, that bit of extra movement in the wicket and then score big in the end. If you look at New Zealand and Pakistan comparison, New Zealand are only 11 runs ahead of where Pakistan are at the moment, and it was a massive last, 11, 12 overs from New Zealand with the bat. And they would have felt probably Pakistan, New Zealand maybe 30 more runs than they should have got with the bat.
Yeah, 82 runs off the last 10 overs, largely with Mitch Hay hitting big. 7 sixes in his innings of 99 not out. And they had the capacity for that acceleration. You probably can't say the same for Pakistan, although you look at the same time in the game, New Zealand were 182 for 5. So they weren't streets ahead. It is just about the fact they were able to put the foot down the last 60 balls of the match. At this stage, these two are proving more frustration than genuine match winners, but this is cricket. Things can happen. That's pulled away across mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs. Fahim continues.
Yeah, he's batted beautifully. Short deliveries. He's really got on top of, there's been 6 over the top or just those ones in front. I guess the point being is that it was always going to be a challenging time in the first 10 to 15 overs for Pakistan, but it was around how they could utilise that top order to try and bat as deep as they could. It was always going to be heavy scoring in the back end. They were decimated early.
There it is, gone. Sears gets his man. That is the 4th of the day for Ben Sears. Feathered edge, gladly accepted behind the stumps by Mitch Hay. He has had a day to remember with the ball, that man. Rolled the fingers, and Fahim's brave resistance comes to a close. He is dismissed for 73. Sufyan, McKean. ODI number 2, and he's there because of that. Yeah, it was a good chunk in the end, wasn't it? Ben Sears, great length, caught in 2 minds. Corridor of indecision for Fahim. And a simple catch for Mitch Hay. Ben Sears now 1 away from a fifer. Hadn't taken one before today. And that one is over the top of middle stump.
Yeah, 1 being a wicket. He's bowled well. I think he bowled at a time where O'Rourke and Duffy were all over the top order of Pakistan, and this first one, Solman, and then Rizwan looking to attack him. He's just bowled in good areas and just did enough. He's done enough off the wicket. Look at that top order, absolutely no single digits. And that top 5, you're going to chase down a score around 300 when you're in a position like that, unfortunately.
Oh, he's chipped that up. And that's going to fall safe. In fact, that's going to be 6. Wowee. That's the way to get off the mark in one-day cricket. 180 for 9.
Oh, what a shot this is. He is so deep in his crease. Just a flick of the wrists. He's looked up and said, goodness me, that's gone a mile. His first runs is a 6 flicked over mid-wicket. Ben Sears said, not bad. I'll give you that one.
Nathan Smith gets another crack. Took 4 wickets of his own on Wednesday in Napier. It's Naseem to face as Smith comes in from the members' end. They're 1 away New Zealand. Oh, and that's hit him again. Gone past Mitch Hay. It'll be league byes, and yeah, just a wee flick of the neck. And out comes Cliffy again. His GPS today is off the charts.
He's well behind time. A lot of this is down to this. Just again, another player getting hit. Bowling from this end, the members' end as well. Just took off from the wicket. You almost feel as a batter, and it doesn't catch speed, but you feel as a batter it catches speed. It gets on you quicker than what you expect. I think this has been the 5th or 6th time a batter from this end has been hit in the helmet. It's not something that you want to see at all. Naseem Shah obviously in as a concussion replacement from Harris Ralph. Just looking through, working out who's actually going to be able to come back in if there's another concussion sub.
Any other left-arm unorthodox spinners on the side?
Well, Kushal Shah, we haven't seen him yet.
It's not a good sign that Cliff's taking his time out there, although it's good to see the smile, but you could see the way he just moved his neck after contact. Not always about the actual hit itself, but how that's jarred him, if it's just hurt the neck slightly, and you can sense there's some discomfort there.
Well, when you do get hit in the helmet like that, it's actually the whiplash that happens. And that's what the sorest thing is, and in the base of your neck, just below, I guess the top of your neck, but the base below the skull is when it feels really sore. Doesn't sound great, doesn't look great either. But it's that whiplash that you get, that's what creates actually the, I guess, delayed concussion in a period of time. Obviously Harris Ralph, he went straight off, so obviously felt those symptoms straight away. Usually it's a good 5 minutes after getting hit that you do feel symptoms if you do have concussion.
You've been there, Katie Martin, so you know how debilitating it can be. Good to see he's okay, Naseem. He continues, and that's up and over. And that's going to run away. And another good save on the boundary. New Zealand's quicks have been very good in that department. Will O'Rourke again on that occasion? Just a note too, I mean, it was lovely to see Nathan Smith actually just check on Naseem straight away, just to check if he was okay. I think if my reading's up to scratch, there was "Are you okay, bro?" involved. Oh, he's gone again. That's even better. That's magnificent. That's 6.
Oh, we have seen a couple of glorious shots from the tail enders in the last 2 overs. It was a slower ball, sat in the wicket. A back foot punch over extra cover from the substitute player. Boy, you usually see that from the top order. Oh, that is a nice shot. Just caress the hands through the ball to lift that over.
Well, it's his best ever. Naseem, 43. Oh, he's got a duck under that one. Not even in the 11, and he's now come up with a career best. 43 from 36 deliveries. What a day.
He was obviously got ruled out in terms of this playing 11 chat at the toss was that he was injured, so it wasn't indication of specifically what that injury was, but you'd expect probably something within the leg area which would have impacted his bowling, but he hasn't had to run too many either. 4 6s and 2 4s and a score of 43.
Yeah, that's not bad. Two in boundaries for Naseem, and he tries to go again, and that one slides past the edge, and Naseem's berating himself here. Angled in, no run there. It's the end of the 39th over, 1-9. Lovely views. Out over Hamilton, Tautari in the background, Mount Pirongia. In the dusk now, it's been seared, misses off stump by a whisker.
Oh, that is a whisker of her paint. Naseem Shah is giving Hakeem a lot of advice at the other end. I think he's saying, what do you want me to do with that one? The crowd's now getting behind Ben Sears. His first ODI wicket today, eyeing up his first ever 5-wicket haul in ODI cricket. He's bowling to number 11.
Oh, he's hunting. He is hunting for a wicket here. Oh, that's nicely played. Beautifully played. Sufyan gets a boundary, his second, his first boundary for 1-6, 1-4, 10 on the board, 4 deliveries. What a knock.
I've seen 2 glorious shots for his 2 boundaries. First one back and across, this one back and across to the offside. He's just timed that. Usually you see players on the front foot, that delivery, but he has gone back thinking that might have been a fuller, and then just used his timing. He must have a very good bat for number 11 as well.
Sears may just want to pull back the length. Mitchell wants a catch at slip. Someone wants a catch, and it's odds on it's going to be one. Naseem Shah. This has been a day to remember so far. Chasing down his first half century, he's now career best.
Yeah, to think half an hour ago, he was sitting probably with his trainers on, just watching the game unfold, thinking, I'm glad I'm not a tail order going out there to bat against New Zealand's bowling. He has had a lot of fun. New Zealand bowlers all around the ground, and some glorious strokes. That last shot to play back foot punch over extra cover, one of the hardest areas to hit. Technically, everything has to be in good alignment. It was just outstanding. I wonder what the batters on the sideline are saying. I said I wouldn't have minded these conditions when I started opening up a couple of hours ago.
Probably saying you should have seen the first 10 overs. Can he get a 5th? Ben Sears, that's the intrigue. Everyone wants it. Oh, that's played nicely too. Finally, Jake Duffy gladly receive. 1 ball to come in the over. A dot ball's the second best result here for Sears. from team point of view. They want Sufyan on strike. .96 or 61, which Pakistan had a few more in the bank, Katie. Is looking like an odds-on chase. It's just the number of wickets lost in the early stages of the match. They've come back to haunt. Thought about it, gets the dot ball. Naseem stays on 43. Oh no, hang on a second, he gets another crack. Michael Goff says that's wide.
We saw very similar in the first ODI, didn't we? Clumps of wicket that were lost. They were set up in a really good position, maybe 12 overs to go. And then Babar Azam got out, and then from that point on, they lost wickets after wickets, 3 wickets and 8 balls. Again tonight, 5 for 32 in the 12th over. That really just put them on the back foot.
Oh, Naseem goes after it, and he's got most of it. 1 bounce 4. He moves to 47. The 200 up for Pakistan, 202 for 9.
Getting a bit of tap here. In his last few overs, Ben Sears, a number of times here, he's just got enough on the ball to get it over the fielders. I wouldn't say it was controlled, but it doesn't matter. Fielders are up. They wanted to keep McKeem on strike for the first ball of this over. Well, they've got that result. Boundary cost them that.
Minutes before 7 p.m. here in Hamilton. In the dusk. Longia in the background, looking over to Tuna. Ethan Smith back, and the crowd, I think they're eager to see this final wicket taken. Those who are here supporting New Zealand, that is. Oh, it's full and straight and dug out.
I think sort of when I reflect on this bowling performance for New Zealand, you can't underestimate O'Rourke. He hasn't necessarily got the wickets. He's 1 for 19 off 8 overs, but he's set it up. And that's allowed the likes of Jacob Duffy to pick up 3 wickets. Ben Sears as well. They created the pressure in the first 10 overs. While he hasn't necessarily got the wickets, and quite often it's not the case, the best bowler doesn't always get the wickets, but they create enough at the other end. And he really set the tone today with his bowling, Will O'Rourke.
It's like a deleted scene from Spinal Tap, that. He's just signed a black cap with a black Sharpie. Punches it down. Oh, good fielding. Really good from the captain. Stuck out the big left mitt and saved 3 runs.
It's these little things that you assess as a team, what your attitude is in the field. It's what New Zealand's strength has been for such a long period of time. Always chasing deliveries down, even though the position they're in, just searching for that 1 wicket. Saw Will O'Rourke do it all around the ground as well, on the outfield, in front of the boundary rope. It's just those little things that New Zealand have done really well today. Naseem chasing his first 50 as well, a few runs away.
Tries to guide it past. Can't do so. Remains on 47. Well, it would be just reward. Really, Naseem has been special. Late substitution for Harris Ralph. His team under pressure. He's come out here and he's shown some fabulous fight this evening. Whipped away this time. That's going to do it. That is a very special moment, and he points the bat at the dugout. Well played, sir. 50 up for Naseem. And Pakistan just refused to go away.
The outstanding innings, fighting one. Come on as a substitute for Harris Ralph, who unfortunately has gone off with concussion, but to come in and be top run scorer for Pakistan. Outstanding composure and fight from Naseem.
The only Fahim has been better today in terms of runs scored. Naseem at 51 off 42 balls, 4 sixes, 4 fours. It's the first 5 wickets for 32 runs. The last 4. Now my maths is going to be challenged. $172. 5. You start a maths calculation without thinking it through. Martin?
Usually a maths calculation starts with turning your calculator on your phone, to be honest.
I don't have that with me.
Yeah, 51, top score of 73 for him, but I thought he played beautifully, and we talk so much about the balance of this side. Naseem in the first game, he batted at number 8, and conversations as was he too high in terms of that order, and we saw the fall of wickets, I guess, from number 6 onwards for Pakistan, whereas it's been the opposite today. Just shows that if there is a little bit of application from those bowling all-rounders out in the middle, ideally you don't want to be in that position, but a little bit of application does show that they can do the job. And for him coming in this side today, top scoring, took a little bit of tap early on, but come back all right with the ball as well. So there's patches and bits and pieces for Pakistan at various points. It's just that collective as a team, people aren't necessarily putting match-winning performances together.
That's up, and it is very high, and a big opportunity here. Will O'Rourke? Oh, it's tough. Jeez, and I tell you what, he's gone close to knocking himself out here, Will O'Rourke. He has hit the deck hard. That is a tough catch, always tracking back in the lights. That would have been wicket number 5, and Will O'Rourke remonstrating with himself, I would suggest. He knew that. Just looked to have lost at the last minute, and that's always just awkward to watch.
Talk so much about how great his fielding has been. You'd feel gutted as well that his fast bowling friend has had the opportunity to get 5 wickets straight through the hands. Challenging always to run backwards like that, to be able to get underneath it. It is dark outside now.
There it is. There it is, Ben says. 5 in the bag for him. He finishes 5 for 59. Naseem's 50. One of the shining lights for Pakistan today, but they have been beaten, and soundly so. New Zealand win by 84 runs. They take the series here in Hamilton tonight.
The excellent fight shown from Naseem coming into the side late. This is 5 wickets for Ben Sears. So well deserved. He pitched it up. He had a little bit of shape going away. Just to top off an outstanding day for Mitch Hay as well. 99 with the bat, a couple of catches, an excellent one over the top of his head. And a good performance from New Zealand to go 2-0 up in this series. Back-to-back series wins against Pakistan.
Come up with the 3rd best ever figures for New Zealand in Hamilton. Trent Boult, the only other player to take a 5-wicket bag here. He did it twice. 5 for 59 tonight. Ben Sears came into tonight's match having not taken a single one-day international wicket, and he walks off Seddon Park with a bag for himself, but more importantly, a big win again for New Zealand. 73 runs the margin on Wednesday, 84 runs the margin here. Has been clinical from the Black Caps, notwithstanding some very decent efforts from Fahim and Naseem. And Sears is clapped off by his teammates. Hands are shaken.
Saturday, so we look forward to that one exciting start.
Well, he was good today, Sears. Smith taking the catch. That was his first one-day international wicket, and he just kept it coming. It was catch city. This was a towering shot, and Mitch Hay tracking back as he practices, and he's very good at those catches, puts a lot of work into them in the warm-up as well. A feather of an edge there. Michael Goff, no hesitation, and he just kept it coming. Another one to Hay, and his final one, much of the same. And that was Shaheen. A nice moment for a player who's toiled away, had a share of injuries, and has come back with a hiss and a roar. So we head to the final game of the home summer. That'll be on Saturday, live from 10:30 a.m. here on TVNZ Duke and TVNZ Plus. New Zealand, Pakistan for the third and final time this summer. Way to wrap up our summer of cricket here on TVNZ, and it's time to wrap up the match as we head downstairs to Katie Martin.
Thanks, Scotty. Yeah, the ANZ player of the match, Mitch Hay, 99 not out. I have to start with, were you thinking you were going to get close to that 100 with 3 balls to go?
Nah, it didn't cross my mind at all. Yeah, I was just swinging from the hip and hoping, really.
It was quite challenging through that middle period. You and Mohamed Abbas batted beautifully. What was sort of the focus and conversations in that partnership?
Yeah, we just talked a lot about trying to take the game deep. We thought we could do a little bit of damage if we got to a death period. And Mo batted like really nicely, and his comms out in the middle were great. So it was just really nice to form a wee partnership with him there and take it deep into the game.
I feel like you're getting more and more time under the belt with the gloves and with the bat for New Zealand side, both in T20 and ODI. Does that give you a lot of confidence out in the middle?
Yeah, it's been cool to play a string of games here, and yeah, it definitely gives you confidence to get some performances on the board as well.
I have to ask you about the keeping. Great catch tonight. With the way that you batted, does that flow into your keeping in the way that you move?
The legs felt a little bit heavy at the end there, but I was pretty happy with the keeping. The bowlers were awesome again tonight, so it's a pleasure to keep too. And yeah, they make the job pretty easy for me.
Great performance today, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
I'm just waiting for the skippers to come in. Mohammad Rizwan, not the day that Pakistan would have liked. I have to ask Mohammad, how's the bicep going? It was a bit challenging with the bat out there in the middle. How's the arm going?
At the moment it's sore, but it's part of game. We didn't do well as a batting group because the start of the batting is like, we didn't utilize the swing from these guys. They bowled very well. So you can't say about like that, because if you look in the later on, Fahim Ashraf and Naseem Shah fought very well, and this is a positive thing for us.
How do you make improvements in terms of batting in New Zealand conditions?
It's a little bit challenging condition here. If you look at him in their bowlers, like, swing and bounce is like different from the Asian conditions. But, you don't say anything about like that. Don't use the excuses. So you must be gonna sort out the kind of things, because as a professional cricketers, you will be do something a bit different. But if you look at him, the bowlers of the New Zealand, they are very disciplined ball. They basically hit the right areas, the hard lands. So this is like, it's difficult, different things in us.
After winning the toss and I guess looking at the first 10 overs, New Zealand batted well, but it was a nice comeback through the middle. I thought McKean was outstanding with the ball. You must have been
just players just to come in and play their natural game. I don't think there's any sort of secret to it. It's just trying to make guys feel as welcome as possible and just go out there and express themselves. And I've said it a number of times now that I think the domestic game is in a really strong position here in New Zealand. So even though these guys aren't, or all of us really aren't that experienced internationally, we're able to go out and put performances on internationally, which is nice.
It's the last game of the summer for you guys. You've had a great one-day international, probably since Champions Trophy, since earlier. What do you want to see in terms of from this side to close out what has been a great summer for New Zealand? Yeah,
it has been a great summer, and I think we've been playing some really good cricket. So we don't want to sell ourselves short and not put in a performance that we're proud of in the next couple of days in Tauranga. So I think for us it's just about trying to do those simple things that we've been doing well all season and continue to finish on a high, I guess, would be outstanding.
One last question. One player that's on a high, Ben Sears, his first ODI wicket today, but now he picked up 5 wickets, a player that you've played a lot with. What would that mean to him in terms of that performance today?
Yeah, it's outstanding to see him do well. He's had a lot of injuries throughout his career so far, and to see him get a good run of games and putting performances on the board is super special. And yeah, that'll mean a lot to him because he's put in a lot of work off the field to get himself back and ready. So it's just outstanding to see when guys are working hard and doing everything that they can, and to come out here and get the results that the fans get to see is awesome, and get the rewards that he deserves.
Great win today and great series wrapped up. See you in Tauranga.
Thanks so much.
For sure, and it has been again tonight. New Zealand have won the second one-day international by 84 runs. They've wrapped up the series, but there's still one match remaining, and that will be coming to you live from Tauranga from 10:30 a.m. this Saturday, the 5th of April. We look forward to your company from Bay Oval here on TVNZ and TV.
So that's impressive from Hay. Got him! Taken! Clever catch!
This international summer of cricket was bowled, smashed and caught by your screen thanks to KFC.
Three, two. It's going to be an exciting day here. Maybe it's the day where ball dominates the bat, but it's sure to be a cracking day out here at Eden Park. 1.
That one might be out. That one is out. Oh, this one's pulled away. This will be all the way for 6 more.